This young man was betrayed by the brother he trusted most, losing the only meridian-opening pill he'd worked so hard to obtain. Unexpectedly, as he was dying, he stumbled upon masters from the Chu and Qin states exchanging intense blows. General Zhuo Guangliang of Chu alone was enough to take on the entire opposing team. Besieged by a snake formation, he simply swings his sword, instantly obliterating the serpents, while his foes are instantly turned to gold by his flames. He thought this game would be easy, but while trash-talking his opponents, Zhuo Guanliang was taken out with a single strike by an expert, his body falling near the dying Jiang Wang. Unbeknownst to them, a meridian-opening pill was hidden within Zhuo Guangliang's corpse. Talk about easy come, easy go. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang swallowed the elixir, and a miracle occurred. From a near-dead cripple, he was reborn in flames, breaking through his cultivation. To repay Zhuo Guangliang for the pill, Jiang Wang helped bury him, an act of kindness that inadvertently awakened an incredible system. Jiang Wang can enter the illusory Taishu realm to cultivate at an accelerated rate. Everything here is real except that it doesn't harm the host's body. By contributing belief points to the system, he can replicate any cultivation method or Taoist skill in the world. But the young man's excitement is short-lived. He's in for a rude awakening. In 30 days, he'll face a trial, and failure means demotion. Soon, the illusory realm fades, returning Jiang Wang to reality. Remembering the betrayal by a trusted brother, he was filled with rage. The next day, Jiang Wang returned to the academy seeking revenge. A tall, dark, and burly young man embraces Jiang Wang warmly. It's none other than Du Ye, Jiang Wang's sworn brother. Seeing Jiang Wang reappear after his disappearance fills him with joy. Then Boss Ling He and fifth brother Zhao Rucheng rush out to greet Jiang Wang as well. But his eyes, filled with murderous intent, were fixed on one figure. A young man slowly stepping forward from the crowd. This man is Fang Pingju, his fourth brother, and the traitor who stole Jiang Wang's meridian-opening pill, calling out to him with a concerned expression. Third brother, why did you leave without a word? We were all worried about you. Kuang Wang, still with his head bowed, spoke in a dark, chilling voice. It has been 57 days, and in those 57 days I have thought of you every single day. And you, did you truly wish to see my return? After your accident, I was burning with worry, sending people everywhere to find you. Sunyi. Ignoring Wild Fox's whining, he pressed on. So you only remember Bangku? What about your second brother? But Jiang Wang ignored them, pressing Fang Pengju as if interrogating him. Of course, you couldn't rest easy until you found my body, could you? Zhao Rucheng, quick and perceptive, immediately sensed the tension and cautioned, Brothers, let's not get involved, we should step aside. The crowd in the martial arts hall murmured, confused by the strange exchange. Does Brother Jiang have some hidden meaning? Don't speak rashly. Senior Brother Fang has always been righteous. Ling He, ever gentle, quickly tried to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Third brother, you must have been through a lot lately. Let's sit down and talk this through. If you've been wronged or have a grudge, your brothers will help you. Even if we have to go to the county or national academy, we will, but we must get to the bottom of this, lest some villain is stirring up trouble. He said calmly, Brother, I know what you're worried about. I cherish our bond as sworn brothers too. But sadly, someone betrayed their brothers for personal gain. Fang Pengju's eyes didn't waver, and he even twisted the situation with cunning. Without proof, Jiang Wang, don't go making false accusations. Jiang Wang knew he'd deny it, so he said nothing and kicked the wooden chest. The chest bursts open, wood splinters flying everywhere, as Jiang Wang points to what's revealed inside, shouting, This is the proof. The other three brothers can't hide the utter horror on their faces. Breaking the tense silence, Dahu hesitantly spoke. Seeing this, Fang Pengju's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. On the cold ground, an old man is bound and gagged, only able to make weak, desperate whimpers, none other than Fang Dekai, the Fang family's trusted servant. The old man was now trembling, tears streaming down his face, as Jiang Wang coldly recounted the events. That day, this very servant delivered the invitation saying, You invited me to Moonview Pavilion for a celebratory drink after wiping out the West Mountain bandits, and that I'd even be rewarded with an aperture-opening pill. He coaxed me into drinking a few cups first, saying it was a special wine you'd brought. Little did he know, the wine was poisoned. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light appeared, and with lightning speed, Fang Pingju drew his sword, ending Fang Dekai's life with a single strike. Bangku roars with fury. Beast, the Fang family, I never mistreated you. How dare you collude with bandits and forge letters to harm our brother? Brother, this lowly slave is just trying to save his own skin and is definitely making up lies to sow discord between us. You mustn't believe him. The two stand face to face, Jiang Wang unwavering. I knew you'd silence him, but it's fine. Before he died, he wrote down all your crimes and signed it. Would you like to see? With a look of utter injustice, Pengju cried, Brother, it's all a lie. What must I do to make you believe me? Jiang Wang coldly affirms, only death can quell such hatred. Fang Pengju trembles, launching into a disingenuous, tragic performance. Brother, must we really come to this? He trembled, raising the bloodied sword to Jiang Wang, tears streaming down his face. Although that lowly servant Fuang Daktai harmed you as head of the family, I cannot escape responsibility. If you're still not satisfied, take this sword and kill me with it. Pengju would not utter a word of complaint, even in the afterlife. Sniff, I'm sorry, brother. Seeing Bangchu prostrate himself and beg for death, the onlookers immediately protested. Senior brother Fang, don't do this. How can a true man die so easily? We all believe in your character. A moment later, Jiang Wang spoke coldly. No need. The Wild Tiger brothers Ru Cheng and Ling He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Wild Tiger quickly agreed. That's right, third brother, fourth brother, it seems Jiang Wang doesn't intend to forgive us. Jiang Wang drew his long sword and said coldly, Your sword is too dirty. To kill you, I'll use my own. Pengju's golden pupils contracted in disbelief as Yehu Rucheng and Linge stared in stunned silence, unable to fathom Jiang Wang's ruthlessness. As the sword of judgment fell mercilessly, instinct took over, and Pengju dodged, his reflexes lightning fast. His sword clattered to the brick floor. Wild Tiger struggled to contain his shock. Is third brother really going to do it? Ru Heng was stunned. We all know third brother's character. Unless the hatred runs deep, he would never be so cruel. Fang Pengju fell to the ground, turning back to question. Jiang Wang, do you really not care about our brotherhood from the past? Jiang Wang's face darkened, his voice hoarse with killing intent. Shut up. The word brother from your mouth is nothing but an insult. Just now you said you'd bow your head and accept death. Why don't you continue acting? He pointed his sword at him. Let me tell you, if I had died that day, it would have ended there. But now that I'm alive, Fang Pengju, you absolutely must pay this debt. Pengju struggled to his feet, brushed off his clothes, and pretended that Jiang Wang was delusional. Are you being paranoid? I already let you vent your anger on me. Aren't you satisfied yet? He clicked his tongue, annoyed. I don't owe you anything, Kuang Vong. What are you talking about? Feeling words were now unnecessary, Jiang Wang shook his head in disappointment. Fine. You'll deny it to the death, so there's no point in arguing any further. Jiang Wang stomps forward, hands clasped solemnly, bamboo sword pointed to the ground. Honored ancestor, I, Jiang Wang, was framed by Fang Pengju and nearly lost my life. This hatred cannot be erased. This vengeance cannot be forgiven. The heartfelt prayer, devoid of deceit, echoes before the towering statue, seeking divine witness to this deadly battle. The air crackles with tension as onlookers hold their breath, and Jiang Wang reiterates the rules of Fenglin Manor, confirming this fight is unavoidable. Fang Pengju, abandoning all pretense of humility, cursed, You're insane. The killing intent between the two intensified, forcing onlookers to shield their eyes and causing De Ho to wonder what was happening. What's going on here? Just then, a figure leaped high, blocking out the sun, and landed gently atop a stone pillar. This sudden appearance stunned the young men below. They shouted, Master, greetings, Master. The one who arrived was none other than Dong A, the head of Fong Lam Academy, his dignified voice echoing throughout the arena, using the Tao as witness to this battle. As soon as he finished declaring the deathmatch, streams of green energy emanated from his hand, and with a slight gesture, he issued an absolute command. Begin. Instantly, roots erupted from the brick floor, shattering the arena under the force of countless, colossal plants. They intertwined, forming an impenetrable cage known as the Jade Dragon Cage, preventing outside interference and transforming the area into an inviolable arena. Jiang Wang stood firm on a separate rock, sword in hand, ready to fight, while on the other end, Fang Pengju remained motionless, sweat pouring down his freckled face. Panic seized him. The dean himself approved the deathmatch. I have to run. If I kill Jiang Wang, I'll be investigated by Fenglin Academy. He turned to flee, but a sharp root shot toward him, and his survival instincts kicked in, forcing him back. Dong'e wouldn't accept his disciple's cowardice, and with a wave of his hand he cast a spell. Rules are rules. Pick up your sword. Under his control, Root swiftly retrieved the sword Fang Pengju had dropped, returning it to its owner. With a dark expression, Pengju gripped his weapon as Dong'e signaled the start. Begin. The audience outside began to buzz. Wow, Zhang Wang, the top of the outer sex Dao soldiers, and Fang Pengju, second place, are really about to fight to the death. Night Tiger was unbearably frustrated, every muscle in his shoulders tensing. Big Brother Ling. He understood their helplessness and simply shook his head. The dean himself has intervened. There's nothing more we can say. Inside the jade dragon cover, Fang Pengju held his sword high, unmoving, as he questioned Jiang Wang with feigned righteousness. Isn't it enough that you've returned safely? Why force us to this point? But then, a sinister smile crept across his lips as he fearlessly charged forward, sword in hand, claiming he only wanted to become stronger. The swords clashed, creating a deafening metallic screech. Ignoring his opponent's rambling, Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed. Spare your breath. Today you will die by my sword. You. Fang Pingchu somersaults through the air, landing to reveal his true colors, sneering, "Ha ha, I hate that overconfident look of yours." Suddenly he roared, unleashing all his inner power, a surge of energy erupting around him like a raging storm, leaving Night Tiger, Ling He, and Ru Chung wide-eyed in shock. Night Tiger couldn't believe his eyes. It was the meridian opening technique. Fang Pingju had opened his meridians. It was then that Ru Chung realized the despicable actions of the one they once called brother, and he gnashed his teeth in anger, utterly shameless. Fang Pengju, that scoundrel, has swallowed the third brother's meridian opening pill. Now Fang Pengju cares nothing for honor, and his arrogance only grows. A sneering laugh echoes with arrogance. Jiang Wang, your swordsmanship may be superior, but I've consumed the Kai Pulse pill, and my spiritual channels are open. What can you possibly do to defeat me? Ha ha ha! In response to such arrogance, unwavering footsteps tread upon the gnarled roots. At that moment, Jiang Wang activated his aura, radiating the majesty of a true swordsman, his voice low but filled with towering rage. Indeed, for that aperture pill, I rode alone into the western mountains, fighting a bloody battle to destroy the enemy's lair. I took 13 sword strikes in that battle, 2 of them fatal, and nearly died on the way back. As he spoke, golden veins slowly spread along his blood vessels. His eyes burned with resolve as he stared down the betrayer. Tell me, does the meridian opening pill, bought with my blood, sweat, and tears, suit you well? The terrifying pressure from his opponent made Fang Pengju tremble involuntarily as he stammered, brother, you've opened your meridians too? Panic now floods his mind. How could this be? Didn't I steal his meridian opening pill? Not giving him time to think, Jiang Wang takes off, and the two clash, trading blows too fast to follow, leaving only afterimages and flashes of steel. Jiang Wang unleashed a powerful sword strike, but Bang Chu managed to dodge it just in time, sliding back and cursing, "Damn it!" How did he open his meridians? Though I dodged the blow, I'm still bleeding from several wounds. I must remain calm. Though he's unlocked his meridians, I've rested and recovered for 57 days, fully absorbing the medicinal effects. He's only recently recovered from serious injuries, so he can't possibly last long. If I just drag this out and exhaust him, victory will be mine. Having calculated his odds, he decided to attack again, meeting the blow head-on. The two once again engaged in a fierce, no-holds-barred struggle. Believing he held the advantage, Bang Chu was sure an opening would appear. Amidst the rustling leaves, Dong-A remained still atop the pillar. Growing impatient, Wild Tiger gritted his teeth and muttered, "Third brother, you can't lose to that bastard Fang Pingju." In contrast, Ru Chung remained calm, stroking his chin as he assessed the situation, noting that his third brother's Dao meridian seemed a bit strange. After a fierce battle, Bang Ku took a step back to recover, and Jiang Wang kept his distance as well, but immediately his feet exerted force to stomp on the ground, and his whole body jumped high into the air. His figure stood tall, blocking the brilliant sun. The sword's reflection revealed Bang Ku's mocking smirk as he thought, as expected, his newly activated Dao meridian can't be sustained for long. He's bound to show an opening in a crisis like this. His sword shot forward, aiming straight for his opponent's abdomen, and he taunted him. "Tsk tsk, so eager to die, third brother?" Jiang Wang, unwavering in the air, rotated his wrist, deflecting the attack with a beautiful, circular sword motion, and coldly retorted, "Indeed, I only regret not killing you sooner." A flash of the sword, and Bang Ku's sword-wielding wrist is cleanly severed. The pain from his severed hand caused Pengju to scream in agony. His weapon falls, defenses shattered. Jiang Wang seizes the moment, crushing the earth beneath him as he closes in. While Pengju is still disoriented, Jiang Wang unleashes a thunderous elbow strike. Crack! Bones shattered and a mouthful of blood sprayed as he was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. Roots, that had been still until now, suddenly shot out, tightly binding his legs, saving his life, and then violently throwing him back into the jade cage. The battlefield returned to silence, and Jiang Wang paused, his hand gripping the hilt of the broken sword that was buried deep in his side. The wounds from that fierce battle remain. For 57 days and nights, I've never stopped imagining this moment. He decisively pulled the Pangqing sword from his body, but the physical pain was nothing compared to what he had endured. Only now did he understand his opponent's deep intentions, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, he intentionally left an opening to lure me in. Jiang Wang tossed the bloodied sword aside, finally able to exact his revenge. His voice now weak, Fuongbang Ku barely had the strength to resist, stammering, third brother, spare me this once." He slowly retreated, unconsciously, until his heels touched the edge of the jade cage. A fall from this height, combined with his injuries, would surely be fatal. Overcome by the fear of death, he cried out, invoking his family name as a last resort. "Help me. Dean, help me. I'm a member of the Fang family. The Fang family is one of the 3 great clans of Fanglam City, but all he receives in return is a contemptuous glance from Dong A above. The rules are the rules. Once you enter the death-proving ground, you fight to the death. The only one who can decide whether you live or die is your opponent." Those words slammed shut any hope he had. Fang Pengju grew even more terrified as Jiang Wang closed in, his whole body trembling, a pathetic sight to behold, yet he still desperately tried to explain. Third brother, let me explain." Jiang Wang paused, his eyes ice-cold, uttering a single word. Given the chance, Fang Pengju unleashed a torrent of words. "The Fang family hasn't produced a cultivator who's opened the gates of heaven and earth in over 20 years. One step behind, and you're behind for life. I carry the expectations of my late father. Tell me, how much longer could I wait? Among all the outer disciples of the Maple Forest Tao College, you were the only one accumulating merit fast enough to exchange for the meridian opening pill. I really had no other choice." Veins pulsed in his bloodshot eyes as fear and belated regret drove him to madness. Yes, I'm sorry. Not a single night has passed peacefully since I stole your elixir. I regret it, I'm so sorry, but aren't you still perfectly fine? We're brothers. Why can't you forgive me just this once?" In his most desperate plea, his wide eyes reflected a cold figure. It was Jiang Wang, raising his sword, ready to deliver the final judgment. The brother who betrayed him would pay with his life. At that moment, Jiang Wang spoke grimly, as if talking to the corpse, and reminding himself of the hellish time he had just endured. "If I forgave you for just a few words, I wouldn't be able to face myself. As someone who suffered and despaired for 57 days and nights, and as your former brother, I'll send you off myself, so rest in peace." Suddenly, Jiang Wang's eyes widened in shock as he felt a strange change within his body. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning. His spirit meridian had suddenly become more flexible. His mind drifted into introspection, where he found himself floating in a dark space, golden rays of light swirling before him. Is this the true spirit of my Tao meridian? A colossal earthworm-like dragon manifested between heaven and earth, its body swelling and emitting a mesmerizing golden light. Stunned, Jiang Wang watched the worm writhe, the bulges on its body shifting as if it were trying to expel something. 2 radiant golden lights were released, falling into his hands, and in his mind, Jiang Wang had a sudden realization. Oh, I understand now. My Tao meridian activated the Tao source during the battle. A cold voice snapped him back to reality. Jiang Wang saw Dong-A standing against the light, his sharp eyes fixed on him, his voice devoid of emotion. "You will come with me to the meditation room. The rest of you are dismissed." Hearing the order, Jiang Wang didn't hesitate, sheathing his sword and quickly following. Yes. Soon after, in the deathly quiet meditation room, Dong-A sat composed on a long bench, his face as impassive as ever, and asked Jiang Wang, "Aside from Fang Pengju's deathbed confession, before this battle you had no real evidence to present to the public, is that right?" Facing him, Jiang Wang admitted frankly, "That's right, but knowing him when cornered, he would inevitably fear death and reveal the irrefutable evidence himself." Hearing the answer, Dong-A's expression remained unchanged, but his tone revealed a hint of displeasure. "You should have proceeded step by step, waiting for the academy to investigate and pass judgment. Don't you think you're being impulsive and reckless by acting on your own like this?" Jiang Wang understood, but with the inner court selection in 2 days, and Fang Pengju manifesting his spiritual meridian if he was selected and became a disciple of the middle branch's head, Jiang Wang might dare to kill an outer disciple, but certainly not the head's disciple. Time was of the essence, and I had to take a risk. Hearing this, the harshness in Tong A's voice softened, and he slowly asked the key question to the young man before him. All right, if Fang Pengju stole the opening vein pill from you, then where did you get the pill that opened your veins? And tell me everything, in detail. Yes, it all happened at the Huanjian Temple. As incense smoke filled the air, memories resurfaced through his story. In the end, I found the meridian opening pill on the corpse of a senior named Zhuo Guangli. At this point, realizing his indiscretion, Jiang Wang's eyes clouded with sadness as he looked away. That's everything I've experienced. The fresh graves on the mountain can attest to my words. In truth, Jiang Wang had his own agenda. With battles of all levels raging near Fanglin City, the dean couldn't possibly be unaware. Having heard this, Dong A clenched the armrest in fury as Jiang Wang omitted only the greatest secret of the illusory realm, believing the city's secret service had already investigated the matter. The sturdy wooden chair shattered under the force, the energy spreading to crack the floor beneath his feet into 100 pieces, as Dong A's face darkened, his voice sharp with rage. The territory of Zhuang was brazenly invaded, and the battle was fought without restraint, a humiliation, a profound humiliation. Knowing the elder's anger wasn't directed at him, he still felt the pressure. Jiang Wang remained silent, sweat trickling down his cheek. Seeing this, Dong A suppressed his emotions, his voice softening slightly. Very well. The Kai Mai pill you possess has a clear origin. Dong A looked at Jiang Wang with a complicated expression. From now on, you can call yourself a legitimate disciple in front of this academy. Step back. Jiang Wang said nothing, respectfully cupping his hands. Thank you, instructor. As he stepped outside, a figure rushed towards him, calling out, Third brother, third brother. It was Ru Cheng. Still covered in grime, Jiang Wang asked in surprise, Ru Cheng, what are you doing here? Where are the eldest and second brother? Ru Cheng waved his fan, his eyes darting away. The leader said he wanted to return the body of that vile Fuang Bang Yu to his family, but I don't know where the second brother ran off to. Hearing the familiar name, Huang Vong suddenly slumped, his eyes downcast. Second brother probably ran off to drink his sorrows away. Even though I did nothing wrong, I understand how he feels. Not wanting Jiang Wang to dwell on it, Ru Cheng patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Don't worry. That kind of ruthless brother who schemes against his own deserves to die. Eldest brother and second brother will understand soon enough. Third brother, you've worked hard these past few days. Come on, let me treat you to some wine, flowers, and songs at the Three Fragrance Pavilion. Jiang Wang waved his hands in a fluster. Hey, don't joke around. Then his face returned to its usual weary expression. I'm really tired. I just want to go back to my room and get some sleep. All right, then, I guess I'll go see Miss Dio Ngoch by myself. Third brother, get some rest. Jiang Wang paused before a wooden door, his mind filled with bitter thoughts of how quickly things change. He pushed gently, the door swung open, and sunlight flooded the room, casting his long shadow across the floor. But in Jiang Wang's eyes, the joyful memories of the past were still vivid before him. The image of Fang Pengju holding up a rag, grinning. Looks closely. Using your pretty boy's silk handkerchief to wipe the sword is the most suitable. And beside him, Wild Tiger playfully teases Ru Cheng, who cries out, begging him to stop, saying the cloth is made of the finest silk as he struggles to break free. Let me go, Wild Tiger, you stink. Wild Tiger laughed. Stop what? You're something else. I'll wipe my butt with it later. It's only been 3 days since I bathed. Be a man? Linga stood by, forcing a smile as he tried to mediate. It's okay. I'll wash it for you later. Be gentle, Lao Hu. Don't hurt Ru Cheng. Pengju's hearty laughter as he cleaned his sword, Ru Cheng's cries of pain. All those memories were now being consumed by an invisible flame, as tears silently streamed down Jiang Wang's cheeks. Those days are gone forever, and memories drift back to a small riverside from years ago. The immortal looked down at the boy, smiling, and asked, Your foundation is strong. Would you like to cultivate with me? Before Jiang Wang could answer, a clamor of voices erupted, vying for the opportunity. Take me, immortal. Take me instead. It was his closest friend, and the naive Jiang Wang happily suggested, Please, immortal sir, we're good friends. Can we cultivate together? But the immortal calmly shook his head, saying coldly, No, I only accept one disciple. While Jiang Wang was racking his brain for a solution, his close friend betrayed him, shoving him violently and screaming, Die, this opportunity is mine alone. Jiang Wang vividly remembers the feeling of betrayal and the sudden, terrifying loss of balance. Despite his struggles, he couldn't resist falling into the icy river. Soon, his body grew heavy, His chest tightened, and he couldn't find his way out of the darkness. In that final moment of life and death, that person's cold, distant voice and expression remained etched in his young mind. Though he may not be as virtuous as you, his heart is far more ruthless. Remember, cultivation is a battle. Those last 5 words, cold as ice, jolted Jiang Wang back from the nightmare. She waited until fully awake before wearily sighing. This dream again. I wonder when it began hanging over my head. I've been asleep so long, but have my brothers still not returned? In the deathly silence, Jiang Wang politely asked a figure, "Have you seen Senior Brother Ling He?" The figure simply shook his head, muttering, "Ling He? Unseen, unforeseen." He wouldn't stop. The shaking grew more violent, his voice more trembling, a chilling, ominous drone. "Didn't see him, didn't see him, didn't see him, didn't see him." Suddenly, with a crack, his head snapped clean off, bouncing on the ground like a ball. The horrifying sight before him froze Jiang Wang in place, as if a cold draft shot straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. But even more terrifying, the corpse didn't stop moving for long before twitching again. Controlled by the bone manipulation technique, the headless corpse twitched, but luckily he turned and ran before it could pounce. A monster had invaded. The grotesque head, eyes wide, relentlessly pursued him. Jiang Wang had intended to flee back to his room, but was forced to abruptly change course, his knee slamming painfully. It turns out he wasn't clumsy. An invisible barrier was blocking his escape, and despite crashing into the wall, the monster's head and body relentlessly pursued him. He turned to face his opponent, shouting, "You're just faking it!" By channeling his Tao energy, he unleashed a devastating spinning kick. The precise kick sent the head flying, colliding with the charging body, and only then did Jiang Wang look down in surprise. He noticed with alarm that the back of his foot had been torn open by the bone ghoul at some point, the wound even glowing with an eerie green light. But with no time to lose, he quickly took a defensive stance, watching his opponent. But unexpectedly, after grabbing the head he'd kicked off, the monster ripped open his shirt to reveal a grinning, withered skull. "Tsk, tsk. You pack quite a kick, kid. When did outer disciples start opening their meridians?" Before Jiang Wang could answer, or even guess, the bone ghoul hastily reattached his head, smacking his lips in praise. Delicious, truly delicious. The flesh of a cultivator who has opened their meridians is so tasty. While the monster was busy piecing himself back together, Jiang Wang quickly analyzed the situation. This fiend was skilled in necromancy. His strength far surpassed ordinary people, and he was no match for him. Without hesitation, he ran in the opposite direction, knowing he had to warn the inner disciples, or more would die. He thought he could escape to the inner court, but the barrier remained strong, blocking his path. He stared intently, his mind racing. Damn it, he's sealed off the entire dormitory with his magic, and I only have one Tao stone left. How am I supposed to fight him? Desperate, he quickly activates the last Tao seed in his meridian, and luckily, the resulting explosion shatters the barrier. Unfortunately, he used a bit too much force and tumbled head over heels before finally stopping. But as soon as he regained his footing, another crisis arrived. Not bad. Junior brother Jiang. So, this is Jian Chu, a third-year student from the inner courtyard, leisurely watching Jiang Wang struggle on the ground. I didn't expect you to know how to borrow the power of Dao Yuan to break the seal. At the same time, Jian Q noticed the problem with his leg and said, "Leave this to me. You should go to the institute and have him treat your injury." But before he could finish, Dong A's familiar stern voice interrupted, "No need. This matter will be handled personally by the head of the institute." Seeing the headmaster appear, Jiang Wang immediately gave a brief report. "Headmaster, that demon is skilled in necromancy, and a disciple of the outer court has already been killed." Suddenly, the monster's bite wound throbbed, and he cried out, "Ouch! But he's still a disciple under my care." Dong A calmly replied, "I know." The soft leaves began to swirl around him, twisting into tubes as they flew, and plunged into the wound on Jiang Wang's instep. The feeling of something poking at the burning wound was indescribable, and Jiang Wang could only grit his teeth and endure it. Because the death energy from the bone ghoul's corpse was so potent, the leaf needles used to draw out the poison quickly turned gray, until, having completely removed the toxins and pulled away from his foot, it was as bloated as a balloon filled with poison. The experience left Jiang Wang gasping in pain, but a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Finally, the corpse poison was drawn from his leg, and sensing the academy was still focused on him, the corpse doctor dared not linger and hastily fled. But how could he escape Dong A's watchful eye? Dong A's roar echoed like thunder. Heretic, you dare try to escape after killing my disciple? You underestimate me, Dong-A. In an instant, Dong-A channeled his spiritual energy and stomped the ground, causing thousands of vines to erupt, weaving together into a massive jade cage. They grew at an alarming rate, lunging towards bone armor to capture it. In this desperate situation, the skull on bone armor's back suddenly detached, cackling eerily. Ha ha! Ha. I didn't expect to disturb the great Dong-A. I miscalculated. The head frantically turned to ask the doppelganger, "What do we do now?" The doppelganger quickly flung the head away, yelling for it to split up and run. The head soared through the air, landing on a nearby rooftop. From afar, it saw the body was already tightly bound by vines, unable to move. Against Dong-A, there was no chance of victory. Escape was the only option. He smugly congratulated himself on his quick thinking, having gathered intel that the enemy was just a newly initiated Taoist. Now, all that was left was to report back to the Holy Maiden. But before his laughter could subside, the vines in front of him twisted together into a massive fist, aimed directly at his flying skull. Turns out Dong-A didn't need to give chase. Within his domain, all escape routes were sealed. The earth-shattering blow sent the skull flying back like a ball. Even after being knocked back this far, he's still within the old man's control. The skull soldier realizes in horror that a giant, carnivorous flower with jagged teeth awaits him. Dong-A stood tall, manipulating the vines to deliver his prey to its doom. To think such small fry would dare cause trouble in my territory. Under the silent moonlight, the headmaster and the demon stood face to face in the sky before the one who dared kill his disciple. He asked in a deep voice, "Who sent you here?" Even as death approached and his face swelled from the vine's poison, Guyi mocked him. I want to know why. Come and kill me, then I'll tell you in the underworld. Dong-A responded to his arrogance with a swift wave of his hand, and the spirit-infused flower demon devoured its prey in an instant. As the demonic flower digested the fiend, Dong-A coldly stated, "The murder of our cultivators within the academy cannot be ignored." Turning to his disciples, he commanded, "I must seek answers from the city lord. The rest is in your hands, Junchu." Jian Qiu bowed his head respectfully, accepting the order, as Dong-A turned and vanished into the wind. Zhang Wang watches Dong-A's departing figure with admiration, forgetting the pain in his back. Is this the power of a fifth-grade expert? Will I ever reach that level? Lost in thought, a sudden tap on the shoulder startled Jiang Wang. "Third brother." Jiang Wang turned around, startled and reproachful. "Why did you come back?" Zhao Rucheng tilted his head, eyes brimming with tears, lamenting, "Don't even mention it. I waited at 3 Fragrance Tower all day and still didn't see Miss Miaoyu." Clinging to Jiang Wang, he whines about how he's become more handsome and wealthy, yet still... Why? "Third brother, what do you think?" Jiang Wang, not bothering to console him, changed the subject. "Hey, slow down, kid. Big brother and second brother aren't back at the dorms yet. Did you see them?" "I didn't see them, but I have a good guess where they are." With that, he led the way. "Let's go." Along the path, disciples gathered in the courtyard, buzzing with discussion. "I heard a demon snuck in and killed an outer disciple on guard duty." "That's right. The headmaster personally suppressed it, but you came too late to see it." As they crossed the small bridge, Ru Chung lowered his voice. "Apparently, the Feng family refused to claim the body, but our brother wouldn't let him be thrown into a mass grave, so this Willow Riverbank was the only place left. As expected, they found their 2 senior brothers standing silently before a freshly made grave. Look." Linghe turned at the sound of footsteps, his eyes still red-rimmed, tears drying on his cheeks. "Rucheng, Jiang Wang, you've come." Lang Ha held a tag in his hand, sighing with emotion. "The only thing that never changes is that nothing stays the same. When we first met, we brothers often came here to practice swords. Who would have thought it would come to this?" Ling Ha expressed his feelings, looking at Jiang Wang with concern. "After all, Bangju helped us in times of trouble, and I couldn't bear to leave him exposed in the cold wilderness." "Kuang Vong, you don't blame me, do you?" "Of course not. They held a simple funeral, burning paper money for the deceased. We're not children anymore, and this won't affect our brotherhood." "Don't worry, my feud with him is over." Ling sighed softly, his eyes contemplative as he accepted his fate, as if he had understood a profound truth, and he spoke slowly. "As Rucheng said, the future holds countless variables, but change often only frightens people." Waving his fan, he teased Du Yehu. "Let me see. Are those tears or fine wine on your face, second brother?" The boy feigned surprise, hiding his laughter. Hey, Dao Dao, are you crying?" "Ha ha ha ha." Du Yeho, face red with fury, gritted his teeth and roared. Zhao Rucheng, you little punk. With that, he kicked the mocker in the rear, shouting, I'll kick you to death. Zhao Rucheng scurried away, begging for mercy between bursts of laughter. Ah, big brother, third brother, save me. I was wrong, so wrong. Leaving the playful banter behind, Lingo walked lightly into the stream, turning back to speak from the depths of his heart. If he wants to change, let him. Linga glanced at Jiang Wang behind him, his eyes firm. As long as we stay strong, no matter what the future holds, we brothers will face it together. Right, third brother? A trace of melancholy flickers in Jiang Wang's eyes as he gazes at the flowing water, then looks up, his gaze hardening with resolve. With unwavering hearts, the four brothers frolic once more beneath the radiant moonlight. Jiang Wang joined Du Yehu in bullying Ru Cheng. Second brother, let me hold him down while you strip his pants off and flick him for me. He, Zhao Rucheng lamented, clutching his head. Guang Wang, why are you doing this to me? Big brother, save me. For a moment it seemed as if Fang Pengzhu's figure from the past was standing there, mocking him, but Linga smiled and intervened. All right, you can joke around, but be careful with fifth brother's handsome face. Late at night the cold wind howls and the same gentle moon casts an eerie, unsettling shadow over the Huanjin temple. This Taoist temple has long been abandoned, its corners draped in cobwebs and dust. A slender, pale hand rests gently by the incense burner belonging to Ngak A, who sits there waiting. From outside the door, a dark figure echoed back. I'm telling you. Bone entered, his face contorted in disgust, a handkerchief held to his bony nose. He coughed roughly, glancing around. Cough, cough, cough. It really is filthy. Do we really have to talk in a dump like this? With a slight movement of her pale pink lips, Dun Gotch coldly explained, It's dirty because the Trang Kingdom has searched this place no less than 10 times. The most dangerous place is the safest. I doubt there's a cleaner or safer place around here. Suddenly, Dun Gotch recalled the hero of yesteryear, the great General Ta Quang Liet, who fell in this very place. She muttered, I can almost still smell his heroic spirit lingering here. Bone Robe wasn't one for flowery language, and he cut straight to the point. Get to the point. Wei Ku, the lord of Fonglam City, is already difficult to deal with, and now that he's mobilized reinforcements, we must find the Taoist child quickly, or else the longer we wait, the more problems we'll have. In this humble envoy's opinion, rather than collecting ordinary people to meet the quota, sacrificing cultivators would prioritize quality over quantity. Before he could finish, a sharp hairpin was suddenly pressed against his throat, silencing him. Sacrificing cultivators, you say? Myun Gok's tone was laced with worry and sarcasm. Are you tired of living? Should we capture disciples from Dong-A or generals from Ngui Hutat? Killing one outer sect disciple of Ruin Peak caused an uproar. Don't drag me down with you if you're looking for a death wish. If you want to die, why not just slit your own throat? Or call down lightning to obliterate yourself? Either way, it's cleaner than falling into their hands. With that, she lightly grazed Kotwai's neck with a hairpin as a warning before retracting it. Before the Tao child appears, you best learn humility. One wrong move could ruin the White Bone Sect's plans, and neither of us can afford that. Sweating, Gui wiped his chin and asked, What about the sacrifice? We've used up all the beggars here. Miao Yu listlessly gets up and steps off the platform. The beggars here were just a facade to fool the world anyway, so it doesn't matter if they're gone. As for the true plan, the elder has already made arrangements. That's what I wanted to report to you tonight. After walking a short distance, her graceful figure suddenly stopped. And did you know that not all the beggars in this dilapidated temple are dead? I smell a familiar scent coming from the Fonglam City Institute. I have no interest in the life or death of a mere beggar. With that, his form faded into the darkness, dissolving into the barrier, leaving behind only bitter words that sowed unease. And a word of advice. Don't think that being the Taoist's woman gives you license to be insolent. Whether he acknowledges you when he appears remains to be seen. With that, he turned into a drop of black ink and vanished. After Bone Robe left, Miao Yu shed her tough facade, revealing a melancholic figure, her voice echoing with bitterness in the dilapidated temple. Why wouldn't he love me? Why wouldn't he want me? I've been here all these years, waiting all this time. A new day begins at the State Preceptor's Palace with the teacher's steady lecture. The Tao is empty, yet its use is inexhaustible. At first glance, the students all sit properly at their desks, looking as though they're absorbing every word. But a closer look reveals that only a few, like Lingjie and Zhang Wang, are truly focused, with pure hearts and a thirst for knowledge. But others, like Ru Chung and Yohu, were either dozing off or trying to provoke others, as Deputy Institute Director Song Chi-Fang spoke with a calm voice. You've just entered the inner sanctum. Before your spiritual meridians manifest, you can only practice breathing techniques to improve your lifeblood. Only after the spiritual meridians appear, and you circulate energy and condense the source of the Tao, can you be considered to have officially embarked on the path of cultivation. Know that life is like the great dragon of the human body, where the Tao meridian lies hidden, the key for cultivators to open the gates of heaven and embark on the path to immortality. When the Tao meridian shines with golden orange light through the spine, opening the gate of heaven and earth, that is the transformation from the initial to the intermediate stage. Does any disciple here know how the realms of cultivators are divided? Seeing Ling, he raised his hand. Song Kaifang nodded. With a calm demeanor, Ling Hu rose to answer. Master, the 9 ranks of cultivation, from low to high, are the 9th rank Wandering Meridian Realm, 8th rank Judean Realm, 7th rank Tongtian Realm, 6th rank Ascending Dragon Realm, 5th rank Inner Palace Realm, 4th rank Outer Pavilion Realm, 3rd rank Divine Forest Realm, 2nd rank Cave True Realm, and 1st rank Evolution Realm. A perfect answer, prompting him to exclaim his praise. Excellent. After reaching the 9th rank, one begins to transcend. The criteria for achieving 9th rank is to establish a complete Tao, a vortex of Tao within the Celestial Palace. And to do this, we must mention the foundational formation that the Academy is about to impart to you. The Regressive Origin Formation. He slowly explained the cultivation method in greater detail. In the future, after accumulating enough Tao essence, you can control them within the Celestial Palace, arranging them according to the 81 formation points of the Primordial Return Formation. When the formation is complete, the Tao sphere will be born. The teacher lectured with passion, but below a completely different scene unfolded. Meanwhile, Yehu was secretly picking Nuthan's nose, making Jiang Wang frown, while Ling He remained focused, and Song Qifang, though seemingly asleep, was aware of everything. As he lectured, he mentioned that during the initial meridian opening stage, ordinary people could at most stimulate their meridians twice a day, gathering 2 Tao sources while secretly waving his sleeve. An invisible force struck the 2 lazy students, sending them crashing to the ground. Wild Tiger and Nuthan shakily got up, straightened themselves, and vaguely heard the teacher's meaningful words about diligence. He continued with the Kui Nguyen diagram, saying it would take at least 41 days to complete 1 Dao Tuan. To reach the 8th rank of the Zhou Heavenly Realm, one must use 3 complete paths to construct the Lesser Heavenly Cycle, and then use 3 Lesser Heavenly Cycles to form the Greater Heavenly Cycle. At this stage, the Great Dragon Tao Meridian will awaken, revealing the gate to heaven and earth, which is the 7th rank of the Heaven-Piercing Realm. Jiang Wang muttered to himself, trying to remember. 1 complete cycle for the 9th grade Traveling Meridian Realm, 3 for the 8th grade Zhou Heavenly Realm, and 9 for the 7th grade Enlightenment Realm. He began counting on his fingers. 81. Tao sources make 1. Tao sphere. 3 times 3 is 9, and there are only 2 Tao sources each day. So to reach level 7, wouldn't that take? Seeing Jiang Wang struggle with the math, Ling Hu smiled and offered a solution. It's 365 days, but it's not that simple. It depends on talent and opportunity. Furthermore, after the Tao seed takes form, it can generate its own Tao essence, greatly accelerating cultivation. Ha ha! I understand. Thank you, big brother. However, Jiang Wang was still lost in thought. Dongshu reaching the 5th rank before 60 was already considered a genius in Zhuang. Just how terrifying is the talent of people like Zhuo Guangli and Li Yi? Can I, Jiang Wang, ever catch up to them? Fragrant smoke curled from the incense burner in Song Qifang's hand as he instructed. Turn in your assignments at the end of the session and review the basics of Taoist techniques beforehand. Jiang Wang pondered. Taoist techniques are divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Although Rucheng is lazy, he's very knowledgeable and couldn't help but tease. Third brother, your poverty limits your perception. Above grade A, there are super grade and immortal techniques. Kang Wang frowned and playfully scolded, You little rascal, you're just asking for a beating. Song Qifang, upon hearing this, slowly explained the power of the higher levels. Any Taoist who masters a supreme art can single-handedly destroy a small country, and if Zhuang could produce such a person, the nation would instantly become a superpower. As for immortal techniques, he hesitated, making the class hold their breath in anticipation before continuing. That's not something mortals like us can easily understand, but I hope you all strive to cultivate them one day, achieve enlightenment, and bring glory to Zhuang. With that, he waved his sleeve, dismissing class, and the disciples filed out of the courtyard, chatting amongst themselves. Suddenly a voice called out from behind, Senior brother Jiang Wang, please wait. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The call stopped Jiang Wang and his group in their tracks, and Jiang Wang turned his head slightly. "What is it?" The speaker was Fang Heiling, an inner court freshman, who bowed respectfully with hands clasped. "I am Fang Heiling, the eldest son of the Fang clan's patriarch, one of Fenglin City's 8 great families. Today, I've come to atone for Fang Pengju's insane ambitions. Forgive me, but Fang Pengju has been expelled from our family tree. The Fang family will never harbor such a heartless wretch." Jiang Wang and his companions heard this and turned to leave. "That's all in the past. No need to worry about it." This indifferent reaction startled Hak Lin, and not wanting to miss his chance, he quickly stepped in front of Kuang Vong, blocking his path with outstretched arms. "Wait, senior brother Jiang Wang, I'm not finished yet." Jiang Wang was losing patience. What did he want? Hao Ling began to ramble on. "I used the meridian opening elixir my father spent a fortune on yesterday, and now my Tao meridian has manifested." As he spoke, he feigned an extremely amiable expression. "Among the inner disciples this term, you and I are the only ones with visible spirit channels, so we should get to know each other better, don't you think?" Cutting him off, Jiang Wang silently walked forward, his shoulder bumping into He Ling, sending him staggering. Without looking back, he nonchalantly spoke with a bored tone, then left. Ignored and seething, Fang Heiling's hands clenched until his knuckles turned white. "You've made a powerful enemy, Jiang Wang." As night falls, the silver moonlight illuminates the dormitory area, and inside the three brothers' room, Ling He sits in meditation, his face flushed, eyes closed, and drenched in sweat. Night Tiger beside him wasn't doing much better, his brow furrowed in exertion, sweat pouring off him, and steam even rising from both their heads. Seeing this, Jiang Wang thought to himself, "My eldest and second brothers are working hard to practice earth-breathing techniques. I can't slack off either, or I'll soon be left behind." Suddenly, he opened his eyes, staring into the void. "Show yourself. Today is the 15th, the day we agreed to duel in the Taishu illusion realm." He held out his left hand, revealing a crescent moon glowing faintly in his palm. Closing his eyes to focus, Jiang Wang thought, "I need to complete the task first." Instantly, his consciousness was transported to a floating, illusory space. A magic circle appears beneath him as a solemn voice echoes, welcoming the master of Dongzhen Blessed Land. Seemingly eager to begin, a mechanical voice continues the countdown. Looking up at the combat arena above, Jiang Wang drew his sword, assuming a battle stance as the countdown echoed around him. 19, 18. A flicker of worry crossed his mind as he wondered what kind of opponent he would face today. 12, 11. His brow furrows, eyes fixed ahead. He calculates. In the last 30 days, he's fully absorbed the meridian opening pill, and he has a few Tao origin pills left over from when he started opening his meridians. Kang Wang reassured himself that even if he couldn't win, he should at least be able to trade a few blows. 3, 2, 1. With no activity, a message appeared in the air. His challenger forfeited. Seeing those words, Jiang Wang's face relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief, finally wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead. Immediately, his face lit up, unable to hide his joy. "The challenger forfeited, so I managed to protect this blessed land." Heh, heh. The system notification chimes once again. Day of reckoning for the number 23 blessed land, the final decision. Kang Wang began to calculate. This month yielded 1850 merit points, bringing my total to 3,700. His voice brimming with excitement, he says, "So many merits, it's time to do some research." He lowered himself onto the magic circle, chanting the words, and a long, glowing stone table appeared. Kang Wang's eyes widened with surprise and delight. He knew he could operate the table simply by placing his hand on it. Jiang Wang placed his hand on the glowing table, and an ancient scroll appeared as thoughts raced through his mind. He silently recited the techniques he knew and the amount of merit points he wanted to use to begin the deduction process. The primordial array cost 1850 merit points. A notification chimes as deduction, unraveling, and combination begin. Golden light streaks from the ancient text, painting the air with arcane symbols that blaze with brilliance. With 1850 merit points remaining, a final congratulatory message echoes. He's obtained the Jotian Star battle formation. A long scroll unfurls on the table, its ends still touching the ground due to its excessive length, leaving Jiang Wang astonished. Is it really this long? So, this is the Jotian starfighting formation? He waved to put away the scroll, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I still have 1850 merit points left. Should I save them for a higher level technique? But he immediately brushed that thought aside. In cultivation, 1 step behind is 1,000 steps behind. No one knows if tomorrow or disaster will come first, so it's best to become stronger now. That is the truth. No sooner said than done. Jiang Wang touched the table again, and an old sword manual appeared. 1850 points for a self-defense sword technique. Looking at the book emitting a faint golden light, he was a little doubtful, wondering if this sword manual bought from a street stall could deduce any decent moves. The system's emotionless voice sounded beginning deduction, disassembly, and combination. With each word, brilliant golden characters flew into the air, transforming into stick figures dancing with swords in incredibly subtle strokes. The golden light illuminated his handsome face, and Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Wow, this is an ultimate technique. Soon a stream of light enveloped him. Ru Cheng's sword is knocked away, leaving only a black afterimage in the sky as he clutches his trembling hand, questioning with unconcealed frustration. Damn it, I could usually take him on for at least 10 rounds, so why am I losing so badly today? Third brother, what the hell is that new sword technique of yours? Jiang Wang calmly sheathed his sword, a gentle smile on his face. This new swordsmanship is something I happened upon. It has 9 forms of practice and 5 forms of assassination. So far, I've only grasped half of it, but my understanding of swordsmanship has far surpassed what it was before. Jiang Wang watched his junior brother approach, humbly stating that the sword technique didn't yet have an official name. Ru Cheng. You're good with words. Help your third brother name it. Ru Cheng shook his wrist for B while thinking seriously. I see the power of this sword technique is unpredictable and unmatched. How about we call it Supreme Sword of the Court? Out of nowhere, Jiang Wang produced a boxing glove and smacked him upside the head, warning in a deep voice, "Be serious." Ru Cheng clutched his head, yelping, and quickly bowed in apology. He immediately stroked his chin again, mimicking the venerable vice principal, and analyzed, 9 forms of practice, 5 forms of assassination. 9 and 5 are the numbers of the Supreme. Finally, with a red bump just sprouting on his head, he concluded. In Ru Cheng's eyes, this was the emperor of all swords, so why not name it Purple Qi comes from the east? Jiang Wang's eyes lit up like stars, and he laughed with satisfaction. Purple Qi comes from the east. An excellent name. From now on, this sword technique shall be known as such. Suddenly, Ru Cheng leaps, clinging to him like a koala. Jiang Wang froze, hands raised in the air. What was he supposed to do? The little rascal looked up at his senior with wide, innocent eyes, then suddenly changed his tune, throwing a tantrum. Ru Cheng wants to learn too. Teach me, please. Startled by the sudden change, Jiang Wang pushed the boy's face away, while the family's steward, Deng, watched from afar, speechless, and cleared his throat to remind them. Deng the steward bowed slightly, holding the sword with both hands, and respectfully announced, Young hero Le Kiem Thu of the Academy has come to find young Master Kuang Vong, and the man behind him bows respectfully. The sky was clear without a cloud in sight as the two passed through the gate, Jiang Wang following behind Junqiu, politely saying, I'm sorry to trouble you, Senior Brother Li. I wonder what Master Dong wants to see me about? Li Junqiu, his face unchanged, looked straight ahead and replied, It's just a message. I'm not some noble. No need for formalities, Junior Brother Jiang Wang. As for why Master Dong summoned you, I'm not sure, but I suspect it has something to do with the demon attack on the outer court. A wave of unease washes over Jiang Wang as he wonders if Master Dong has uncovered something important at the City Lord's mansion. Arriving at their destination, Junqiu addresses the two figures waiting by the doorway without turning back. You're finally here. Jiang Wang's mind raced with questions. Oh, there are others? Fang Heling noticed the two figures, immediately raising her chin, squinting, and speaking with a strange, sarcastic tone. Oh, so the person Senior Brother Li went to find himself is Jiang Wang, Heling said, pointing from the steps. Chatter, chatter. Kuang Vong, you're really something, not only troubling Senior Brother Lei to find you, but also making Senior Brother Zhang wait so long. Ignoring the babbling fool, Jiang Wang and Li Jiangqiu clasped their hands respectfully, greeting the other man. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhang. Zhang Linchuan, a fifth-year student known for his refined elegance, turned back with a gentle smile. Greetings, brothers. Master Dong is meditating inside. Let us wait in silence. With that, whether by accident or design, the four scattered to the corners, keeping their distance as they waited under the silent eaves. A moment later, the heavy wooden door finally opened and footsteps echoed from within, growing louder until they stopped at the threshold. The four bowed in unison. Greetings, Master Dong. Dong A emerged, face stern, eyes sharp as knives, hinting at a killer's intent. Without preamble, he cut to the chase. You all know about the demon attack that killed an outer sect disciple. Although the city lord promised to investigate, the authorities have yet to produce any results. Our academy's affairs are not for outsiders to handle. The academy is sending you to investigate this matter, and your merit will be judged according to the standards of an 8th grade mission. Zhang Wang and Feng Haling are the only 2 disciples whose Dao meridians have manifested this time, so you, as their seniors, must guide them and help them hone their skills. Upon hearing her name, Feng Haling blushed with excitement and a smug look. Dong A then turned to Zhang Linchuan to give instructions. Linchuan and Jianqiu, split up and each of you lead 1 junior brother to investigate. The mission rewards will be divided accordingly. Whoever uncovers a clue first will receive 9 parts of the credit. That's how we'll proceed, their master decided. The group of disciples immediately bowed in acknowledgement. As you command, master. Donga waved his sleeve, turned, and walked away, leaving his disciples with a cold, proud figure, gesturing for them to leave. In the lotus pond, colorful koi swam among the lush green leaves as Zhang Linchuan, as the eldest brother, spoke first to break the silence. I have a friend working in the criminal investigation department who has some useful leads on this demon attack. He looked at the other 3, still smiling gently, politely asking for their opinions. First, before the attack, the demon stayed at the Fulai Inn for 3 days, surely leaving traces. Second, a family in the town was brutally murdered, the scene thick with death and the stench of corpses. What suggestions do you disciples have regarding the investigation and team assignments? Feng Haling quickly raised his hand to speak. Although I'd love to follow senior brother Lie, the Feng and Zhang families have been close for generations, so regrettably I'll go with senior brother Zhang. Lijianshu stood motionless, like a statue, his face indifferent, and coldly said, "This intelligence was obtained by senior brother Zhang, so naturally we'll follow his lead." Zhang Wang nodded in agreement, not wanting to stand out from the group. "I'll follow senior brother Zhang's lead as well." Zhang Linchuan coughed lightly, covering his mouth with a handkerchief, but before he could speak, Feng Haling interrupted, arms crossed, questioning Zhang Wang with a superior attitude. "Hey, senior brother Zhang asked if we had any suggestions, but all you do is copy." Junior brother Li echoes him, devoid of any original thought. The other 3, as if telepathically linked, collectively treat this brainless follower as if he were air. Zhang Linchuan clasped his hands, turned, and left, giving his final orders. "Then we depart tomorrow. Jianqiu, take junior brother Fang to the Fulai Inn to investigate. I will take junior brother Jiang to the town's main roads." Seizing the moment, Zhang Wang bowed swiftly. "Understood, Senior Jiang." Hooves thunder past, kicking up dust that sends crows scattering from a roadside carcass, their cries echoing mournfully. An old woman in patched white clothes, carrying a basket, bows her head and shrinks to the side of the road. Zhang Wang and Zhang Linchuan slowed their horses to a walking pace, one in front of the other, as Zhang Wang surveyed their surroundings, remarking, "The people of Tangsha Town primarily live by hunting. They usually only come to town to trade on the 1st and 15th of the month, so it's deserted now." So it was. He straightened in his saddle, smiling gently, and praised his junior. It seems junior brother Zhang has done his homework before starting this mission. Zhang Wang felt flattered, but secretly steeled his resolve. Senior Zhang is a top 5th-year student, renowned in the Dao Viet rankings, and even though the dean arranged for him to guide me, I absolutely cannot be negligent or dependent. On the surface, he remained humble, replying politely, "It's my duty. Senior Zhang is too kind." Finally, the pair arrived at their destination, quickly dismounting before a simple but somewhat gloomy building. A constable was already waiting, rushing to take the reins and care for the horses, his wide eyes respectful as he bowed. "I am Duongdon, a constable of this town. Esteemed heroes, your extraordinary bearing suggests you are destined for greatness, so please, deliver justice to the people here." He spoke, stealing glances at Zhang Wang, who returned the greeting as Lin Chuan coldly strode forward. Tang Dun hurried after them, continuing his torrent of grievances. Tang Danu and his wife were honest, good people. Before them stood an old, locked wooden door, as Tang Dun cursed the demons for their unforgivable actions. A faded yellow talisman was loosely stuck to the lock. Lin Chuan, not wanting to waste time on lengthy explanations, coldly ordered it open. Trembling, Duongdon immediately obeyed. Yes, the doors burst open, unleashing a wave of putrid stench that forced Lin Chuan to cover his face, his brow furrowed in disgust. The 2 brothers quickly entered the dilapidated house, thick miasma swirling inside like fog, the ground littered with a jumble of human and animal bones. Zhang Wang went first, his hand gripping the sword hilt behind his back, wary. The timid Tang Dun peeked in from the doorway as Gu Yu called out, "Young heroes, be careful. The evil energy in here is strong." Entering the main hall, the crime scene appeared horrifying and vivid. A stark white skeleton, still clothed, slumped over the dining table. Before them was an unfinished meal, complete with chopsticks and bowls and an overturned chair. Jiang Wang examined the food, surprised to see it still looked fresh, with no signs of spoilage. Doubt filled his mind. How could the food be fresh while the body was skeletal? Was it some kind of dark magic or demonic ritual? Wary, he didn't turn back to ask Lin Chuan. "Senior Zhang, would you like to check inside?" Lin Chuan, with a handkerchief over his nose, flatly refused and assigned tasks. "No need, let's split up and investigate. Report anything suspicious immediately." With that, Lin Chuan bypassed the main room and headed to the right. Pushing aside the tattered curtain, Jiang Wang entered the opposite room, which appeared to be the family's bedroom. The neatly folded bedding sits atop the cabinet, but the rest of the room is a chaotic mess, as if ravaged by a storm. On the tattered mat, 2 children's toys, a tumbler and a spinning top, lay untouched, facing a small skeleton propped against the wall. Jiang Wang staggered, silently replaying the tragedy. The father worked in the yard, the mother prepared food, the daughter played in her room, all slaughtered in an instant. He bent down and picked up a piece of paper scribbled on the floor. The drawing depicted a family of 3 and their dog playing happily in the sun. Jiang Wang clenched the paper, his heart swelling with rage. They were once an ordinary, happy family, yet they were brutally murdered by demons. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room plummeted, becoming as cold as an ice cellar, and eerie green smoke poured from the eye sockets and mouth of the tiny skull. As Jiang Wang seethed with rage, cursing the heretics, the skeleton suddenly glowed with an eerie green light, shooting towards him from the bed. It reached out its bony hands, screeching, "Big brother!" But instead of a warm embrace, it met Jiang Wang's foot. Infused with power, the perfectly aimed kick shattered every tooth, nasal bone, and vertebra of the skeleton, sending the monster flying back to slam against the opposite wall. "Ha ha ha, little Taoist, you just mourned this young girl's death, yet you've already destroyed her last remains. How hypocritical. You foul demon, don't think your twisted words can shake my resolve." He quickly analyzed the situation, realizing the room must be soundproofed, or Zhang would have come to help after all that commotion. The skull continues to taunt him, calling him a stubborn little Taoist, but no matter. Now that no one can get in or out, he can just wait to die. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wang remained calm, his eyes as sharp as knives. If he were truly confident of victory, he wouldn't bother with these psychological games. He's waiting for me to slip up so he can ambush me. The demon is definitely still hiding in this room. Deciding to strike first, Jiang Wang spun his sword, his inner power exploding, radiating a terrifying aura. "You said no one could leave, so that's for the best," he shouted, his sword unleashing a brilliant purple aura that pierced every corner of the house, illuminating it from window to rooftop. His sword technique, Chi from the East, Deadly Serpent, strikes. Jiang Wang's blade crashes into the wall, leaving a deep gash, proving his judgment correct. Blue blood stains the blade as he scans his surroundings warily. Even if he can't break the illusion, his sword can still wound him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wang, a pair of cold eyes has been watching him from the shadows, employing the advanced yin-yang isolation art to seal off the space and completely isolate him. Though he gained a temporary advantage, Bonecoat was momentarily stunned by Jiang Wang's desperate actions. He never expected that someone who hadn't even established a cultivation foundation could shake the white bone sex imprisonment technique with just a mundane sword. This young Taoist's swordsmanship is extraordinary, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Seeing his enemy determined to hide, Jiang Wang thought to himself, "You want to run, do you? Then taste this move as well." The next sword strike from Jiang Wang seemed like a probe, but unexpectedly it powerfully shattered the veil, completely freeing him from the confined space. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Wang lamented, "Damn it, he got away." Seeing his junior brother's frustration, Lin Chuan asked about the situation. In this critical situation, Jiang Wang quickly summarized, "Just now, a demon used magic to trap me inside. Did senior brother Zhang see him outside?" Before Lin Chuan could answer, Jiang Wang noticed something strange. The skull on the stall and the head near the doorway suddenly turned into a dark gray smoke and vanished into thin air. Seeing his junior's expression, Lin Chuan seemed to guess what had happened. "I burned the 2 corpses that came back to life outside. Did you fight that demon?" Kang Wang nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's just a shame I couldn't inflict a fatal wound and allowed him to escape." Lin Chuan reassured him, "That's enough." As he spoke, he caught a drop of blue liquid falling from Jiang Wang's sword and said seriously, Vice President Xingtong of the Six-Horned Crocodile Clan. If we give him this drop of blood, he can definitely track down that demon. With the scene resolved and no further issues for Lin Chuan Yu, it was time to return, the trip now having provided a satisfactory explanation to Master Dong. On the way back, however, Lin Chuan suddenly changed the subject, glancing at Jiang Wang with a half-smile. Or am I mistaken, junior brother Jiang? You seemed incredibly angry just now. In response to that probing, Jiang Wang's expression darkened, his voice tinged with sadness. I have a half-sister, and we're very close. But after my stepmother died, she remarried and moved to Wangjiang City. We haven't seen each other in years. Seeing that little girl harmed by the demon, I couldn't help but think of my sister, and lost my temper. I apologize for my outburst, senior brother. As they returned to the main road, Jiang Wang placed a heavy pouch of money in the local official's hand and instructed, "Please bury this family properly, as a favor to us." The constable bowed hurriedly in thanks. "Yes, I thank you for your great kindness on behalf of Chunur. For now, all is calm." The two spurred their horses onward, and as they galloped down the narrow path, Jiang Wang mused that even a remote place like this had roads maintained by the government. He couldn't imagine how much money and resources the court invested in this every year. Regarding this, Lin Chuan's perspective was clearly broader. He explained, even with such a large investment, they can only drive away wild beasts and low-level demonic beasts, ensuring basic traffic. If a powerful demon beast appears, a strong cultivator is still needed to eliminate it, let alone a ferocious beast. Still unclear, Jiang Wang asked, "Wild beasts aside, I know about demon beasts, since their Dao veins can be used to refine meridian opening pills, so even though demon beasts are dangerous, to some extent they are still considered resources." "What about the ferocious beasts?" Lin Chuan patiently explained. "Here, they're divided into 3 types: wild beasts, demon beasts, and ferocious beasts. Junior brother Jiang Wang is eager to learn, so I'll explain further. Simply put, corrupted beasts are either wild animals tainted by evil energy or demonic beasts that have lost their minds. Because they're corrupted, their skin, fur, bones, and flesh are useless, and because they've lost their minds, their cores are damaged and can't be used for alchemy. The worst part is that these beasts are not only worthless but also extremely ferocious and powerful, making their extermination a costly and thankless task, and their appearance is considered a calamity." Hearing this, Jiang Wang finally understood. "So that's it. I understand now." Having answered his junior's questions, Lin Chuan leaned in, his voice turning cold and laced with meaning. "Now, it's my turn. Zhang would like to ask junior brother Jiang. Those demons attacked you at the academy and then again on the road." Stunned, Jiang Wang finally found his voice. "Yes." Lin Chuan commanded the golden leaves to rise, his eyes coldly awaiting an answer. "They all seem to be after junior brother Jiang. Does he possess a secret that attracts them?" Under Lin Chuan's control, the withered leaves suddenly became incredibly sharp, surrounding Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang was momentarily confused, thinking to himself, "Isn't my only secret the virtual key of Zuoguangli?" That moment of hesitation made him a stationary target, and a merciless attack came from behind. But it turned out that Zhang wasn't aiming at Jiang Wang, but rather to intercept a black arrow speeding towards him, deflecting the hidden projectile. Immediately, Zhang Linchuan used the horse's back as leverage, leaping high into the air. As he flew in the opposite direction, a boisterous voice echoed through the space. "I've been waiting for you. Drop dead." Everything happened so fast. Before Jiang Wang could process it, Senior Zhang was already shouting a warning. "He's dangerous. Scatter and retreat." A cold light flashed in Jiang Wang's eyes as he turned without hesitation, sacrificing his horse to save his life, guessing that the voice belonged to the demon from the room earlier. Contrary to his senior's retreat, Jiang Wang chose to hunt him down, yelling, "Damn demon, are you afraid of me? If you have the guts, don't run." At the same time, he unleashed the first move of the Donglai sword technique, sealing off the opponent's escape. "Ha, trying to provoke me with reverse psychology? Don't flatter yourself, they're afraid of Zhang Linchuan beside you, but such mockery does not deter Jiang Wang. The second killing move, precise and absolute, is unleashed with a furious cry. Slaughtering the innocent, die." Each of Jiang Wang's sword strikes was concise and disturbingly sharp, but unfortunately, Gu Yi remained unfazed. Ignoring the wounds on his body, he sneered, "Your swordsmanship is somewhat skilled. But alas, you're just an undeveloped mystic, unable to even use mystic arts. Just a naive little kid." It seems he's had enough playing around as Gu Yi breaks free from his bandages, his voice full of boastfulness. "Let me show you the true difference in our power." As expected, Gu Yi was not all talk, and in an instant his left arm swelled and mutated into a massive lump of flesh, smashing through a large tree in its path as it hurtled towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang quickly raised his sword to protect his vital points, but he still felt immense pressure. That arm was not only abnormally large, but its flesh was as hard as rock, changing the very nature of things, the power of Taoist arts. Blasted backward by the force of the attack, Jiang Wang was even more certain that his opponent was holding back. Faced with the enemy's overbearing aura, Jiang Wang gritted his teeth and endured the disparity in strength. All my trump cards now are only the purple chi sword art and the 2 Dao essences accumulated from the Chong Meridian. Seeing him standing still, Bone Robe became even more delighted, waving his arms and legs. Ha ha ha, little Taoist. It's too late to regret it now. Try to be smarter in your next life. The giant fist hurtles towards Jiang Wang once more, but this time he doesn't defend. At his will, the Dao Yuan within his Dao Meridian began to erupt as Jiang Wang channeled all his power into a decisive counterattack. In this situation, he can't linger or retreat. He must unleash all his moves and kill him with a surprise attack. The kid was holding back. Remembering the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Boneclothes hastily fled. Reaching a temporarily safe area, he took a deep breath to calm himself, then suppressed all the dark poison within his failing body as he plotted. His swordsmanship is too terrifying to face head-on. Discretion is the better part of valor. With that decided, he exhaled deeply, releasing a sinister, eerie green mist that quickly spread throughout the area. The toxic gas seeped through every path and crevice in the forest, clinging to the ground and corroding the life of every plant it touched. The bone ghoul, hidden in the toxic mist, smugly thought, "Now I'm concealed in poison, able to attack or defend. Just wait and slowly die, little Taoist." But will things go as he wishes? His eyes widen in shock at the seemingly impossible scene unfolding before him, and he stammers, Sword chi protection." Standing tall, Jiang Wang points his sword to the heavens, unleashing the 4th killing move. 10 years of honing, the blade now thirsts for blood, and all the pent-up hatred is unleashed in this moment, each word filled with murderous intent. Today, you'll taste the destruction of the origin cores you struggled so hard to accumulate. This earth-shattering energy allows Jiang Wang to unleash his ultimate technique. From the Eastern Qi, the 5th killing move of the sword technique, the key lies in intent. Faced with the terrifying image and bleak future, Bone Ghoul couldn't understand how a mere Qi practitioner could accomplish this. Before he could think any further, the giant sword of will and boundless spiritual power descended, cleaving the bone armor in two with a resounding hum. Who has a grievance? At the same time, the mundane sword in Jiang Wang's hand, after bearing the overloaded energy, suddenly shattered into small pieces and fell to the ground. Exhausted, Jiang Wang collapsed to his knees, seizing every moment to catch his breath, his mind racing. With my current cultivation, forcing myself to expend all my Dao energy to unleash 5 consecutive killing moves, this body simply can't handle it. Suddenly, a familiar pair of shoes appeared in sight. It was senior brother Zhang Linchuan, composed as ever, who said calmly, "Just as I predicted, you wounded the demon, causing him to spill blood. Afraid of being exposed, they had to return to Hongfei to destroy the evidence. Otherwise, they would have had to flee the state of Zhuang." He smiled approvingly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He remarked that despite his junior's cultivation base not being high, he was indeed impressive to have the ability to single-handedly slay a demon with an 8th-level cultivation base. Then he expressed his regret. "I originally intended to capture one alive for interrogation, but death is what it is." With that done, Linchuan slowly withdrew a white silk cloth, carefully wiping each finger. With Ziying and Qingjian's help, Jiang Wang struggled to his feet, saying with shame, "It was only because the demons feared Senior Zhang's reputation that they panicked and fled, allowing me to find an opening to win." He bowed his head in apology, explaining that in the life-or-death struggle he had to give it his all, unable to keep anyone alive, thus disrupting his senior's plan. "It's all right. I'm the one who feels ashamed for letting you face danger alone and relying on your sword talent to solve the problem. I don't blame you at all." Suddenly, Jiang Wang had an idea. "Senior brother, if blood can be used to track them, can we find more clues from the bodies or souls of these demons?" Lin Chuan shook his head and sighed. "It's useless. I've already tried soul-searching on those 2 heads." He carefully supported Jiang Wang, explaining as they walked. Their minds were cursed with a Kach-Ha enchantment. Upon capture or death, it would activate, shattering their souls and erasing all memories, making any recovery of the bodies pointless. Realization dawns on Jiang Wang, a truly cruel method. Seeing his junior brother still lost in thought, Lin Chuan gently reminds him that they can worry about that later. The most important thing now is to make sure junior brother Jiang is okay. Let's get his wounds bandaged at the nearest clinic. Zhang Wang quickly refused, saying his minor injury was nothing and they shouldn't delay reporting back to Master Dong at the academy. Before leaving, Lin Chuan glanced back at the dissipating mist and said, "All right, but the protective formation along this road has been eroded by evil energy. Before we return, I need to report it to the authorities so they can send someone to repair it in time." In contrast to the desolation and chilling cold of the outskirts, Fenglin's inner city became more brightly lit and bustling as night fell. In a luxurious brothel, music and laughter filled the air. In a lavish room, a plump face tilted back, lost in ecstasy. That is Dong Yao, the deputy swift arrest of the arrest division, and even on a soft brocade cushion, he overflows with enthusiasm, rambling on and on. Duongok, I'll give you anything you want." Not far away, behind a screen, a night watchman knelt, trying to report news without disturbing the official's pleasure. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, the situation at Duongja town has been exposed. Should we send more men to ambush? It turns out the beauty Dong Yao called out to in his stupor, Duongok, was actually in the room. She languidly bathed in the moonlight by the window, her bewitching beauty tinged with boredom. She yawned softly, her voice lazy. No need. However, a sharp glint of curiosity flashed in her eyes as she mentioned a name. "But I'm very interested in this young Taoist, Kuang Vong. To defeat my masters with swordsmanship alone, what kind of technique is it and who taught it to him?" The subordinate bowed his head, his voice trembling. "I am incompetent. I truly could not investigate the origins of his swordsmanship. I only know that it is a type of swordsmanship that has never appeared in Fonglam City." Lost in thought, Duonguk waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave." Without hesitation, the subordinate made a hand seal, chanting under his breath. Beneath the river of oblivion, the source of the yellow springs, a deity returns to illuminate the mortal realm. His body melts away, vanishing into nothingness like a drop of water on the wooden floor. Once the henchman is gone, she leans against the railing, muttering to herself. Sword techniques never before seen in Fonglam City. If he isn't the descendant of some secret, noble family, then it must be related to that person. The scene shifts to the academy. In a silent room, only the sound of trickling water and a goldfish flicking its tail can be heard, as a man lies on the floor, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth. That's the result of a devastating soul-summoning strike to the head. Fengling anxiously asks, "Master, did you discover any other important information?" This is the man you and senior brother Li worked so hard to capture from the inn. Dong-A withdrew his consciousness, his eyes as deep as an abyss, his voice unwavering. This man's soul was shattered by a forbidden spell in his brain, leaving his memories empty and devoid of useful information. With such thorough precautions, I believe this man is backed by an extremely dangerous secret organization, and this is definitely not simple. He was about to elaborate on the grand conspiracies he had imagined, but Dong-A interrupted him sternly. "Enough nonsense." He turned to the person who had just entered. "What about your side?" Lin Chuan asked. Lin Chuan respectfully bowed and reported the situation in full. "Master, we encountered 3 demons in the town, all with the same kind of restriction placed in their minds. If captured, they self-destruct, so we couldn't take any alive. 2 disciples killed 2, and junior brother Jiang Wang single-handedly killed 1. Hearing this, Fang Hailing was stunned. What? Or Jiang Wang killed a demon all by himself? This was indeed unusual for a new disciple, but Dong-A simply stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes revealing satisfaction. "Jiang Wang, well done." Noticing the resentful look from Heling, Jiang Wang quickly clasped his hands in humility. "You flatter me, master. It was Senior Zhang's reputation that intimidated them, allowing me to win." Dong-A was pleased with this tactful answer and solemnly declared, At least you know your place. This mission is complete. Each of you will receive 5 merit points. Dismissed." The 3 disciples responded in unison, while Heling stood there dumbfounded, looking around in confusion. After everyone left, Li Jiangqiu suddenly turned to Jiang Wang and asked, "Do you have any plans later?" Jiang Wang politely replied that he was planning to visit the Hall of Merit to broaden his horizons. Meanwhile, Healing's questioning mumbles echoed from behind. Didn't the master say this was an 8th grade mission? Why did everyone only get a measly 5 points? The answer awaited him in the harsh reality. Missions only care about results, and 5 points is already a blessing. Finally, Jiang Wang enters the Hall of Merit. Stepping through the threshold, he paused. He wasn't alone, but it didn't matter. Slowly, Jiang Wang raised his head, silently summoning the merit list, and a wondrous sight unfolded before him. Indeed, this place changes according to the viewer's will. Zhuang country must have spent a fortune to build this merit hall. Scanning the rankings, he notes senior brother Lu's impressive 17th place. As the names came into view, Jiang Wang couldn't help but gasp. Zhang is in 3rd place with 700 points. How many years of missions would it take me to get that much? As the scroll of light unfurled, he scanned each name, finding Wei Ran in 2nd place, an outsider with more merit points than even senior Zhang. A thought flashed through Jiang Wang's mind. Could this person be related to Wei Kutat, the lord of Fenglin City, since they share the same surname? So, who tops the prestigious golden list? The name finally appears in a blaze of glory with 1,300 points. This is insane. His score is almost double that of the 2nd place contestant. The name is both familiar and foreign to Jiang Wang. Xu Weiwo, the Academy's acknowledged senior disciple, as mysterious as a dragon, only accepting missions of the 7th rank or higher. Jiang Wang's expression turned serious. Rumor has it his strength rivals that of the other city's academy deans. Enough observation. Jiang Wang decisively gave the order in his mind. Merit board. Find me the standard magic sword with the lowest possible exchange value. The merit hall responded instantly, conjuring a sword that floated in the air, a standard magic sword crafted from refined steel by the nation's top blacksmith, its blade etched with Dao patterns, capable of storing and instantly unleashing a Dao technique. The exchange price is 300 merit points. Curious, Jiang Wang reached out to touch the sword's image, and his mind automatically analyzed its ability to instantly unleash Taoist techniques. If combined with my swordsmanship, wouldn't I be able to unleash unpredictable moves? Still, at 300 merit points, I should consider it more carefully. Before he could think further, a large face suddenly appeared in front of him. Backlit. New junior disciple, eh? Startled, Jiang Wang nearly dropped his illusory sword in shock. Thankfully, his ingrained manners helped him regain his composure, and he bowed. Forgive my intrusion. I'm Jiang Wang, new to the inner sanctum. Contrary to his initially intimidating appearance, his tone was remarkably gentle. I am Wang Changsheng, a 3rd-year student of the Dao Institute. Seeing the obedient junior, Wang Changjiang laughed heartily and returned the greeting. Ha ha, I scared you, my apologies. What a coincidence. See you next time. Jiang Wang smiled humbly. Yes, see you later. But inside, his emotions were turbulent. Wang Changxiang of the Wang family, one of the 3 great families of Fenglin City. He ranks 7th on the list of meritorious deeds, even higher than senior brother Li. Just then, his sworn brother rushed over, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Third brother. There's an urgent letter for you. It's from home. Jiang Wang took the letter and immediately tore open the seal. Wangzi, are you doing well at the Dao Academy? Are you taking care of yourself? I'm sorry I haven't been able to contact you for the past few months. My life here in Wangjiang City has suddenly taken a turn, and I'm running around trying to manage everything. Your father's medicinal herb business was going well, but unfortunately, the Lin family has taken an interest and is making things difficult. But rest assured, I won't let them have their way. It's just that things aren't settled yet, and I'm afraid Anne will be implicated. She was always timid, and I fear she'll suffer. So, Wangzi, can you take care of Anan for a while? I'll bring her back when things settle down. His mother's letter finished, Jiang Wang murmured, dazed. Anan. In the blink of an eye, the little girl stood before him, her voice clear and soft. Brother. The little sister's sudden appearance caused a stir among the brothers. Rucheng and Ling He approached her in turn. Little sister, you're so adorable. If you need anything, just let me know. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang focused solely on his little sister, asking tenderly, Anan, would you like to stay with your brother for a while? Little Anan, seemingly in shock, kept her head down and whispered in a trembling voice, Brother, does Mom not want me anymore? No, that's not it at all, Jiang Wang frantically objected. Your mother is just busy today, so she asked me to play with you. With that, Jiang Wang winked at his crazy brothers for help. Fortunately, his fellow disciples caught on quickly, and with a swift motion, Guoguo lifted the little girl high into the air, determined to take care of her and help her forget her sadness. One by one, they cheered with excitement. Let's take on around Fonglam City, everyone. That's right. The market in Fonglam City is a lot of fun. Bye. Today Zhao Gongzi will pay for everything. Rusin made a generous declaration, and with An on his shoulders, Yahoo was even more enthusiastic. And with Du Yehu as her personal carrier, Anan wouldn't have to walk a single step. True to his word, for the rest of the journey, everyone ate and played to their heart's content, with Nu Thun footing the bill for everything. But their fun didn't stop there. They escorted the little girl, letting her experience all sorts of mischief, even teasing dogs along the way. Until sunset, the group played shuttlecock together, and even the ever-calm Ling He finally broke into a hearty laugh. The day went smoothly, filled with laughter and play, but the joy suddenly faltered when the kite string snapped and the bird-shaped kite lost its lift and fell to the ground. Jiang Wang quickly bent down to pick it up, comforting her. "It's okay, we can fly it again." But Anan whispered, "No, I want to go home." Kuang Vong, still trying to sound cheerful, tilted his head and asked, "Anan, did you have fun today?" "If I played with you like this every day, would you want to stay and live with me?" The little girl quickly responded with her adorable, milky voice. Happy, and would definitely agree. However, all the pent-up grievances suddenly burst forth with tears. It's just... Rucheng and Ling He watched in shock. Even Yaho, who was initially the most enthusiastic about luring her, could only sigh in contemplation. There was no way around it. This couldn't be hidden for long. The moment she let her emotions go was like opening a floodgate, and her sadness poured out uncontrollably. "Brother, and wants to go home, and wants to find Mom. Boo-hoo, brother, does Mom not want An anymore?" Her heart-wrenching sobs echoed, and all Kuang Vong could do was grit his teeth and try to stay calm. "No, that's not true. Mom will come for you soon. Before she does, your big brother will always be here to protect you." The sobbing continued, and a melancholic breeze swept through the soft meadow, carrying a hint of sorrow. Linga was the first to rush over, embracing the siblings and whispering gently, "Linga will protect you too." Not to be outdone, the others eagerly joined in. "Hey, don't forget about Zhao Rucheng." But most surprising of all was Wild Tiger, the hulking man who burst into the loudest sobs. "It reminds me of my deceased parents. He becomes a protective barrier for everyone," sobbing. "I want a hug too. Boo-hoo." The crimson exorcism light, once heavy and melancholic, suddenly became strangely serene, as white cranes soared through the wind-swept reeds. Suddenly, An unleashes her strength, shoving her brothers away as she playfully teases them through tears. All right, you guys are such crybabies." After a moment of emotion, Jiang Wang returned to reality with his worries, confiding in them. "And Anne won't be comfortable in the academy dorms, so I want to find a place outside, but my weapons broke recently, so I've been spending a lot." Ling Qi hesitantly suggested, "Big brother has some savings, third brother. Take it and use it for now." Wild Fox also grinned, nominating himself. "I have some money saved for drinks, I'll chip in too. As for Nu Than, the richest young master of the group, forget your pocket change. I'll have Uncle Dang arrange a place for third brother. A small problem." "Yes." The sun slowly dipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows that merged across the land as they cheerfully joked with one another. "You think money buys you everything, kid? That's right, it does. Release my brother now. Everyone, listen up. From now on, An is our little sister, so we all need to set a good example." A grand map of the empire unfolds in his mind. He who plans not for the long term is not fit for a season, and he who plans not for the whole is not fit to rule a part. Is the path of cultivation like gazing at a starry sky? Limiting your vision to what's beneath your feet is like being a frog in a well, forever blind to the vastness of the heavens. Song Jifang's instructions echoed, emphasizing the importance of broadening horizons. Cultivators can't just seclude themselves, they must grasp the grand scheme of the world. Currently, the world is divided among the 6 hegemonic nations of Jing, Qi, Chu, Qin, Mu, and Jing. He slowly analyzed each power. The kingdom of Jing dominates the central region, guarding the gate of 10,000 demons, while the kingdom of Qi reigns over the eastern region, bordering the sea, tasked with suppressing the Sea Tribe. The Chu kingdom dominates the southern domain, guarding the immortal abyss thanks to its unique location at the southernmost tip. The Qin kingdom reigns over the western domain, occupying the resource-rich southwest and suppressing the Asura race in the depths of the abyss. Meanwhile, Mu and Jing shared power in the northern region, forming an alliance as the first line of defense against the demonic invasion. Song Qifang's eyes swept over the attentive disciples below, his voice deepening. "Our Zhuang state is but a small country, wedged between the borders of the 3 states of Cheng, Mai, and Yang, and indirectly bordering the 2 states of Yun and Luo. To survive in the cracks between these powerful nations, small countries like ours must cooperate and compete fiercely with each other. Therefore, the art of balancing power becomes especially important." Mastering it not only ensures your own invincibility, but also allows you to use the strength of others, lure the tiger from the mountain, and achieve victory against all odds. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, Li Jianshu and Yehu were whispering to each other. Yehu asked, "Third brother, are you used to living outside? If you need someone to look after Anan, just say the word." Kimthu nodded in agreement. That's right, with so much going on at the academy, how could they leave Anan alone at home? With a reassuring smile, Jiang Wang said, "Don't worry, brothers. Ru Chung has arranged for Anan to attend private school with Uncle Deng's help. As long as I manage my training time, I can pick her up on time." Ru Chung chimed in, boasting that anything money can solve isn't a problem. Suddenly, the rapid beat of drums echoed from outside, drawing the attention of all the inner disciples. "What's going on?" A clear voice rang out as the large door was pushed open. "Emergency assembly, all inner disciples immediately report to the lecture hall." Wei Ran strode into the classroom, radiating authority, and said to the podium, "Director Song, excuse me, but the situation is urgent, so I'll borrow your class for a bit. Even Song Chifang has to show him respect." "Not at all, General Wei, please. Make yourself at home." Wei Ran's grand entrance caused discontent among many of the inner disciples, and whispers filled the room. "Who is this guy? How dare you be so rude to the vice principal? Keep your voice down. This is Wei Ran, third on the merit board and a general in the city garrison. In cultivation, strength matters more than age." Humph. Who told Dean Tong to remain stuck at the 7th rank, even in his 80s? Wei Ran stood on the platform, smugly giving orders to the person next to him. "Zhao Lang, make the announcement." Zhao Lang received the order and stepped forward to declare it clearly. For the past 5 days, no news has come out of Little Forest Town, and its thousands of residents have been completely isolated. By order of the city lord, we are summoning at least 30 inner disciples to immediately depart for Little Forest Town to investigate. The inner disciples were unwilling and protested. "Isn't this the responsibility of the Bloodhound unit? Why come to the academy to arrest people? And aren't you city guards still here?" Amidst the growing chaos, Zhao Lang patiently explained that the heart-eating demon bear had appeared in Three Mountain City, so most of the arrest division's manpower had been deployed there. As for the city garrison, Wei Ran interrupted Zhao Lang, coldly cutting off all questions, stating, "The city garrison has other, more important tasks. In short, the reward for this mission will be tripled, and I will personally lead the team." The disciples grew restless, a mix of opinions erupting. Is this forced conscription because Master Dong isn't in Fonglam City? But the merit points are tripled, a rare opportunity, and being led by Wei Ran himself is worth considering. Wei Ran, in the position of deputy director, declared decisively, "In principle, it's voluntary, but if fewer than 30 inner disciples sign up, I'll use the city lord's authority to make it mandatory." As Zhang Wang's group discussed it, Zhang Wang turned to ask, "What do you think, brother?" Rucheng yawned, discouraged. "No thanks, I was planning on catching up on sleep." In contrast to Rucheng's weariness, senior apprentice brother Ling, he calmly replied, "For me, this is a rare opportunity to accumulate merit, so, of course, I have to go." Yahoo also nodded in agreement. "Me too. I need to earn merit to quickly exchange for an enlightenment pill." While the crowd hesitated, someone suddenly stepped forward. Duyehu, thumping his chest, boomed, "These 4 brothers will register." His quick actions caught Zhao Rucheng off guard, leaving him stunned. "Hey, what are you doing? Why did you decide for me too?" Wei Ran cast a probing gaze over the group of 4, raising an eyebrow with a hint of doubt. "Oh, just the 4 of you, and all first-year students. Your skills are probably still too green. However, speed is of the essence, and there's no time to be picky." Wei Ran waved his hand, ordering the scribe to record their names. "Yeah, the list requires 30 people, and we're still short 26. Anyone else willing to volunteer?" At that moment, a composed man stepped forward from the crowd, declaring, "We cultivators of the academy are nurtured by the nation and enjoy the king's bounty, so we must contribute to the country and its people." He bowed respectfully before Wei Ran, his voice ringing out. Li Jianqiu, a third-year student from the inner academy, volunteers to join. Immediately after, another hand shot up, accompanied by hearty laughter. "Well said. I can't sit this one out." Another steps forward with a calm demeanor. Wang Changjiang, a third-year student of the academy, requests to register. Wei Ran's expression remained stern and cold. "Good. 24 more are still needed." Though outwardly calm, inwardly, he nodded in satisfaction. With such outstanding talents from the inner sanctum, like Li Jianqiu and Wang Changxiang, joining, this trip is now much more certain. Seeing the two strongest senior brothers of the inner sect join, the junior disciples were emboldened and rushed to sign up. Oh, senior brother Wang and senior brother Li have signed up, so I will too. Who would miss such a golden opportunity? I'm in. The sun blazed down on the academy grounds, the air thick with fervent shouts. We'll sign up too. There are only 13 spots left, only 5 spots left. We'll sign up too. In a flash, they had their 30 volunteers ready to depart. Only then did Wei Ran emerge from his tent, nodding in satisfaction. Refreshing. These academy students haven't wasted their time with books and haven't lost their masculine spirit to scholarly pursuits. He leapt onto his warhorse, leading the group out of the city gates and towards the outskirts of Xiaolin town. What's the situation? Wei Ran reined in his horse and questioned the two scouts kneeling on the ground. One of them trembled as he reported, General Wei, an unusually thick fog has enveloped the entirety of Xiaolin town. Some of our brothers ventured in to investigate, but none have returned. It's incredibly strange, so we dared not approach any further. In the distance, a swirling black vortex of storm and tempest devours the sky, creating a terrifying spectacle. Wei Ran glances at the scene, then turns to his subordinates with eyes as sharp as knives. Too afraid to approach, huh? So you have time to violate military regulations and steal precious cypress trees from the edge of Xiaolin town? The soldier paled as Wei Ran exposed his dark intentions. Behind him, a cart full of felled moon cypress trees. He kowtowed repeatedly, his voice cracking with fear. General, spare us. We just wanted to sell this for some money to send to the families of our brothers who died in service. We know we were wrong. Please punish us, General. Wei Ran coldly turned his horse, delivering a merciless verdict. All the stolen cypress wood was to be confiscated and taken back to the garrison to be sold for public funds, and all those involved would have their salaries cut by half a year. The ringleader will be immediately dismissed for investigation and dealt with according to military law. With that, he ordered the group to move out. The rest of you, follow me. Witnessing Wei Ran's handling of the situation, Jiang Wang's group couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wei Ran's observations are sharp, nothing escapes him, but his methods are ruthless, harsh, and devoid of compassion. Ling He quietly reminds, the military and the academy are not the same. Military orders are absolute and discipline is strict. We are outsiders, and it's not appropriate for us to comment. Du Yehu nodded in agreement. I think he's doing it right. Clear rewards and punishments are essential for managing an army. The sound of galloping hooves shattered the silence of the dark forest. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance to Tu Lam town, now completely isolated by an eerie mist. Suddenly, Wei Ran's warhorse reared up, neighing in terror, refusing to go any further, and the surrounding horses all stopped, restless and trembling with fear. Jiang Wang frowned, struggling to control his rearing horse. What's going on? Why won't the horses move forward? The group of riders and their steeds gathered in confusion before the town gates. Wang Changxiang, with his extensive knowledge, explained, it's an animal's survival instinct. They must sense something extremely dangerous in that mist, something that directly threatens their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly flashed. Wei Ran has drawn his sword and finished off his own horse. Wei Ran sheathes his sword, coldly gazing at the corpse of the animal he'd just killed, and speaks cruelly. Terrified before the battle even begins, what use are you then? His decisive and brutal action sent chills down everyone's spines. Diang Dodaho laughed heartily, waving his hand in support. Ha ha ha, well said. He quickly followed Xing Fen's example, punching his horse in the head with his bare hand. If you're afraid to die, don't join the army. I'm fired up right now. Hey Wei, the horses are dead. How are we charging in? Wei Ran raised his hand, dismounted decisively, formed a battle formation, and prepared to fight. With me as the vanguard, the entire army will pierce through Xiaolin town. But as we halt before the town gates, a scene from the netherworld unfolds. Thick streams of yin energy linger, gloomy and frigid. Wei Ran gripped his sword hilt, braced himself, and everyone drew their swords in unison as Zhao Lang immediately raised his hand, casting a C-grade metal-based spell, Golden Edge. A metallic light enveloped the team's weapons, and Jiang Wang couldn't help but marvel at the shimmering sword before him. Impressive. The power of these weapons has been greatly enhanced by this Taoist technique. Zhao Lang continued to change his hand seals, casting a C-grade fire spell, Blazing Fire. In an instant, all the blades burst into flames like torches in the night. Finally, Zhao Lang clenched his fist and shouted, Earth-based C-rank Dao technique. Solidify, increase hardness and defense. The wild tiger, burning with fighting spirit, roared as if ready to charge straight in. This is perfect for me. Any evil spirits or demons, get out here. I want to fight. Ling Ha had to quickly reassure him. Second brother, calm down. The group tore through the night, advancing deeper into the town, as Wei Ran offered a reminder. Everyone, move in formation, maintain your distance, and report any changes immediately. The fog is too thick. You can't see anything 3 steps ahead. Suddenly, someone screamed. Hey, something's not right. Everyone, look over there. There's a figure. That shout shattered the deathly silence, and the disciples began to stir. There's someone here too. We found the people of Lam Town. More over here, so many figures. We found them. Daho peered around, puzzled. Huh? Was it really that easy? Wei Ran furrowed his brow, shouting to steady the ranks. Don't move, await orders. Listen to my command, he roared, swinging his sword in a brilliant arc of light, tearing through the fog before him. The thin veil dissipates, revealing countless cold figures standing motionless, stretching endlessly into the distance. Zhao Lang hesitated, his voice trembling. General, all the people in the town. Wei Ran's face contorted with rage as he hissed through gritted teeth. Damn it! Wang Changjiang also opened his beady eyes, sighing. This is a big deal. Rucheng can't believe his eyes, can he? Only Zhang Wang asked the key question that everyone was wondering but didn't dare to say. Are you my son? In the swirling mist, those standing here were nothing more than withered corpses. Not a single person in this entire Zhen Xiaolin survived. Seeing the dire situation, Wei Ran immediately gave the order, which Zhao Lang acknowledged. Understanding immediately, Zhao Lang activates his magic, creating a ring of fire around the group to hold back the undead, warning that while the spirits outside the ring will retreat, those trapped inside will become frenzied with no escape. I trust you all to take care of yourselves. With that, Li Jianshu and Zhang Wang fearlessly charged to the front lines, their swords blazing. Witnessing their valiant spirit, Wei Ran nodded in approval. Zhao Lang, if you still worry for them, it would be an insult to their courage. The ever-energetic Da Ho roars in response as Wei Ran's blade surges with Taoist power. He fearlessly leads the charge, his face stern as he calmly assesses the situation. The fog is too thick, and they've completely lost their bearings. Though these demons aren't strong, searching blindly like this isn't ideal. With a wave, Wei Ran repelled the surrounding vengeful spirits, but his brow remained furrowed. Anyone skilled in wind-based Taoist arts? Try to disperse this fog. Wang Changxiang immediately volunteered. Let me try. His nimble hands formed seals, and he inhaled deeply before shouting, Ah! In an instant, a mighty azure dragon was unleashed, carrying the force of mountains and seas. It plunged into the town, sweeping away the thick green fog, its furious gale seemingly endless. Zhao Lang observes, realizing this is no ordinary wind, but one of the 8 winds, the bright wind from the east, signifying clarity, making it perfectly suited for this moment. He was astonished. Such powerful high-level Taoist techniques were beyond even 6th-grade cultivators. Yet Wang Changyang could control them without opening the gate of heaven high and earth. Truly formidable. The wind stirred Zhao Lang's resolve. As Wei General's lieutenant, he couldn't fall behind. He must grow stronger to be a reliable support. Wang Changxiang withdrew his Taoist technique, panting. Well, I need a rest now, sorry everyone. The results are excellent, the path ahead of Wei Ran's group is clear, but at the same time, a horrifying truth is revealed. The spirits here are gathering endlessly, Wei Ran said gravely. Demons appear endlessly, their numbers far exceeding the original population of Zhen Xiaolin. Why are demons from all over flocking here? Something's not right here, Li Qianthu suggested. General Wei, I suggest we take this opportunity to retreat and preserve our strength. Yes, my lord, the situation in Xiaolin town is beyond our ability to handle. Li Zhangxiang's face darkened as he stared at the devastation before him. Even the dragon wind couldn't scatter all the bones. I agree. It's best to leave this to the city guard. Some suggest waiting for reinforcements to suppress the evil, but Wei Ran abruptly cuts them off, saying, It's too late. His tone grew heavy, more grave than ever before. The Green River merfolk were stirring, forcing the city guard to divide their forces, and if they waited for their return, it would be too late. Hearing this, Zhang Wang was puzzled, thinking, the Qingjiang water tribe is acting up? Didn't they sign a peace treaty with Zhuangting? At the same time, Wei Ran continued to analyze the chain of events, the appearance of the white-bone Taoist demon, the Qingjiang water tribe rebellion, and now the rampant demons in Xiaolin town. These seemingly unrelated events suggest a hidden hand manipulating everything. Clenching his weapon, rage and resolve washing over him, Wei Ran roared, I'll get to the bottom of this today. If one town falls, who knows where disaster will strike next and how the people will suffer. Finally embodying the spirit of a deputy garrison commander, he declared with unwavering resolve, "Anyone who wants to retreat can retreat. Save yourselves. But those who stay, charge forward with me. If I don't stop, no one stops." Zhu's rallying cry ignited a fire in the hearts of the soldiers, each displaying their unique skills and fighting with all their might. Yehu's voice boomed across the battlefield. "Who wants to retreat? Our academy isn't full of cowards." They quickly cleared the path of monsters advancing towards the town center, where an unknown anomaly awaited. Soon, the entire army halted. Weiran pointed forward, his voice stern. "The source of this calamity lies here." Zhang Wang looked up, marveling. "The barrier is vast, but I can't shake the feeling that it's the same magic that Fiend used to imprison me before." Weiran unexpectedly swung his sword, testing the barrier with a probing strike. But the moment the blade touched it, the treasured sword in his hand snapped in two with a deafening crack, and Weiran's expression darkened, becoming extremely gloomy. The air crackled with murmurs as the members began to whisper. If they remembered correctly, General Weiran's blade was a peerless treasure worth 5,000 Dao merits. If he couldn't break it, how could their ordinary weapons stand a chance? Weiran touched the barrier with one hand, observing it as he gave the order, "If anyone has a method to break it, feel free to try." Just then, a student standing nearby suddenly spoke up. "Let me handle this." "General Wei, there's no way you can break this seal, can you?" Wei Yan glanced over, raising an eyebrow in question. "Enlighten me," said Huang Ajan, a third-year student from the academy, turning to him with a nonchalant explanation. "This place is filled with dark energy. Only a virgin's urine can exorcise evil spirits. And I still have my virginity, so I can't let anyone else do the job. As for General Wei, you're young and talented, so I'm guessing you're not lacking in female attention, which means you're probably not a virgin anymore." How could this guy be so shameless? Wild Tiger proudly patted his thigh and said, "That's my drinking buddy for you." As for Ru Chung, he detests the idea of bloodline entering a wild tiger. "What are you so proud of?" Wei Kuang asked again, half in doubt, "Is that really possible?" Ajan chimes in with a playful tone, "Don't rush. There are still 2 drops left. Let me use mine first." But moments later, he is immediately proven wrong. The barrier remains unmoved. Ajan cries out in alarm, "It's not working?" Taking the opportunity, Yeho teased, "I think it's not that the quantity is too little, but that yours is too small. Or perhaps a virgin's blood is more potent. Why don't you try cutting yourself?" Nuthan chimed in. Wei Kuang sternly cuts off the rabble. "Enough. Stop fooling around. Does anyone else have a way to break the formation?" Meanwhile, a mortified Atram adjusted his pants and returned, muttering in disbelief, "No way, my virgin pee is so pure. Could it be I've been using my hand too much lately and damaged my yang energy?" Just then, Lei Truong Tuong spoke up, looking thoughtful. "As the fog cleared, I noticed the wandering souls in the town's small forest seemed to be moving in a specific pattern, forming a 9-palace formation." Wei Nian immediately asked, "How do we break the 9-palace formation?" Zhang Song explains that odd numbers are for yang and even numbers are for yin, with yang starting at midnight and yin at noon. This is the Taiyi Jiugong formation. Zhang Song's expression grew serious as he continued his analysis. Breaking the 9 palaces formation isn't difficult. Just eliminate the 8 surrounding palaces, and the central palace here will collapse on its own. But the problem is, the one who set up this formation not only used fog to conceal the array eyes, but also used vengeful spirits to form the array. The array eyes will likely be where the spirits devour each other, creating vengeful or fierce ghosts, whose strength is unpredictable. Wei Ran loudly commanded, "There's no time to overthink this. I'll take the con sector. The rest of you split into 7 groups and disperse to break the other sectors, then regroup here. Wang Changxiang, stay here to observe the situation, and keep 4 people under your command to support the others as needed." Xiaolong volunteered, "Leave the Kun Palace to me." Li Zhengyu quickly moved as well, his voice echoing back, "I'll take Zhen Palace. You guys divide up the rest." Zhang Wang's brothers clasped their hands in unison. "The 4 of us will handle Jun Palace." Soon after, the disciples split into small groups and scattered in all directions. "We'll take the Dui Palace. The Zhen Palace is ours, and we'll handle the Tian Palace." "Let's go. We'll take care of the Lai Palace." In the Zun area, a wild tiger grumbled as he struggled through the thick fog. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 turns. "Big brother, are you sure we'll get there going this way? We've been running around in circles for ages. Linga calmly added, his eyes still carefully observing his surroundings. Where are the vengeful spirits? The books say 4, 5, 6 steps forward. Just follow that. His eyes narrowed, his voice deepened. You think 8 or 9 laps isn't enough? We might actually encounter something at 10. Just then, the group stopped in unison, sensing something was amiss. Before them, an eerie crimson light appeared, and Jiang Wang, squinting, murmured, There's a scent of blood in the thick fog ahead. Rucheng added, It's exactly the 10th lap now. Hearing this, the hot-tempered Yehu became eager. Really, are the wraiths here? Watch me kill it with one punch. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws reached out from the fog, lunging toward them. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Wang deflected the attack with his sword, but the force pushed him back several steps as he urgently asked, Rucheng, how many moves of the purple chi comes from the East sword art have you mastered? Rucheng replied, I've mastered the first 3 moves. Jiang Wang quickly strategized, Rucheng and I will take the lead, while you two clear out the surrounding ghosts and support us. The monster's form became clear in the mist, long claws, sharp teeth dripping with saliva, a ferocious, vengeful ghost. Jiang Wang rushed forward, signaling Rucheng. Rucheng, work with me. Rucheng quickly followed, responding with confidence. Ready. The vengeful ghost whips around, growling, and Jiang Wang immediately launches a flurry of attacks. The first form of the Eastern sword style, accuracy through speed. The vengeful spirit strikes down, but Jiang Wang swiftly evades. At that moment, Rucheng seized the opening, darting behind it to deliver the next blow, the second form, where precision is key. Just as the sword was about to strike, Rucheng was horrified to see sharp claws suddenly emerge from the ghost's back, lunging forward. He quickly retreated, keeping a safe distance. The vengeful spirit roared, turning to ferociously charge at Rucheng, who was now unarmed, his old sword having broken in the previous fight. He worried for a moment, thinking to himself, but just then, Jiang Wang appeared to save him, shouting the incantation for the Purple Haze Comes East sword technique. The ghost's eyes widened in shock as at the last possible second, Jiang Wang landed a fatal blow. The ghost's eye is pierced by the sharp blade of the 3-killing formation. It screamed in agony, covering its ruined eye. As Jiang Wang pulled back his sword in surprise, he muttered, That flesh is tough. He immediately retreated as the crazed monster lunged in retaliation, while Ling He and Wild Tiger struggled to hold back the surrounding vengeful spirits. Seeing the dire situation, Ling shouted, Rucheng, catch! And threw a sword toward his junior brother. Rucheng catches the sword mid-air, ready to strike back, and together with Jiang Wang, they unleash a twin sword attack on the wraith. The vengeful ghost howls in pain as Rucheng's blade pierces its shoulder. He kicks off its back to retrieve his sword, but the monster's flesh clenches, trapping the blade. His eyes widened in shock at the demon's monstrous strength, when suddenly, Jiang Wang shouted a warning. Rucheng, watch out! A massive hand from the vengeful ghost swings towards Rucheng, its insane power sending him flying with one blow, while the other hand strikes down Jiang Wang, sending them both hurtling in different directions. Ling He cried out in shock, third brother, fifth brother. Jiang Wang struggled to sit up, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the more severely injured Rucheng became the ghost's next target. The hulking monster stood before him, its clawed arm raised high, cutting deadly swaths through the air, kicking up dust all around. Rucheng closed his eyes, awaiting death, but it never came. He cautiously opened his eyes to look. At that moment, the wild tiger blocked the ghoul's massive hand with his own, declaring he was done being a coward. Ling He smiled with relief. Second brother. Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Second brother. But it was Rucheng who was the happiest. Old Hu. Wild Tiger's body was now enveloped in a brilliant red glow as he activated his wolf smoke blood energy, his heroic aura like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Even if I haven't opened my meridians or mastered any fancy swordsmanship, I have more than enough qi and blood. With a thunderous punch, Du Yehu sends the ghost flying, shattering its fangs. Standing aside, Jiang Wang took a deep breath and couldn't help but praise. Second brother. Well done. That punch completely destroyed its vision. But suddenly, Du Yehu stopped, white smoke billowing from his fist. It was a sign that he was frantically burning his own lifeblood. Seeing this, Zhao Rucheng, who was resting on the ground, couldn't help but tease, though his voice was laced with worry. Hey, old tiger, aren't you afraid of damaging your cultivation by burning your blood like a torch? At that, Du Yehu glared, grabbing Nu Than and tossing him aside, telling him to mind his own business and let him handle it as Nu Than cursed him while flying through the air. The brute. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirit that had been knocked away struggled to its feet. It reached up to its dislocated jaw and with a sickeningly smooth motion snapped it back into place. Then, with a growl, it slammed its fist into the ground, grabbed a handful of wandering vengeful spirits and tore off their heads, stuffing them into its mouth and chewing ravenously, a horrifying sight that widened Ru Cheng's eyes. Is it eating other vengeful spirits? What in the world is it doing? Ling He, standing nearby, explained grimly that vengeful spirits are born from devouring each other, and it's their instinct to eat their own kind. This action not only heals its wounds, but also makes it stronger and more violent. As he spoke, the ghost's face began to contort grotesquely. In an instant, red eyes sprouted on its forehead and cheeks, darting around in every direction, a swarm of eyes. Jiang Wang gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, the vision disruption tactic is useless. Now, there's only a direct confrontation to the death." The blood demon roared, a sound that shook the heavens as Du Yehu, a fiery meteor, descended from above, fist aimed at the monster's head. "Damn it, you filthy vengeful spirits. I'll use these fists to teach you the meaning of silence." He yelled to Jiang Wang, telling him he'd keep it busy and that Jiang Wang should finish it off. As soon as he finished speaking, the wild tiger's fist collided violently with the vengeful ghost, creating an earth-shattering shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wang rushed forward like an arrow, seamlessly combining the first and second killing moves. Slash! The sword flashed with a sharp purple light as it descended. However, the ghoul's arm was only slightly injured. Its thick skin was as hard as steel, and the pain only made it angrier. The ghoul roared, swinging its arm and sending Wild Tiger tumbling. Jiang Wang cried out in alarm, "Second brother, but the vengeful ghost has changed targets." Its sharp claws swung straight down at Jiang Wang's head. In that critical moment, Wild Tiger's massive figure appeared once more, using his body to block the attack. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he roared, "On the battlefield, just worry about your own life, and again." Jiang Wang nodded firmly. "Yes, second brother." Wild Tiger roared, straining to pin the wraith to the ground. This was the moment. Jiang Wang focused, unleashing the ultimate sword technique. Purple Qi comes from the east. A destructive strike landed, successfully blowing away one of the wraith's arms. The third killing stance will be decided here, as Jiang Wang lands safely. Yahoo smiles in satisfaction, but before his grin can fade, the wraith's remaining arm swings towards him. In a flash, Jiang Wang moved beside his second brother to take the brunt of the attack. The fourth killing move was about to be unleashed. While blocking the attack, Jiang Wang secretly assessed the situation. This monster is far stronger than the previous demon, and his Dao energy is running out. He has to bet it all on one last move. He put all his strength into a powerful stab, blowing off the wraith's remaining arm. It roared in pain, wildly throwing both brothers away. Seeing the armless wraith in a fit of rage, Ling He quickly told Zhao Rucheng, "Rucheng, go help them. I can hold out here. The scriptures say that all tainted creatures have a weakness. Try attacking the eye on its chest." "Understood." Nu Zheng responded swiftly and charged forward, while Jiang Wang anxiously watched Yehu. "Second brother, if you keep burning your life force, you risk permanent damage. Even if I only have a drop of essence left, I'll fight this ghoul to the death today." He scanned around for his enemy, while Jiang Wang tensely observed, completely unaware of the danger behind him. "Where's that wraith?" It wasn't until Da Ho rushed over, shoving him aside and grabbing the wraith's sharp-toothed jaw with his bare hands, that Kuang Vong realized the danger. Filled with rage, Yaiho growled, "You won't lay a hand on my brother." Then he shouted, "Kang Wook, kill it." Jiang Wang stomped forward, his sword wrapped in purple light, tracing a perfect arc around the wraith. The monster's tendons were severed, but Jiang Wang's sword also snapped in two from the force. Enraged, the vengeful spirit sent Jiang Wang flying and knocked away the wildcat, then stood there, eyes burning red, sneering at the insects before it. Just then, Zhao Rucheng dashed in like lightning, his eyes cold and determined to kill. His sword pierced through the demon's foot, pinning it to the ground with a shriek of pain. Immediately after, he struck the eye on its chest, forcing it shut in agony. Nuthan pressed down on his sword, and as he saw the ghost's stubby hand about to strike the wild tiger, he shouted, "Don't interfere!" In that instant, a figure shot off like an arrow. Ignoring the danger, Yayo hoists the ghost and forces it back with all his might. "Huh?" It growled, not understanding what was happening. Wild Tiger gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm your brother, so I have to take care of you." Despite the ghoul's frantic struggles and wild clawing, Yaiho stubbornly tightened his grip, refusing to let go. After successfully pinning its arms, he wrapped one around the monster's neck to secure it and shouted, "Kang Wang!" Waiting for this moment, Zhang Wang shot forward with incredible speed. His sword pierced the demon's abdomen, avoiding the heart to prevent premature death energy eruption, but enough to pin it to the ground. With the help of Ru Chung and Yehu, the three of them worked together to hold down the struggling monster as it screamed, its piercing cries threatening to tear their eardrums apart, making it difficult for Zhang Wang to hold on. Why is it getting so violent? Ru Chung, pale as a ghost, frantically signals for help. Boss, think of something quick. I can't hold on much longer. Standing outside, beads of sweat forming, Ling He strained his mind, calculating. The coin gathers yin. The heavens open. The earth seals, reversing all. Life and death hanging by a thread. I see it now. Ling's eyes lit up, ignoring the ghosts swarming around him, and he rushed forward decisively. The death spot of this vengeful ghost isn't the eye on its chest, Ling He announced, pulling out his hairpin as he moved, but rather the square hole of the coin on its forehead. Ling stomped down, the force cracking the ground. Using the momentum, he leaps high, soaring above the ghostly encirclement as Zhang Wang, Yehu, and Ru Chung roar in unison, suppressing the monster's spirit. The vengeful spirit sensed the danger and struggled even more violently, but it was too late. It's over. Ling He descends from above, plunging the needle into the square hole of the coin on its forehead. A blinding light erupts, severing the invisible chains that bind its soul. The wild fox panted. It worked. This fiery, well-coordinated effort had caught the eye of someone lurking in the distance. Uncle Dung watched grimly, then vanished in an instant, thinking, "It seems I worried for nothing." At that moment, Ru Chung spoke up when he saw the ghost suddenly fall silent and still, but something seemed off. Zhang Wang immediately noticed the anomaly. "Do you see how its body is swelling?" Ling He shouts, "Its death point is broken, and the yin energy within is spiraling out of control. Run!" No sooner had he spoken than the vengeful spirit exploded, the shockwave sending the four brothers flying in all directions, the space instantly engulfed in dust. Ling He coughed violently, calling out, "Is everyone all right?" Yehu curtly replied, "I'm fine." Zhang Wang added, "Ru Chung and I are okay too." Ru Chung immediately corrected him. "Who said that? I'm injured. Carry me." They quickly gathered near the crater caused by the explosion. Zhang Wang pointed. "Look, at the center of the blast, there's a blue pearl. That's the eye of the formation at the Zunwind Pearl position." Zhang Wang's group's victory is captured through a prism, specifically within the powder box in a woman's hand. The powder box is folded shut, and Ru'un-guk sighs, her voice full of boredom. Those sword moves were pretty good, but it seems that's all she's got. She stretched wearily and walked away. The hour is almost upon us. The highest grade yin-yang isolation formation is now in place. We respectfully summon the third elder. The coffin lid bursts open, and a pair of withered feet slowly emerge, revealing the skeletal figure of an old man. That man is Song Chi-cheng, the third elder of the White Bone sect, his every step accompanied by eerie incantations echoing through the air. Beneath the river of oblivion, the Yellow Spring's divine flame illuminates the world, and soon, Song Chi-cheng reaches the cliff's edge. Zhang opened his arms wide, loudly ordering the offering. The fanatical followers on either side of the cliff simultaneously stabbed themselves and jumped into the abyss. "Thank you for your service, Elder," Miao Yu said softly as Song Chi-cheng replied, trembling with excitement. "Hard work? To return to the embrace of the great god. It is my honor." With that, he raised a golden needle and, without hesitation, pierced himself, just like the fanatics who had thrown themselves into the abyss. Miao Yue watches silently as the space quickly becomes eerily still, when suddenly, from the depths below, a giant, white, skeletal arm bursts forth, its sharp claws retracting to seize the corpses of the third elder and the other sacrifices. A voice boomed like thunder, filled with satisfaction as the arm retreated into the earth. "Perfect." Dio Nungok bowed her head in gratitude to the deity as a whirlwind began to rise, and darkness slowly consumed the surrounding space. Meanwhile, Wei Ran and his group were collecting the orbs as Wei Ran asked, "Which palace is still missing?" Wang Changxiang quickly replied, "The Zun trigram. Once we have the formation eye of the Zun trigram, we can complete the Bagua formation," Zhao Lang said worriedly, covered in wounds. The Zun trigram is guarded by 4 new recruits, only one of whom has opened their meridians. Their chances aren't good. Wei Ran's eyes sharpened as he waved his hand, issuing a command. "Then we waste no time. Zhao Lang, come with me to break the Zun palace and save them." "General Wei, please wait. You've broken through 3 palaces already, expending much energy. Conserve your strength. Allow Li Jianshu to handle this palace." Wei Ran nodded without hesitation. "All right, be quick about it." But from within the thick fog ahead, a voice echoed, mocking and loud. I just heard that someone in Yun country bought a Gu Wan pill for an exorbitant price, and that someone's name was Zhao Hu Gei. What a coincidence, don't you think? Did he talk all day just to brag about having the Gu Yuan pill? Wei Ran and senior brother Lei were both shocked and looked in the direction of the voice. With confident smiles, Zhang Wang and his 3 companions emerged from the mist. We're back, everyone. Holding up the orb, Zhang Wang declared, "Here is the Zun Palace's array eye." Overjoyed, Li Changxiang urged, "There's no time to lose. Give it to me." Having collected all 8 formation eye beads, Zhang Xiang carefully placed them in their corresponding positions and began chanting the incantation. The beads suddenly glowed, vibrated, and slowly floated, merging completely into the invisible barrier. The space around them began to change violently as Jiangxi sat cross-legged, hands forming a seal, and shouted, "Disperse!" With that shout, the thick fog that had lingered for so long gradually dissipated, and Ye Hu, unable to hide his curiosity, muttered, "What secrets are hidden in this place?" Wei Ran tightened his grip on his weapon, barking, "Prepare for battle!" As the mist cleared, everyone's pupils contracted in horror. Before them stood an ancient, eerie structure reeking of death, with a black plaque bearing 3 blood-red characters, "Gates of Hell." From within, a dark vortex churned violently. The surrounding specters suddenly turned as one, their empty gazes fixed on the Gate of Hell. Sensing the dire situation, Wei Ran shouted, "Send the red signal immediately." Xiaolong received the order, his hands trembling, but he tried to remain calm. Understood. He quickly retrieved a thin red stick, channeling his vital energy into it, and in an instant it burst into flames, soaring into the sky. When the yellow signal is lit, it means the sender is in dire straits, but the red signal means the land faces utter destruction. Only the black signal signifies a final, life-or-death battle for the entire nation. The crimson signal soared, its eerie red piercing the clouds, and in an instant, the gloomy sky turned blood red, casting a terrifying light upon the world. The people in the surrounding areas looked up, confused. Why had the sky turned red? In the distance, a figure saw the signal and frowned. The red beacon. Should I return? With that, he stomped the ground, launching himself like an arrow. Another important figure elsewhere muttered, "Oh well, at least those 2 are there to hold the line." Back on the battlefield, Zhang Wang watched as the endless river of specters flowed past them, ignoring their defensive circle of fire and heading in one direction. They're here. They're really here. Millions of ghostly souls, like eerie blue fireflies from all over Xiaolin town and beyond, are being drawn toward the ghostly gate. Wei Guang observes with a grave expression that demons and ghosts are flocking there. Zhang Wang turned and asked, "Senior brother Li, what exactly is that ghost gate?" Li Jiangqiu shook his head, honestly replying, "I don't know either." Suddenly, domineering auras appeared, cutting off the flow of the wandering souls. Zhang Wang quickly recognized the technique, as several of the affected souls dissolved into faint green light. It's the 9 Heavens Gang wind, instantly obliterating the wraiths surrounding Wei Ran's forces. A figure descends powerfully from above, creating a violent tremor that kicks up dust and debris. Wei Ran shields his face, his eyes fixed on the figure, muttering, "He's here!" Zhang Xuang exclaimed in awe, "The heavens are dark and there's no path forward. The 9 Heavens Gale is truly unparalleled." Dark clouds swirl, blotting out the sun in a massive vortex, and a curse echoes from the dust. "That bastard!" Wild Tiger gritted his teeth and warily asked, "Who is it?" As the dust settles, 2 imposing figures emerge. The first, Wei Kuji, Lord of Fonglam City. Using the lives of Tu Lam Town as a sacrifice, and then offering the souls of generations past from Fonglam City, they conjured the Ghost Gate shadow and escaped right under my nose. A cunning move? Truly cunning. The second figure is Jiang Dahuzi, the general of the city guard who curses in frustration, furious that he didn't even get the scraps. Wei Kuji stepped forward, analyzing the situation. They should have stayed to confront me, giving the Gate of Hell's illusion enough time to devour the remaining souls and unleash its full power. But they retreated so quickly, foregoing small gains for a larger scheme. Seeing his father and superior arrive, Wei Ran quickly knelt to pay his respects. He quickly reported the situation, addressing the city lord. "After we broke the seal in the center of Tu Lam Town, the Gate of Hell appeared before our eyes, so hold your tongue." Before his son could finish, Wei Kujat unleashed a furious slap across Wei Ran's face, then glared at him on the ground, calling him trash. He then turned, casting a sharp gaze upon Jiang Wang and the others. "And as for you lot, good at nothing but failure." Wei Ran painfully tried to get up, but the city lord immediately questioned him. I only granted you the order to recruit people at the academy out of respect for Dong A. Yet you've made a mess of things? Anything to say for yourself? Seeing Wei Ran scolded like that, Yehu wanted to rush forward in protest. How can this be? We fought with our lives. Seeing him about to lose it, Jiang Wang quickly held him back, trying to calm him down. Second brother, calm down. Wei Ran stood up, enduring the pain, and knelt down on one knee respectfully, his voice resolute. No, it is because of my incompetence that I accept all punishments. Startled by Wei Ran's quick submission, Cuckoo watched as Huzi bowed respectfully, saying, Lord, we shouldn't be away too long. Wei Ran is demoted 1 rank and forfeits a year's salary, and all soldiers under his command will be implicated. A cold glint flashes in Wei Ran's eyes as he accepts the order in a low voice. Thank you, City Lord. Kutat and Hotu flew away, discussing matters as they traveled. The White-Bone Dao has manifested the Ghost Gate's phantom. We can't wait any longer. Release some bait. We must lure the snake from its lair. Huzi bowed his head and replied, Yes, your subordinate obeys. In the Azure River domain, a mystical scene unfolded with towering rocks looming beneath the clear water. Beneath the river's surface, a magnificent civilization thrives. Distant aquatic soldiers train rigorously as playful mermaids frolic and swim. Perched upon a massive rock beneath the water lies the ancient and solemn Azure River Manor, where a man with shimmering scales on his cheeks leisurely enjoys a cup of tea, remarking that the emerald tea brought by Zhuangting is indeed quite good. Doesn't the emissary truly want to try some? A shadow hidden in the corner responded with a mocking tone. If such a small favor satisfies you, no wonder that Trang fellow has been riding on the backs of the Clear River Water Tribe for so many years. Daring to use such crude tactics in front of me? White-Bone emissary, don't you think you're being childish? As for the agreement with you, we of the Clear River Water Domain have a clear conscience. White-Bone sect. What more could you want? The envoy softened his tone slightly, but still reasoned. Young lord, we agreed that you would simply harass and attack the shore. But what is this? We put in so much effort, yet the Clear River Water Tribe just swims around aimlessly. Back then, the Lord of the Water Tribe fought with all his strength for his promise to Zhuang Chengyan, earning praise for his loyalty. How can you, young lord, go back on your word? Hearing this, Qingque slammed his hand on the table, roaring, Guards! A merman quickly rushed in to receive orders, and Qingque issued a command that stunned the envoy. Order Yu Yang's unit to retreat 3 miles and absolutely not disturb the living on the shore. The envoy stood up, indignant, and questioned, Young lord, you... Qingque's face was now filled with seriousness and determination as he pointed at the envoy and said, You reminded me that my father and Emperor Zhuang had a 100-year covenant. If I agree to help you, wouldn't I be going against my father's word and becoming an unfilial son? The Qinghe army is focused on defending against us, unable to move freely. This makes things easier for you, so don't push your luck. As he spoke, a servant silently refilled Qingque's teacup, and Qingque cast a sharp gaze upon the envoy. For the waterfolk, leaving the water is like you humans leaving the land. You lose your foundation. Unless you can truly make me decide to fight Zhuangting to the death, can you pay the price? The envoy scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Capital, you say? What we've given you is... He paused, a cunning look crossing his face. The dragon pearl itself. Qingque remained unmoved, replying indifferently. Oh, that is indeed a precious gift. He swirled his tea, calmly adding, But it's only worth this much effort. Unable to persuade him, the envoy left in anger, leaving behind a cold farewell. Very well, I won't impose any further. Outside, the envoy's skeletal ship was enveloped in a dark aura and glided away through the water. Seated on his chair, Qingque watched him go, offering a scornful remark. Someone so transparent dares to negotiate with Song Qingque? How laughable. And he dares to speak of good faith. How laughable. At that moment, a deep, dignified voice echoed from the void. My son, what do you think? Azure Sparrow asked, a hint of emotion on his face as he slowly raised his teacup. Trang Ting was arrogant enough, but this Trang Chao Mo is even worse. Does he really think we're his subjects? And now he dares to propose marriage between his son and Qingji, calling it a political alliance to make her the crown princess when it's all just a political calculation. My aunt made a grave mistake marrying Zhuang Chengqian, and I won't let my sister repeat it. Back then, Zhuang Chengqian, the founding emperor and a former Deng general, seized the opportunity of the Deng prince's succession battle to declare independence and establish the state of Zhuang. The Deng were furious, advancing by land and sea, seeking to crush the rebellion in one fell swoop. So Zhuang Chengxian pleaded for aid from my father, Songheng Jiang, promising to divide the realm if he succeeded in establishing his kingdom. In the division of land and water, the 700-mile Thangjiang waters would all fall under the jurisdiction of the Thanha Water Prefecture. Back then, for a promise, Song Huan devoted the entire water tribe, fiercely defeating the Deng's naval forces on the Lan River, resolving the threat behind Trangthua Khan, the founding emperor of Trang, helping him finally establish his kingdom. Subsequently, the Qing River Water Prefecture signed the covenant with the Trang Kingdom, and Song Hing's younger sister, Song Wangxi, married Trang Chengqian, becoming the queen. But even though Song Wangi devoted herself to assisting her husband in governing the country, becoming a beloved queen, she was ultimately framed by treacherous individuals and died tragically in a desolate palace. Actually, your aunt and Zhuang Chengqian were truly in love back then. It wasn't entirely a forced political marriage by your father, but never mind, dwelling on the past only brings more pain. So, what are your plans for Qingji? Song Qing's expression turned serious as he laid out his carefully considered plan. Currently, Qinghe County is in such a state of chaos that it's become an unsightly mess. That gravekeeper is a shameless scoundrel, and Qinghe is no longer a safe place to be. Qingzhu is coming of age and starting to understand things, so I want to send her to Fenglin City to hide her identity and study for a while. The White Bone Sect even gave away the precious Dragon Pearl, which means something big is about to happen in Fenglin City, something that will shake the entire estate, but the most dangerous place is also the safest. After the storm, Fenglin City will be the most peaceful place to recuperate. Speaking of the Dragon Pearl, Song Qing continued. Secondly, I want to take this opportunity to send people to Fenglin City to find clues about the White Bone Sect. The fact that they're offering leftovers this time means they're hiding an earth-shattering secret. One Dragon Pearl isn't enough to satisfy your appetite. The old voice nodded in agreement. I've already given you full authority over the Water Mansion. Handle it as you see fit. Song Qing respectfully replied. Father, I've had the Dragon Pearl delivered outside your closed-door training chamber. Please remember to refine it for nourishment. The somber voice suddenly turned sorrowful and regretful. I've examined the Dragon Pearl. It contained some shady tricks, but I've purged them all. Take it, and use it without worry. It can add 1,000 years to your power. My body is failing, riddled with illness, and I can no longer hope to become a dragon. I live only to protect you and Qingji for a little while longer. At Mount Niu, too, a dark night cloaked all. A guard patrolled warily, unaware of the dark figure that had just slipped past him. The mysterious figure silently descends the stone steps, leading deep into the mountain, where a dark, spatial rift appears. He calmly entered, revealing a spiraling staircase leading to a deeper level. At the bottom of the cavern, flickering flames illuminated the sinister face of Lu Yan. Stroking his beard with a smirk, he asked how things went with the newcomer. That bastard Song Qing took the bait, but cleverly avoided the hook, proving difficult to control. Lu Yan nodded. As expected. After all, that old fox Song Heng isn't dead yet. We never really expected the Water Tribe to turn against Zhuangting immediately for just one Dragon Pearl. The envoy lowered his head, still a little disgruntled. Even so, it's still infuriating. Our bait was a Dragon Pearl, a treasure from the Middle Ages, nearly extinct. Using one is losing one. Lu Yan said sternly, the matter at Zhenshaolin is done. Our primary objective has been achieved. These petty matters are nothing for you to concern yourself with. Moreover, Luke Diem turned his white eyes to the envoy, stroking his beard with a faint smile. That little beast won't digest our Dragon Pearl so easily. He thinks he can trifle with the White Bone Sect, unaware that when our Tao child appears, his first act will be to cleanse Qingjiang Water Mansion in blood, turning 700 miles of Qingjiang into a sea of white bones. Meanwhile, Du Yehu and Zhao Ruqing are walking and chatting animatedly. Du Yehu, his face flushed, patted his belly and laughed. Ha ha ha, your Gu Yuan pill is really good. My blood and energy are even more vigorous than before. Ru Chung curled his lips and mocked. Of course, Gu Yuan pills are precious. Others would savor them bit by bit, but you just swallowed the whole thing like a peony. The three of them, including Jiang Wang, chattered and laughed as they walked, and Yahoo continued to share enthusiastically. Though Wei Ran appears cold, he's quite honorable. Despite the mission's failure, he used his own merits to provide us with travel expenses. As they spoke, Wang Changxiang descended the stairs, calling out, Greetings, senior brother. The three disciples bowed respectfully in unison. Greetings, senior brother Wang. Wang Changxiang politely nodded in response, his voice gentle and calm. What a coincidence. Make yourselves at home, I have urgent business. With that, the four passed each other, and Jiang Wang's group continued up the stairs. After walking a short distance, Jiang Wang whispered, "I also ran into Senior Brother Wang here last time." Ru Chung frowned, wondering, what does he come here so often for? Huang Ajan stood with his hands on his hips, and as soon as he saw the group approaching, he looked at Ye Hu, asking curiously, "Hey, Lao Hu, are you guys here to exchange contribution points for items too?" "Aye. Want to grab a drink tonight?" Yehu's expression turned serious as he crossed his arms and replied, "Sure. Although we have some merit points, we should save them to exchange for the Meridian opening pill. We're just here to broaden our horizons today." Ajan, looking bored and flushed with drink, picked his nose and said casually, "A Meridian opening pill? Newbies, the Academy helps you out, so the first one only costs 100 merit points, but after that, the price jumps to 1,500. He clicked his tongue, pointing into the distance. That Wang Changxiang just handed over all his missions and immediately spent all his merit points on a Meridian opening pill. So extravagant, so reckless. Jiang Wang couldn't help but wonder. Senior Wang exchanged for an aperture opening pill? With his cultivation, why would he spend so many merit points on such a basic pill? Ajan and the others watched Wang Changxiang's retreating figure, and then he lowered his voice to whisper, as if afraid someone would hear this gossip. "You guys don't know. Wang Changxiang may be known as a genius of the Wang family, but he actually has an older brother." Elsewhere, someone throws open a wooden door. Wang Changxiang entered, finding lush greenery within, yet an air of gloom. Strangely lonely, a figure lay relaxed on a deck chair, stretching out in the sun. As Truong Tuong approached, a nearby cat startled and stood up. He called out softly, "Brother." A figure emerged, carrying a tray of hot food that filled the air with a complex aroma. Wang Changja slowly carried the tray of food and said gently, "Let's eat." But his face was melancholic, his eyes devoid of life, a stark contrast to the appeal of the food. Sitting on the chair, Zhangge called out, "Xiaoguo!" The cat quickly jumped onto the table, facing the full bowl of rice, eating heartily as if its whole soul was merged into it. Zhangge also began to eat, slowly bringing the food to his mouth, seemingly oblivious to anyone else's presence. Truong Tuong remained expressionless, patiently calling out again. At this, Zhangge finally looked up at his brother, a hint of surprise on his face. "Zhangxiang, when did you get here?" "Damn, I didn't prepare any food for you." Zhangxiang shook his head and replied, "It's okay, I'm not here for a free meal, I just want to talk to you." Zhangji remained indifferent, silently eating. "Brother, I've been investigating the missing persons case in Tiulam town, and I discovered that all the residents there have been branded." Changgu abruptly put down his chopsticks, cutting off his brother. Zhangxiang continued, his voice hurried. When the city lord finally arrived, the ghostly image of the demon gate vanished. "Where is the fiendish culprit behind all this hiding?" Changju coldly replied, "The city guard will handle this. If the 5 Dispelling Hall can't manage, there's the district governor. If the City Dao Academy can't handle it, there's the District Dao Academy and then the National Dao Academy. Don't worry about things you can't control." Seemingly resigned to his fate, he remained calm. "I know you mean well, telling me stories of the outside world so I don't feel isolated, but I'm just a cripple who can't cultivate. I wouldn't understand those advanced techniques anyway." Changjiang's face flashed with a mix of confusion and pity as he vehemently denied it. "That's not it, brother." Changge picked up a piece of vegetable and offered it to Xiaoju, who seemed displeased, but his voice remained even. "Xiaoguo, you're the same. You can't just eat meat, you need to eat your vegetables." Xiaoguo suddenly scratches the back of his hand. Seeing this, Zhangxiang couldn't help but get angry, shouting, "Xiaoju!" Zhangge remained calm and waved his hand. "It's no use being fierce with him. It's a cat's nature, unchangeable just like me. If I can't open my meridians, I just can't. You're the pride of the royal family, while I'm the family disgrace. I've come to terms with it, so don't waste your time." Suddenly, Zhangji put his hand in his pocket, his voice full of mystery. "Who says? Take a look at this." He then pulled out a pill that emitted a soft glow. Changge looked at the item in his brother's hand with suspicion. "You used merit points to get me an enlightenment pill?" Changxiang smiled in confirmation. "Of course, I won't give up, and neither should you." He scoffed, but reached out and took it anyway. "Fine, I won't refuse your kindness." Unexpectedly, Changge offered the precious pill to the cat's mouth. "Here, Xiaoguo, eat this. Maybe it will open up your mind a little, and you'll be nicer to me." "Wait," Zhangxiang said, snatching the pill back in alarm. "No, this is worth 1,500 contribution points." Changge stood up, shooing him away. "Hurry back. or if the old man at home finds out you're wasting resources on me, he'll come and scold me again." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Fang Heiling confidently demonstrated the mid-grade fireblade technique, awaiting evaluation from Master Xiaotian Mian, who stroked his beard and nodded in approval. This is low-grade Tier 1 auxiliary flame, a variant precursor to flame blade. Though the fire control is a bit immature, it's complete overall and worthy of praise. Howling feigns modesty, bowing her head. "You praise me too much, teacher. I am truly ashamed. It took me 53 days after opening my meridians to master this technique. I feel my progress has been too slow." Xiao Tianmian maintained his high opinion, saying, "You don't need to be so modest. The fastest foundation establishment in the Gaiwan diagram is 41 days. You should know that even my master took a full 50 days to complete it back then." Dalin then turned to point at Jiang Wang, saying meaningfully, "That's right. Senior brother Jiang Wang opened his meridians even earlier than I did. Why not let him try to perform this Taoist technique?" Xiao Tianmian nodded in agreement. "That's right, Jiang Wang, give it a try." But Jiang Wang was lost in his own thoughts. Weapons conjured from Taoist techniques must be better than those forged from mundane materials. My sword can barely withstand a few blows in battle, but Taoist techniques can't completely replace real weapons. Just like senior brother Lei, who is skilled in fire sword techniques, his simple ancient sword never leaves his side. I wonder what kind of power it holds. I also want a good weapon, but in the Dao Temple, even a basic standard sword requires 500 Dao points. Lost in thought, he didn't hear the teacher calling him. Xiao Tianmian grew impatient and shouted, "Jiang Wang!" Startled, Jiang Wang quickly stood up. "Yes." Xiao Tianmian sternly demanded, "How dare you daydream in my sorcery class? Now come up here and demonstrate the flame blade technique for me. Then we'll settle the score." Kuang Vong lowered his head in remorse. "I apologize, Master Xiao, but I haven't established my foundation yet, so I can't perform the Taoist techniques." Hearing this, Xiao Tianmian flew into a rage. "You haven't even established your foundation, yet you refuse to pay attention in class. You've clearly embarked on the path to transcendence, yet you don't cherish the opportunity at all. I sentence you to copy the Zixu Sutra 100 times at home. Before you finish, don't even think about setting foot in my class again." With the punishment delivered, he huffed off, curtly dismissing the class, leaving Kang Wang to glumly accept his fate. "Yeah." Wild Tiger looked at him worriedly, thinking, "Well, kid, you've angered Iron Face." Rujing teased with a smile. "This scripture is 30,000 words long, you know. Copying it 100 times. How long will that take you, third brother?" Linghe kindly offered, "Big brother can help you copy some of it. I often use writing to pass the time anyway." Suddenly, Fang Heling approached with a feigned look of remorse. "Junior brother Jiang, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you hadn't established your foundation yet. With junior brother Jiang's prestige, I thought he would have finished it already." What a nuisance. Ignoring the taunts, Jiang Wang casually replies, "It's fine. It's just copying scriptures. I'll only trouble you all when I really can't copy anymore. Now I need to pick up an Anne from school." With that, he left, leaving Fang Healing dumbfounded. Later, at the Taiki Lamb restaurant, the fragrant aroma of freshly served hot lamb dishes filled the air as Jiang Wang happily invited his sister to eat. "See? Your big brother wouldn't lie to you, would he? I told you, as long as you study hard, I'll bring you to the Tai family's lamb restaurant." Little Anne's eyes sparkled as she immediately dug in, and Jiang Wang smiled, promising, "Take your time. No need to rush. If you're never criticized by your teachers, I'll bring you here every 10 days. The girl stops eating, squinting suspiciously at her brother. "Really? Have you ever been criticized by your teacher at the academy?" Caught off guard, Jiang Wang didn't know how to respond, but he tried to remain calm, shaking his head in denial. Of course not. The siblings happily ate, and in no time the plate was clean, and rubbed her full belly and said, "That was so delicious." Suddenly she wondered, "Why are you only drinking soup and not eating meat?" Jiang Wang forced a smile and lied, "I already ate. I don't want any more." He reached for his money, but An spoke up quickly. "Waiter, another serving, please." The waiter cheerfully replied, "Right away." Kuang Vong nervously checked his empty pouch, whispering, "And An, I know you still want to eat, but I'm out of money." The little girl waved her hand generously. "No. Anne is full. This is for brother." With that, Anne pulled a pearl bracelet from her pocket and placed it on the table, showing off her prize. Anne helped a new classmate with their homework, and they gave me this pearl bracelet. I thought it could be traded for a meal, right? Jiang Wang stared at the lustrous pearl in alarm. It was too big. No, this was far too valuable. "Anne, you have to return this tomorrow." And Anne pouts in protest. "No, the new classmate said they have tons of these things at home. The night is late." Jiang Wang gently tucked Anan, who was fast asleep, into bed. She was still murmuring in her dreams. Yummy meat, yummy meat. He looked out the window, calculating the time. Tonight was the 15th, the night of the Blessed Land Challenge in the Grand Void Illusion. Jiang Wang clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes as he entered the illusory realm. In the void, Jiang Wang drew his weapon, his face full of worry as a voice echoed, "So, the master of the Azure Jade Altar has finally decided to challenge." The countdown echoes as the space around him churns, 29, 28, 27. The bagua beneath his feet spins and a small, floating island emerges from the void. The battle is about to begin as Jiang Wang stands on the bagua platform, feeling his body drift through the void and break free from the formation. Soon, he spotted another island in the distance, floating towards him. The first challenge on the 15th, and his mysterious opponent had already forfeited. On the 15th, during the second challenge, he also forfeited, and the two islands suddenly collided violently. Seeing this, Jiang Wang quickly shielded his face to block the force. The two islands had now merged into a vast dueling arena. The countdown echoes coldly. 10, 9, 8. This time, you mysteriously decide not to back down. His voice rang with determination. "Since my crushing defeat at your hands, I have spent half a year preparing for this battle." Kang Wang clearly sensed his opponent's burning will. Half a year of preparation, was it? So, for 3 months before facing me, he forfeited for 3 months straight. It seems that last defeat left a huge psychological scar, but it also proves that after repeated failures in this challenge, he's determined to win at all costs. As the countdown ticks to 4, 3, 2, 1, the mysterious figure bows respectfully, saying solemnly, "I have finally mastered a remnant technique of the 9 Swords Gentleman from ancient times. Please enlighten me." 9 Swords Gentleman from the ancient era? Kang Wang exclaimed in surprise. Just hearing the name, it sounds formidable. Could he be a disciple of the Confucian school? Without hesitation, the mysterious man leaps into the air, shouting, "Heaven's mandate!" Jiang Wang quickly followed, knowing that the Tao energy consumed in the illusory realm wasn't real. He rarely had the chance to spar with such a master, so he had to give it his all. In mere moments, Jiang Wang closed the gap, channeling all his Tao energy into his most powerful technique. The 5th form of the purple chi comes East Sword Play, Decisive Judgment. His sword tip tore through the air towards his opponent, but the mysterious figure didn't flinch, meeting Jiang Wang's blade head-on. Clash. His mortal sword couldn't withstand the force of the impact, gradually cracking and shattering completely as the mysterious figure passed by him, accompanied by a resounding chant. The gentleman strives for ceaseless self-improvement. Jiang Wang was pierced through the chest by the sword energy, unable to react. He was no match for this technique. The victor lands, turning back in stunned disbelief. Did I win? Is the 9 Swords Gentleman really that powerful? Just then, an announcement rang out. "Welcome the new master of the blessed land of Dongqin Ruins." The mysterious figure is overjoyed. Excellent. Jiang Wang wakes up with a start, clutching his chest, gasping for air, and drenched in sweat. I've fallen into the jade pool. After this defeat, he was even more determined, knowing he would lose due to the difference in realms, but not expecting such a crushing defeat. The gap is too big. I must quickly put building my foundation on the agenda. Jiang Wang began to meditate, his mind entering the celestial palace, a separate spiritual world that every cultivator can enter simply by focusing their thoughts. Within, he kept 3 vital things: the Tao source, the electrical matrix diagram, and the Tao vein spirit. Nearby, a psychic worm stirred awake, the grand cycle. Stellar formation is certainly more powerful than the returning origin formation, but the time it takes to build the foundation is what's holding me back. He continues to ponder. The returning origin formation common in the state of Zhuang has a total of 81 formation points, while the grand cycle stellar formation derived from it has 365. Not to mention the exponentially increased difficulty in arranging it. Even if I could perfectly recreate the electric array diagram without error, it would still take at least half a year to reach 9th grade. Lost in thought, he fails to notice the approaching heaven-piercing worm. Moreover, advancing from 9th to 8th grade requires constructing 3 Taos, and from 8th to 7th, 9 Taos. A single misstep will cause a domino effect, making the journey far too long. But then, Jiang Wang's eyes lit up with determination. After tonight's battle, I've awakened. Short ladders are easy to climb, but they'll never reach the sky. The stairs to heaven are hard to climb, but only that path can reach the highest peak. The path of cultivation is, in essence, a struggle. Inside a bustling tavern, the air is thick with revelry as people raise their glasses in cheerful toasts. Newthon speaks first, generously declaring that the scriptures teach cultivation isn't just about seclusion, but also about enriching life experiences. So, drinking flower wine is also a form of cultivation. Today I'm paying for the most luxurious room and the most beautiful girls. Zhao is covering it all. Meanwhile, Li Jiangqiu, also known as Zhan, eyed the beautiful woman beside him with glee, thinking, "Ah, generous Master Zhao, this tea is truly exquisite." Even though Rucheng was tipsy, he noticed someone was missing. Where's our leader? Weren't all four of us supposed to celebrate slaying the Wraith? Why is only he here? Jiang Wang immediately replies, "Big brother went to pick up Anan from school for me." Rucheng nodded. "Ah, okay." Suddenly, Jiang Wang's tone turned serious. Maintaining a pure body is crucial for cultivators before entering the 6th rank. Time for serious talk. Ladies, please excuse us. The beautiful women understood and respectfully withdrew. Li Jiangqiu was already drunk, watching the beauties leave with a regretful expression. If he stopped at the 7th rank like the vice president, wouldn't he still be a virgin at 80? Then I'll let go. Good sister, please don't go. Just sleep it off. You can have anything in your dreams. Once things calmed down, Jiang Wang began to lay out his plan. Here's the plan. I have 40 Dao Source Stones, and I want to give them to you all. Whoever accumulates enough can immediately exchange them for a meridian opening pill. Zhao Rucheng shook his head, refusing. No, I can't bear it. Just thinking about that hardship makes me shudder. After successfully opening the meridians, you have to circulate your energy every day, which is exhausting and painful. I can't endure that. Seeing this, Du Yehu generously proposed. Then give my share to our big brother, and mine too. I'm about to leave. Hearing this, Jiang Wang was startled and asked in surprise, "Where are you going, second brother?" Yahoo didn't hide anything and replied frankly, "I'm enlisting. I want to switch to military cultivation." As soon as he said that, he downed a cup of wine. Rucheng, feeling this decision was too risky, quickly advised, "How hard did we work to pass the outer court exam and enter the inner court? Brother Hu, you need to think this through. This is no trivial matter." I've already given it plenty of thought. Actually, after that day, General Wei Ran told me in private that the Zhuangjia army in Zhujiang was short a few celestial generals and asked if I wanted to transfer to the army. I've been struggling with this for days, but I've made up my mind and I'll be leaving tomorrow. He laughed. Wei Ran said I'm better suited for the military than the Dao, and I think he's right. Rucheng was still hesitant. Old Hu, your strong blood and natural power are indeed good seeds for the military. But don't forget, the entire state of Zhuang is dominated by Taoists. The Taoist sects are thriving, and there are very few strong military figures. Indeed, in the state of Zhuang, even the supreme military commander, General Huangfu Duanming, is actually a powerful Dao cultivator, and Wei Ran himself cultivates Dao techniques. Second brother, if you choose the path of the military, it means that for a very long time, you will not have a complete cultivation system and will suffer from a severe lack of resources. But Yehu remained steadfast. I've pondered this for many nights, and isn't the absence of a ready-made path also the absence of dogmatic constraints? That's perfect for me, allowing me to roam freely and grow in my own way, he declared resolutely. Therefore, I've made my decision. I won't even use the meridian opening pill. I want to use the most ancient warrior tradition to open my meridians. Rucheng was shocked to hear this. The art of war tradition? What Yahoo is referring to as blood chi channel opening. The so-called warrior tradition is when cultivators reject elixirs, relying solely on willpower and surging blood to force open their meridians, an ancient method with very few success stories. The best outcome for failure is often severed meridians, becoming crippled, but more often than not, they explode and die on the spot. Keep in mind that ordinary cultivators circulate their energy through their meridians twice a day, sublimating their lifeblood to condense their Dao source, which is already the limit of what they can endure. To force the surge of blood and energy like a raging fire to directly break through the celestial palace, revealing the Dao channels, the danger is unimaginable. Ignoring his brother's worries, Wild Tiger didn't hesitate, happily raising the wine jar, deciding, let's not sip, it's not satisfying. Let's just drain the whole jar in one go. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Wang asked, what about a cultivation method? The army must have given you one, right? Yehu pushed a worn book towards Jiang Wang, saying, Wei Ran gave me this, called the White Tiger Body Refining Art. He said it's a common practice in the army, but it seems to be incomplete. Intrigued, Jiang Wang asked to take a look, but as soon as he picked up the manual, he clutched his stomach, his face contorted in exaggerated pain. Oh dear, I suddenly feel unwell, Rucheng asked worriedly. Hey, third brother, are you all right? Jiang Wang quickly grabbed the book and left. I'm fine, I'll be right back. Leaving the room, Jiang Wang stealthily slipped into an empty room next door and locked the door. He placed the White Tiger Body Refining Manual on the table, his mind instantly connecting to the Grand Void Illusion Realm, where a mystical Bagua formation appeared in the sky, an evolving platform. As he placed his hand on the book, countless pages lifted as if by an invisible force, floating and spinning. The system's notifications echoed in his mind as the deduction began. Remaining merit, 3590, in progress. Remaining merit, 2,180. Breakthrough phase, merit remaining 1247. Complete, merit remaining 190. Finally, the system updates, announcing the deduction is complete and the Four Spirits Body Refining Art is obtained. Holding the new book, Jiang Wang muttered, "The Four Spirits. Body Refining Art. Deducing this technique costs 3,400 merit points, almost double the Purple Chi East Coming Sword Art." He nodded thoughtfully. Well, it is an orthodox military cultivation technique, a truly extraordinary art. Compared to the tattered sword manual I bought from a roadside stall, the limits and potential are naturally much higher. After some deliberation, he decided, tonight I'll transcribe the complete Four Spirits Body Refining Art. When Mai Qian and Lao Hu set off, I'll give it to him as a farewell gift. Jiang Wang opened the door and stepped into the corridor, intending to return to the banquet hall. But fate has a funny way. He unexpectedly ran into Dyongak, who seemed quite surprised to see him in such a place. And Jiang Wang was equally stunned by the unexpected encounter. Silence filled the air, creating an awkward atmosphere. After a long silence, Dyongak finally spoke, her voice hesitant. "It's you." However, Jiang Wang, in no mood for conversation, coldly replied and turned to leave immediately. "Excuse me." He was furious, relentlessly berating himself. Drinking had been a mistake. How could he be so bold as to delve into the illusory realm of Grand Void right here? In this chaotic place where good and bad mingle, the Three Clouds Fragrance Tower is truly not safe. He almost forgot the necessary caution. Behind him, Miao Yu watched his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes flashing with thoughtful contemplation. Soon, Hong Wang returned to the banquet, tossed the book back to Yahoo, and looked as fresh as if nothing had happened. "I'm back. Second brother is returning your book." Wild Tiger, still elated, his face flushed with wine, raised his glass and roared. "Come on, keep drinking with me. We're not leaving until we're drunk." Ru Chung chimed in, clapping Yehu on the shoulder. "Enough with the drinking already. Punish yourself with 3 cups for talking so much." Just then, the manager of Tom Van Huang Lao, Lai Ma, shyly approached and asked, "My lord, why is our young master trio more handsome than ever today?" Feigning surprise, she noticed the courtesans had all scattered. "What's going on? Why did all the girls leave?" "Did they not meet your expectations?" Zhao Cheng quickly waved his hand, a look of resistance on his face. Don't come near me. The makeup is too strong. It's making me dizzy." He starts acting like a spoiled young master again, sighing dramatically. "You know I have no interest in such vulgar women. I've spent so much money here, and you still won't let me see Miss Dune Gok?" Suddenly, a voice as clear as jade echoed from the doorway. Could it be? Upon hearing that, Jiang Wang was immediately intrigued, while Ru Chung stared in disbelief. "Am I drunk?" A beauty like a flower, with an ethereal air, entered and answered with a smile. "It wasn't Lord Li blocking you, but rather, I didn't want to see you." Ru Cheng's eyes lit up at the sight of the beauty, his infatuation plain to see. "This money was well spent today. There's no woman alive who would refuse to meet me." With clever words, Dyungosh responded, "Indeed, young Master Zhao's figure and family are first-rate, and so generous too. No woman here could refuse you, young master. Well, what a pity." She glanced at him meaningfully. "You don't like me enough." Meanwhile, at a nearby table, Ah Tram was completely drunk, laughing blankly, oblivious to everything. Ru Shengqiu's playful facade returned, his voice turning sincere. "I've never pursued a woman this persistently before. Since meeting you, I've spent more time at Tamfen Huang Lao than at the academy. How can you say that's not enough?" He approached Miao Yu, his eyes as deep as the ocean, saying, "My love for you has filled my heart." Hearing this, Dyungok coyly covered her mouth and laughed. Young Master Trio truly has a heart as bright as crystal and a mouth as sweet as honey. But she didn't hesitate to expose him, seeing that he was simply bored. "You seek novelty, not a soulmate." Nuthan's gaze suddenly turned cold, becoming unusually sharp. He turns away, pouting like a child. "I really don't like you anymore. I hate women who are too smart, who see through people's hearts." Seeing the tension, Jiang Wang excused himself. "Let's go home. I need to cook for Anan." Ru Chung immediately changed his tune, asking innocently, "Third brother, can I take these leftovers home?" Don't you dare cook. Wild Fox chimed in from the doorway. Hey, third brother, honestly, even I can't stomach your cooking. And Anne's just a kid. Spare her. Exposed by his brothers, Jiang Wang angrily retorted, Are you going or not? Seeing the chef's anger, the group quickly left, not daring to delay. We're going. As he left, Jiang Wang tried to save face, confidently declaring, My pursuit of culinary arts is like martial arts. Never retreating. But unnoticed, Yuzhou discreetly flicked her fingers, and a tiny, invisible object latched onto Jiang Wang, the white bone pool worm, emitting a constant tracking signal. As they disappeared, Miao Yu thought, If you're the prophesied Dao child, the white bone pool worm will take root. If not, you'll just be fertilizer for our white bone Dao's grand plan in Fenglin City. With a hearty voice, Yehu skips the flowery farewells, promising to meet again at the summit. Jiang Wang reached into his robes and pulled out an old book. Second brother, this is for you. It was a body-strengthening cultivation technique, and as Wild Tiger flipped through the pages, his eyes lit up. Old 3, that's a good find. Rucheng peered in curiously. Let me see. Body training? Enough. Don't drag me into this torture. What do you know? Such a great technique you won't be able to look away. And turning to Linghe, he asks, Big brother, won't you give it a try? Linghe waved him off. I'm focusing all my energy on opening my meridians and stabilizing the celestial palace. I don't want to be distracted by other practices. Yehu turned to Jiang Wang, a hint of worry in his eyes. Then give them all to me. What about you, Lao-san? Jiang Wang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I've already made a few copies to keep. Let's see who cultivates more profoundly when we meet again. Hearing that, Wild Tiger tucked the book into his coat, a confident smile on his face. Fine. I may not be as talented with the sword as you, but when it comes to body refinement, just you wait. The 4 shared a laugh, and Wild Tiger extended his hand into the circle, the other 3 understanding and placing their hands on top. See you in Sinan. They added with determination. I hope you come to Sinan City soon, the capital of Zhuang, and home to the National Taoist Academy. As for me, Du Yehu, to enter Sinan City, I must at least reach the rank of a general of the 9 Rivers Legalists to be qualified to perform martial arts in the capital, though. Suddenly, Daho glanced at An, who was standing next to Huang Vong, as the little girl pouted and raised her tiny hand. Me too. Yaho laughed heartily, picked up Bong An, and she reached out, suggesting, Let's do it again. Okay. The group huddles together again, this time with Anon's tiny hand. We'll meet again in Xinan. Their voices echoed in unison. Moments later, Daho was on his horse. He turned back, riding off quickly, but not forgetting to wave goodbye. The wind whipped at his face, but couldn't hide the tears welling up in the young man's eyes. I'm off, everyone. The next day, as Jiang Wang practiced, he silently recited the incantation in his head. The white tiger uses metal-based primordial energy to temper the bones, according to the spirit forging technique. The vermilion bird uses fire to temper the body, while the black tortoise uses water to nourish flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the azure dragon uses wood-based origin qi to strengthen his blood, and qi clearly feeling the changes within his body. Each time I finish, I feel the Dao source in my Tongqian palace become more vibrant. This is extremely beneficial for arranging formation points, helping me take another step closer to completing the foundation. As Jiang Wang focused intently, Rucheng lounged in a chair, stretched languidly, and spoke, Hey, third brother. Why do you have to strip down while you train? Startled, Jiang Wang quickly grabbed his clothes, retorting as he dressed, My body burns like fire when training. Of course, I need to take my clothes off to cool down. Wait, how long have you been in my room, damn it? Rucheng chuckled, teasing. Probably half an hour already. Seeing you so focused, I didn't want to disturb you. Jiang Wang snapped back, annoyed. You know the meaning of the word bother? I shared the cultivation method with both you and our elder brother. Your eldest brother is busy preparing for his meridian breakthrough, so what's your excuse? Wasting his heavenly talent on endless play. Rucheng calmly popped a grape into his mouth, philosophizing, Life is short, and I think not enjoying it is the greatest waste of all. Suddenly, he sat up straight, his voice becoming a bit more serious. But today, I'm here to practice swordsmanship with you, so this counts as official business, right? If you don't want me bothering you, let me win with my purple qi coming east sword play. Jiang Wang sat at his desk, paper and pen in hand, and scoffed, Dream on. If I let you win, you'll be too lazy to even practice. Let me finish writing out my training schedule and then I'll teach you a lesson. Jiang Wang carefully marked the things he had done on the paper, secretly calculating that his eldest brother was about to accumulate enough merit to exchange for the Meridian opening platform. His brother trains day and night in the military camp and will soon break through his meridians with his own energy. If I don't pick up the pace, I'll be left behind. Looking at the formation diagram, I've listed nearly 100 Tao source points of the Zhoutian star chart, but we're still missing over 200. I can't afford to slack off in the days to come. As the days passed, Jiang Wang and Ru Cheng practiced their swordsmanship and attended classes, while Jiang Wang studied late into the night. One day in late autumn, all the academy students were summoned. Ru Cheng cheerfully waved and called out, "Big brother." Linge turned back with a smile. "Third brother, fifth brother." Jiang Wang asked with some curiosity, "I wonder why the academy has gathered us all at the city lord's mansion today. Is something important happening?" Linge replied, "It's for the Three Cities tournament, which will be held in our Fanglin city this year." He explained that the so-called Three Cities tournament is, as the name suggests, a joint competition between the three academies of the neighboring cities, Wangjiang, Fanglin, and Sanshan. The purpose is to learn from each other, and it's also an important preparation for the annual county academy exam in November. That event became a famous convention throughout the district, attracting countless visitors, but in reality, it was just 5 nearby cities joining together to hold a competition. Compared to that scale, our Three Cities tournament is much simpler and more rustic. In the City Lord's Manor Plaza, a group of workers are hard at work. Before long, 2 large arenas were fully erected. Jiang Wang watched, surprised to see both the vice principal and the city lord present. It seems this year's Three Cities tournament is far from simple. On the platform, Director Dong clearly announces the rules. As per tradition, the academy will select disciples from the 1st, 3rd, and 5th year classes. Each group will send 2 people to this debate. A win in the first-year group earns 10 merit points, the 53rd group earns 20, and the 55th group earns 50. City Lord Wei Kuji added coldly, "I'll be blunt. You're only allowed to win, not lose. If you lose, don't blame me, because I will make things difficult for you in the future." Huang Ajan suddenly chimed in with an air of superiority. "Calling them freshmen is just a formality. They've mostly cultivated in the Taoist temple for about a year and are selected from previous classes." Huang Ajan lifted his chin confidently. "Of course I participated. When I first entered the inner courtyard, I was famous along with Li Jiangqiu and Wang Changxiang. The 3 of us were all top-ranked. People call me the fire genius, A. Zhan. Hard to believe, huh? Fire genius, huh? Then how did you end up like this?" sneered Ru Cheng. Jiang Wang chimed in, shaking his head. "Indeed, I can't tell." Ajan dejectedly explained, "It's all because I indulged in wine and women, neglecting my cultivation, that I was left behind." Ling He sternly warned, "Third brother, fifth brother, you must take this as a lesson and avoid such a path." As they were chatting, someone bumped into A. Zhan. "Hey, are you blind?" Seeing this, Lin Chuan quickly signaled for silence, then smiled apologetically, scratching his head, and said in a low voice, "So, it's senior brother Zhang. You're the final year student most valued by the dean. You should be at the front. Why are you hiding with us?" Zhang Linchuan wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered, "Keep it down. I deliberately retreated here to avoid the dean's attention. If I get chosen, it'll be a real pain." Before he could finish, Dong A's commanding voice cut through the air, announcing that Zhang Linchuan would lead the upcoming three-city tournament. Linchuan can only clutch his head in dismay, his face full of anguish. This is it. The pressure is on. Dong A seemed to hear his lament, his sharp eyes scanning down. "You think the pressure's too much? If you're unhappy with the Academy's decision, just say so." Zhang Linchuan immediately changed his tune, standing up straight and saying, No. While there is pressure, I'm very confident. Linchuan will definitely do his best to complete the mission." Li Jiangqiu and A Zhan stood by, flattering him with a smile. "Senior Zhang, you truly live up to your name. Even the director acknowledges you as the strongest in our academy." Lin Chuan waved his hand, looking unimpressed. "Strongest? If Zhu Weiwo and Wei Ran could participate, I wouldn't have to carry this burden." Zhang Wang was curious and asked, "I understand why Wei Ran can't participate because he holds a position in the army, but what about senior brother Zhu?" Lin Chuan explained, "He's on a mission to hunt down one of the 9 great human demons, the heart-devouring demon." Everyone was shocked and astonished to hear this. The 9 demonic humans were a nightmare to cultivators. They include the self-forgetting demon, the faceless demon, the fate-calculating demon, the head-chopping demon, the instant-ripening demon, the all-evil demon, the bloodthirsty demon, the soul-eating demon, and the heart-devouring demon, Zhang Wen. Hearing this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but shudder at the name Zhu Weiwo. The 9 demonic humans were ruthless villains, rampaging across nations, causing countless bloodshed, and deserving to be called criminals of the world. Even if Xiong Wen was the weakest of them, he was still a rank 6 powerhouse who had opened the heavenly gate, fully qualified to be called a soaring dragon cultivator. And now, Zhu Weiwu is just a student at a small Dao Yuan, hunting him down. The vice principal continued his announcement. This year, in the first-year group's Dao discussion lineup, I've decided to reserve a spot for the most outstanding new disciple, to show that every generation produces talented individuals. Could it be that news of my imminent second vortex condensation has reached the dean? If this spot isn't for the exceptionally talented senior brother Fang, then who is it for? Donga pointed to the crowd. It's decided. It's you. Haklin took a deep breath, ready to step forward, but the director's finger pointed directly at Jiang Wang. Fang Healing was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He immediately stepped onto the stage, furious, and shouted to stop it. Wait, Dean, I don't accept this. Donga frowned, his voice icy. Do you dare question my decision? Haling was overwhelmed by the director's aura and stammered, unable to speak. Just then, Lord Wei Kuji stepped in to defuse the situation. Don't be angry, Dean Dong. I didn't expect your disciple to dare refute you in public like that. Let me handle this for you. He turned to Fang He Ling, offering a simple but effective proposal. You disagree, don't you? Simple. You both fight on the platform, and whoever wins gets the spot. Dean Dong nodded in agreement, calling out Jiang Wang's name, urging him to step forward. Stepping into the arena, Jiang Wang suddenly asked about the rules. Master, am I allowed to inflict injuries? Hearing this, He Ling smiled contemptuously. Are you out of your mind? Someone without a foundation dares to think they can hurt me? Dong slowly reiterated the rules. No maiming, no killing, anything else goes. Wei Kuji shouted. Begin! In a flash, Fang Healing attacked, boasting, Don't worry, we're still brothers, I won't cripple you, twin flame blades. Jiang Wang quickly swung his sword, and in an instant a figure was sent flying, their head slamming against the arena floor. It was Fang Healing. Ling He, observing from below, remarked without surprise, Our third brother's strength has improved again. Rusheng nodded in agreement. The effects of physical training were indeed obvious. Fang Healing took a beating and was temporarily unconscious while the other disciples cheered excitedly. Very well, Jiang Wang, very well. The boisterous cheers roused Fang Healing, who immediately jumped up, his face flushed as he shouted a challenge. I haven't lost yet. Keep it coming, Jiang Wang. Hearing this, Linga couldn't help but shake his head in mockery. How shameless. In the short time you were unconscious, my third brother could have killed you 10 times over. Li Jiankyu and Ajan chime in, saying he's resorting to cheap tricks. Ruteng shouts, cheering him on. It's okay, third brother. Flip him over again. The crowd below vehemently protested. Fang Healing, get down here. Fang Healing, get down here. Stop embarrassing yourself. Fang Healing panics, trying to explain himself. No, listen to me, everyone. Just now, that Jiang Wang must have used Dao Origin to fuel his technique. Using Dao Origin comes at a great cost, yet to defeat me, he didn't hesitate to slow his progress in establishing his foundation. What a shameless, desperate tactic. Headmaster Dong angrily waved his sleeve, ordering him to leave in disgrace. Filled with resentment, Fang Healing reluctantly departed, muttering darkly, Just you wait, Jiang Wang will never establish his foundation or succeed in building his base. Cut to the quiet room, where Dong checks Jiang Wang's meridians, a frown forming on his face. Reckless! He boomed, So you knew the secret. The formation you used wasn't the regress formation? Jiang Wang knew he couldn't hide it any longer and confessed with his head bowed. Yes, the dean found out after all. Dean Dong angrily slams his hand on the table, making the teapot jump. He sternly rebuked him. There are indeed many superior foundation formations than the primordial return formation, but our Jade Capital Mountain lineage has always chosen the primordial return formation for its stability, safety, and effectiveness. Laying the foundation is a major event that affects the entire path of cultivation. How dare you make such a decision without consulting your elders? Jiang Wang could only bow his head in apology. You know you were wrong? Dean Tong sighed, his voice softening slightly, but still full of regret. With your talent, if you had used the primordial return diagram, you might have completed the Lesser Jutian and entered the 8th stage of the traveling meridian realm. Kneeling, Jiang Wang said firmly, I apologize, Dean. I acted without permission and will accept any punishment, even rebuilding my cultivation from scratch. Seeing his sincerity, the director couldn't bring himself to punish him, waving his hand. All right, what's done is done, and time has passed. There's no use in saying more. Perhaps everyone has their own destiny. Unexpectedly, Director Dong took out an ancient jade pendant and handed it to Jiang Wang, saying, "This jade contains a secret technique called the Yuan control art, which can help you control your Dao source with more precision, assisting you in completing your foundation." "Take it," Jiang Wang quickly refused. "This is too precious." And it was Senior Dong's personal favorite. How could I dare take it for myself? This treasure was a gift from an old friend, but that friend is now dust in the wind. It no longer has any meaning for me. He firmly placed the jade horn in Jiang Wang's hand, his eyes filled with hope. "Take it. You are the future of Zhuang." The moment he touched the jade, Jiang Wang felt the profound mysteries of the spirit control art flowing into his mind. Overcome with emotion, he knelt and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Dean Tong waved dismissively, turning his back. "You may leave." That afternoon, Linghe picked up his little sister, Jiang Anan, from school and saw Jiang Wang. He waved him over and presented a gold-trimmed invitation. "Third brother, the Fang family sent this invitation for you." Seeing the Fang family seal, Jiang Wang frowned, opened the letter, scanned it, and scoffed. "It's Fang Zeho, inviting me to a banquet at Moon-Gazing Pavilion." Ling Heng asked in surprise, "Fang Hailing's father? Are you really going?" Jiang Wang nodded firmly. "Of course we'll go. I want to see what tricks that old fox is playing." He turned to look at Jiang Anan, smiling gently. "Anan, would you like your brother to take you to a delicious feast?" The little girl cheered with delight. "Yes, please." Seeing this, Ling He pulled out a dagger hidden in his sleeve and anxiously suggested, "Third brother, this is likely a trap. Let me go with you." Kuang Wang dismisses his concerns. "It's all right, brother. Don't worry. The Fang family wouldn't be foolish enough to attack an inner court disciple in broad daylight." Soon after, Kuang Wang confidently enters Moonview Pavilion, where a waiter rushes to greet him. "This way, please. Master Fang is waiting in the VIP room." As he entered, Jiang Wang frowned, noticing a familiar face drinking with Fang Zeho. This is Hu Zi, a well-known figure in the city. Fang Zeho greeted Jiang Wang with a fake smile. "Oh, Zianti is here, come on in." He turned to Anan, looking friendly. "This young lady must be your younger sister. How adorable. Come, have a seat." Jiang Wang didn't want to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I wonder why Master Fang Yuan invited me here today." Fang Zhao maintained his polite smile, waving his hand. No rush, no rush. Let's eat something first. You must be hungry." In Anan's eyes, Fang Zhao with his thick beard looked even more ferocious and scary than the tiger. Fang Yuan clapped his hands, and servants brought out a brocade box containing a golden abacus, custom-made by a renowned artisan. "I heard that my niece is intelligent and quick-witted, with a knack for calculation, so please accept this small token." Jiang Wang pushed the gift box back, coldly refusing. "Spare me the expensive gifts, just tell me the purpose of this banquet, Fang Yuan Wai. To be frank, we owe you an apology for what happened with Bangju, but the past is the past, and you're dead now, so there's no need to bring it up." Fang Zhao shifts the topic to Fang Healing, calling him an outstanding nephew. "So, let me be blunt. Since Bangju's passing, Healing is the only hope left among the younger generation of the Fang family, but since his crushing defeat at your hands, he's lost all confidence, his will has weakened, and he drowns his sorrows in alcohol. I fear he'll fall into ruin and destroy his future." Jiang Wang calmly retorted, "What does that have to do with me?" Fang Zeho's gaze turned cold as he made his request. "Therefore, I hope you can seek out Healing and publicly apologize to him. Admit that you used underhanded methods, dark weapons, or sorcery to win the duel, and help him regain his confidence and honor." Kang Wang slams his chopsticks on the table. "Say yes if you can, no if you can't. You want me to trample on my conscience and swordsman's honor to admit to dirty deeds I never committed? Sorry, Jiang Wang, I can't do it." Fang Zhou remained unfazed, pulling out another box and opening it to reveal a glittering stone. "Of course, I wouldn't ask you to do it for nothing. What's a little bowing of the head? If you do as I say, this is yours." "A Dao origin stone?" Smirking, Fang Zeho continued his enticement. "You have a good eye. This Dao Source stone weighs 10 pounds and contains the equivalent of exactly 100 Dao Source pellets. Just imagine, if you absorbed all of this stone with your talent, you could instantly establish your foundation and rise to the heavens." "Indeed, perhaps you're right. My bowing head is worthless." Fang Zehu laughed triumphantly. "I knew it. My dear nephew is wise and has great foresight." But unexpectedly, Jiang Wang pushed it back towards him, his voice as cold as ice. "But Fang Healing is not worthy." Fang Zeho was speechless, his smile fading. As you finished speaking, Jiang Wang grabbed Anan's hand and left. "And Anne, we're leaving. No more eating." The little girl, still engrossed in her chicken leg, cried out in dismay. "Ah, my chicken leg is left behind." Fang Zeho's face darkened, and he threatened, "Jiang Wang, I was going to reason with you, but don't think the Fang family can't touch you." Kang Wang paused but didn't turn around. He wouldn't dare. The Fang family was one of Fenglin City's 3 great clans, while he was just an ordinary inner disciple. "Do you really think being an inner disciple is a get-out-of-jail-free card?" Fang Zeho scoffed, pointing to the burly man beside him. "Do you even know who's standing next to me?" Before Jiang Wang could guess, he smugly introduced, "This is my cousin." Fang Zhou-yong, the current vice-general of the city garrison, is the right-hand man of City Lord Wei Kuji in Maplewood City, second only to one, but above 10,000. Even if Dong-A were here, he would have to show respect. Jiang Wang glanced at the bearded man, recognizing him from Xiaolin Town as the one who accompanied Wei Kuji, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The vice-general of the city guard, with even higher status than Wei Ran. Who knew the Fang family had such a powerful backer? Suddenly, the vice-general slammed his hand on the table, shattering the sturdy wood in an instant. "Ignorant fool." Annan was startled, quickly clutching the chicken leg to her chest. "Ah, my chicken leg?" The bearded man glared and roared, "You're out of line." Fang Zhou smiled slyly, thinking Tang Di was helping him, but the bearded man suddenly turned to him, roaring like thunder. "Fang Zhou, you scoundrel!" The loud shout startled Fang Zhou, his face turning deathly pale. "It was you who said this matter concerned the very survival of the Fang family's business, so I spared some time to come and see you. So you just wanted to use my power to bully a junior. Though I share the Fuang name, I come from a branch family and never benefited from its resources. My position today is thanks to my own strength and the city lord's patronage, so I no longer go by Fuang Trach Dung. I am now Fang Rusong, a name bestowed upon me by the city lord himself," he declared, pointing directly at Fang Zeho. "If it weren't for the last vestiges of blood between us, I would have punished you long ago. From now on, only show your face to me on tomb sweeping day." Having vented his anger, Du Som turned to Anan, but seeing her trembling behind her brother, he suddenly became awkward, trying to look cute, but failing miserably. "Sorry, did I scare you?" Anan found his attempt at a smile even scarier than his anger, and she burst into tears, crying, "Brother, save me from the monster." Fang Du Som stood there, dumbfounded, not understanding what he'd done wrong. Meanwhile, inside a sealed room at Wang Yu Tower, Fang Zeho stood before a shattered table, roaring. "Come out here," the butler acknowledged and helped Fang hailing out. His face now pale and gaunt, he was a shadow of his former self. "Father," Fang Zeho pointed at his son's face, his voice stern. "Did you hear me clearly? Threats and promises are useless. Jiang Wang defeated you with his own strength. Even with the help of Dao Source Stones to speed up your foundation, you still couldn't beat him. That's the difference in talent." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, raising his arm as if to strike. "I suppressed my own brother's resources for you. I conceded so many benefits just to get you a spot in the inner court. I even used my most important connections. And you?" He roared, saying that not only had he become a laughingstock in Fanglam City, but now he was destroying himself like a useless cripple. "You've disgraced the Fang family, making us the laughingstock of everyone." Unable to bear it any longer, Fang Haling finally explodes, revealing his pent-up frustration. "I didn't want this either. I was about to reach the second level of the Dao Comprehension Realm, yet I was defeated in one move by some Foundation establishment. Nobody. I admit my talent is ordinary, but what can I do? I've tried my best. What more do you want from me?" "Teach me, father." Fang Zeo's raised arm trembled, then fell as he looked at his despairing son. "Then prove it to everyone," he whispered into Healing's ear like a curse. "As long as you're willing to try, no matter the cost, even my life, I will help you. But my son, you must have the will to fight." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a massive stone wheel grinds forward, pulled by a gasping, sobbing figure. Little Nam, who throws a rock from her cabin, hitting him in the head. "Quit muttering and get to pulling." As she pulled, Xiaonan calculated their route, the human city not far off. Meanwhile, atop Fanglam City's gate, City Lord Nuai Kutat gazed into the distance, his eyes sharp as a hawk. The plan was set. They wouldn't be able to resist the bait. "When those demons show their faces, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop." Standing next to him is Dong-A, the dean of the institute. Wei Kuji turned and said, "Although you're with Grand Chancellor Du Ruhai, and I'm a former subordinate of General Huangfu Duanming, factions that are usually at odds, for the sake of Zhuang, I hope you can put aside your differences and work with me to eradicate the Whitebone sect." I didn't expect you to gather so much intelligence in secret, and the plan is so thorough, but I don't know much about this Whitebone sect you speak of. How do you want me to cooperate? Furthermore, the Three Cities tournament is about to take place in Phong Lam City with tight security. Is that thing really important enough for them to risk showing their faces? Wei Kuji reiterated the past, saying this might be our only chance. Remember, we're both responsible for avenging the innocent people who died tragically in the Zhenxiaolin incident. Dong A remained unconvinced, but how sure are you that even if the White Bone sect really appears, you want to gamble the safety of all the people of Fenglan City on this? Headmaster Dong voices his deep-seated concerns. No fool would dare offer up Zhenxiaolin right under our noses. I fear this feigned retreat will fail, leading to the needless deaths of innocent people. Don't doubt me. Fenglan City is my territory, and my mind is made up. Dong A frowned, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, "Absurd! Fenglan City belongs to Zhuang, not just you." Wei Qvg remained unmoved, his gaze distant, his voice heavy with bitterness. Dong A, think for yourself. A town sacrificed. Tens of thousands of people and countless souls that should be at peace. Disturbed. Tell me, what kind of nation allows such a tragedy to occur? A move from the Qingjiang prefecture would mobilize the entire Qinghe County army for defense. A heart-devouring demon appeared, and the entire Thanha district's Hin Tap Tai swarmed in like disturbed hornets as he turned to Dong A, his eyes sharp. I've repeatedly requested resources from Trang Prefecture, but they always brush me off. Trangting clearly doesn't care about the lives of the people in Phong Lam City. You accuse me of abusing my power, but if I don't manage this, who will? We must turn defense into offense, or today we lose one town, and tomorrow who knows where disaster will strike. Must you witness such tragedies again? Faced with Wei Kuji's ironclad logic and deep concern for the people, Headmaster Dong finally relents. He sighed. All right, we'll proceed with your plan. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. This academy will fully cooperate. Consider it a small act of redemption on my part. Wei Kuji confidently affirmed, the information I spread will surely lure the White Bone sect to the Ming Bamboo. After all, it came from their territory. But what about Zhu Weiwo? Isn't he coming back to compete for a spot at the National Academy? The vice principal looked up at the sky, his eyes full of hope. His battlefield wasn't here. He's destined to shine at the National Taoist Academy. Competing for this spot would be a waste of his time. I hope Zhang Linchuan can secure direct entry into the National Academy this time. Wei Kuji nodded in approval. Your arrangement is perfect. Everyone is in position, just waiting for the play to begin. Meanwhile, at the city gates, the delegation from Three Mountains City has arrived. Wow, that's a big carriage. It's the barbarians from Three Mountains City. The crowd of citizens and students buzzed with discussion, their eyes wide with astonishment. Look at him. That man is bigger than a bear. A monster is a monster, I guess. They look really intimidating. Rucheng hid behind Jiang Wang, pointing. Third brother, look, that giant is bound by huge iron chains. Does the Three Mountains sect even let heinous criminals participate? Kang Wang nodded in agreement. Yes, I think that's very possible. After all, the reward for the winner of this year's freshman exam is a direct entry into the National Taoist Academy, so everyone wants to go all out. Hearing this, Ling He sternly warned, don't speak carelessly or we'll be in trouble if they hear you. The giant and his entourage came to a halt. Ling He, as a representative, stepped forward to greet them. Friends from Three Mountains City and Phong Lam Academy. Ling He has been waiting. Please, follow me. We'll go to the academy to rest first, and later I'll take you to familiarize yourselves with the Tao discussion site. Bound by iron chains, the giant trudged along, led by his escorts, as two figures sipped tea and observed from the second story of a nearby tower. Lin Zhengli looked down, a triumphant smile on his face. Brother, the barbarians from Three Mountains City are here too. Their senior brother, Chu Ping, was killed by a demon, so their strength has been greatly reduced. Zhao Duinga of Phong Lam City also didn't participate. All obstacles that could threaten Brother Zheng Ren have automatically disappeared. Heaven is truly helping our Wangjiang City. Entering the Straight Kingdom Tao Institute will surely belong to you, brother. Across from him sat Lin Zhengren, Wangjiang City's finest. He calmly sipped his tea, gently reminding, Patience, Zhengli. Until the very end, we must never underestimate or neglect anyone. In the Dao Viet residential area, Ling He and his brothers were guiding guests. This is the courtyard prepared for you. Please come in. Suddenly, Huang Ajan ran over, shouting, Zhang Wang, your sister is in trouble. Huang Vong's heart skipped a beat, the accident at Tu Lam Town flashing through his mind. Hanan, Has something happened to Anan? He rushed to his sister's school, only to have a stack of homework thrown in his face. The private tutor was red in the face, his anger overflowing. Cheating, skipping class, and refusing to listen to instruction. He pointed at the pile of papers in Jiang Wang's hands, continuing his tirade. Take a good look at your sister's work. During the minor exam, Jiang Anan was caught helping others, so I punished her with 1,000 repetitions of the 1,000-character classic. Look what she wrote. Upon closer inspection, the handwriting varies wildly. Turns out she bribed her classmates with candied fruit to do it for her. Jiang Wang glanced down to see An hiding behind the teacher, secretly sticking her tongue out at him. The teacher, still furious, threatened that if it happened again, she would be expelled and never allowed to study with him again. Kuang Vong could only offer a wry smile, bowing repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry, sir. I assure you, from now on, I will discipline Jiang Anyan strictly. As An left, a little girl suddenly blocked their path, shouting for them to stop. It was Qingji. The girl perched on the palanquin, frowning unhappily at Jiang Wang. Are you the one who won't let Anan play with me? Kuang Vong calmly explained. Little friend, I only told Anan not to cheat with you, not that she couldn't play with you. Tanji immediately retorted, her reasoning forceful. What do you mean by cheating? It's called sharing good things, like when I gave Anan the pearl bracelet. What's wrong with that? Qingji rolls up her sleeves, stepping forward menacingly. You forced An to return my bracelet, ruining our friendship token. You want to go right now? But Jiang Wang didn't mind, shrugging and replying, Little friend, if you keep this up, I'm telling your parents. The little girl glared, roaring like an evil dragon. How dare you? Anan suddenly interjected, defending him. Thanji, if you dare hit my brother, I won't play with you anymore. Hearing this, Thanji quickly softened his tone, his face contorting. Hey, no, don't. I won't hit him again. We're still good friends, right? Only then did little Anan happily nod in agreement. Of course. Thanji's smile returns and he says, See you later. An waves goodbye as well, and Jiang Wang sighs inwardly, watching Qingji's parents arrive. Another parent, Grandpa Goi, I'm afraid you won't live to see your daughter graduate. Turning to his younger sister, Jiang Wang Yu, he said, What are you looking at? We'll deal with you slowly after Brother Mai's competition. That night, in a secluded courtyard, massive chains lay neatly on the ground as a young woman offered a healing balm to the giant before her. I told you, as long as you help Tam-sun win this time, Xiaonan smiled, I'll set you free. Then she continued, But until the competition, don't even think about leaving my side. Tonight you can sleep on the floor in my room. Hearing this, the giant recoiled and screamed, No, please! Xiaonan immediately throws a loving punch, sending the giant flying and coldly concludes, It's my decision. That giant is none other than Sun Xiaonan's younger brother, Sun Xiaoyan, who lies on the ground, wailing miserably. I don't want to be with you. I want to go home to Mom. Xiaonan shook her head, reminding him with a sigh. Sun Xiaoyan, you're 13 years old, too big to be crying for your mommy all the time. Don't you feel ashamed? We're here to win the competition and share Mom's burden. I don't care. I want to go home to Mom. I don't want to be with a muscle-bound woman like you. Mom, Big Sis is bullying me. Xiaonan narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Sun Xiaoyan, what did you call your sister just now? He suddenly realized he'd touched a nerve. Xiaonan clenches his fist in anger. A female powerhouse, is it? Young Master Yan is beaten to a pulp, crying and apologizing profusely. I was wrong, sister. Spare me. I was wrong. The servants outside, hearing the commotion, whispered worriedly, wondering if their young master would even be able to fight tomorrow. Don't worry. The young master has a special constitution. He should be fine, right? Inside the room, after venting her anger, Xiaonan quietly comforted him. There. I'll apply more medicine for you, and you mustn't be naughty anymore. Cut to the day of the tournament, where before a massive crowd, Zhao Rucheng stands on a high platform, microphone in hand, to announce the opening. The air is clear, the sky bright, and anticipation hangs heavy. Listen up, everyone. The Three Cities Martial Arts Tournament is officially underway. He thumped his chest confidently. I, the sponsor, will be your host this time. Zhao Rucheng took the stage to explain and guide everyone, pointing to the audience and stirring up the atmosphere. Let the mountains hear our roaring spirit, the rivers feel the Tao of the mortal realm, and the wind witness our soaring ambition. Now, give me your loudest cheers. Wow! The crowd below is responding with great enthusiasm, cheering and raising their hands in excitement. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Rucheng nodded in satisfaction and began to announce the rules. Very good, very good. I can feel your passion. But as is customary, before the match officially begins, let's go over the rules. The first round consists of 3 matches, with the order of play determined by drawing lots to ensure fairness and transparency. The winner of each match will advance to the next round. In the second round, the 3 remaining victors will compete in a round-robin format, A versus B, B versus C, and C versus A. A win earns 3 points, a draw earns 1, and a loss earns 0. The one with the highest score will be the champion. And now, the first to step into the arena is a first-year student. Please come forward. From the wings, Jiang Wang calmly steps onto the arena floor. Ru Cheng immediately shouts into the microphone, "From Fong Lam City, Jiang Wang. And here's the special treatment he's arranged for his senior brother," Nuthan shouts. And now, a word from our sponsors. Suddenly, a team of muscle-bound cheerleaders appears. Dongqing shouts a slogan. Lin Feng is in a league of his own, kicking Wang Jiang away, who dares to compete, shattering Tom Sun with a punch, seeing no rivals. "Go Jiang Wang, go, go Jiang Wang, go!" Below, An and Ling, he enthusiastically cheered along. "Brother, you've got this. Jiang Wang will win." Lima, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. "So this is how captivating the competition is?" Elsewhere, Zhuri Li sneered with contempt. What a ridiculous display. Seeing Nuthan's ridiculous display, Kuang Vong sighed, wondering if he sponsored the whole event just for this. Ru Qing then gestured towards the remaining arena to introduce the next challenger, Yang Xingyang from Tamsan City, who would unfortunately be facing Jiang Wang. Yang Xingyang steps into the arena, offering a greeting, while Zhao Rucheng announces the rules from the center of the stage. The rules are simple. Surrender, unconsciousness, or being knocked out of the ring results in a loss. Victory must be decisive. He waved his hand, shouting with excitement. The 6 competitors are in position. Let the match begin. As soon as the order was given, Jiang Wang's opponent, Shang Yang, immediately began forming hand seals, chanting incantations. But Jiang Wang was even faster, his figure a blur like lightning, his sharp sword aimed straight at his opponent's throat. A one-hit kill. But just as the blade was about to strike, a burst of purple light erupted from below, forcing Jiang Wang to halt in his tracks. From the arena floor, a forest of sharp stone pillars suddenly erupts. Kuang Vong reacts quickly, narrowly dodging the attack. Shang Yong shouted, "Earth Spike Technique!" The audience was terrified as the arena transformed into a forest of stone spikes. After landing safely, Jiang Wang analyzed, "I could have killed him with one strike, but my legs would have been impaled by these stone pillars. There are still rounds to come, and trading serious injuries for a win is a bad move. He must have foreseen this. Even with my sword at his brow, his hand seals remained flawless. His will is as hard as iron. This one won't be easy." Not giving Kong Wang a chance to breathe, Xingyang stomped hard, using the stone pillars as a springboard. He roared, "Now it's my turn." He waved his hand, sending sharp rock fragments flying towards Jiang Wang like a rain of arrows. However, Jiang Wang's movements were nimble, easily dodging them. He thought to himself that the 3 mountains cultivators were indeed well-versed in earth-based Taoist arts and body refinement methods. Strong attacks, solid defense, but lacking in agility. If I maintain my speed, he can't touch me. But then, Jiang Wang's pupils contracted in shock. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yong encases his fists in thick stone and lunges forward with incredible speed. Jiang Wang quickly raises his sword to block the stone fist. Clang! A terrifying force sends him flying, his mind reeling with questions. How can an earth-based cultivator possess such explosive speed? Before Jiang Wang could think, Shang Yong lunged again, unleashing a flurry of blows. Jiang Wang struggled to parry with his sword, carefully observing. So that's it. He's using earth spikes to propel himself and make up for his lack of speed. Clever, but a Foundation Establishment cultivator's Dao source is limited. He can't maintain such a costly technique for long. If I can just stall for time, the tide will surely turn in my favor. Suddenly, Kuang Vong felt the sword grow heavy. Yang Yong used his stone hands to lock onto the blade, staring at Jiang Wang with a sharp gaze. Destroy your sword and see what advantage you have left. Xiang Yong uses his power to shatter Jiang Wang's steel sword into pieces, then kicks him away. "Brother!" Little Anan cried out in worry, while Zhao Rucheng leaped from his seat in shock. But as the dust settles, Jiang Wang stands firm, his stance unwavering, his blood energy surging around him, the spirit-body refinement art, Xuanwu shift, and the stands erupt in cheers. Incredible! Even with his sword destroyed, Jiang Wang withstood Taoist Chung Sanshan's full-force attack unscathed. It seems beyond his exceptional swordsmanship, Jiang Wang is also a hidden body refinement genius. This match just got interesting, as Jiang Wang leaps forward to counterattack. Xingyong throws a stone fist in response, but Jiang Wang suddenly takes a step back, feinting an attack. Xingyong punches at nothing, losing his balance. He knows he's been tricked. Seizing the moment of imbalance, Kang Wang swiftly grabbed Hong Yong's stone arm, turning his own strength against him to slam him to the ground, as Li Jiangqiu casually explained to his fellow disciples. While the stone skin fists enhance attack and defense, they're like carrying two huge rocks, altering your center of gravity, making it easy to lose balance and expose openings. Suddenly, the arm of Xingyong, seized by Jiang Wang, began to glow brightly and heat up intensely. Jiang Wang felt uneasy and looked down, but it was too late. Boom. The stone arm explodes, the shockwave throwing Jiang Wang back, shards of rock piercing his skin. Xingyong is also injured, but he gives Jiang Wang no chance to recover, immediately lunging with his remaining stone fist. He throws the decisive punch, triggering the self-destruct mechanism once more. But this time, Jiang Wang moves like a phantom. White Tiger steps. He dodges the punch by a hair and appears right behind Xingyong. He misses, his punch obliterating the arena floor, while Jiang Wang lands a full-force blow to his opponent's back, sending Xingyong flying. Heavens, he detonated the stone-shattering fist? That move injures the enemy for 1,000, but hurts himself for 800. What a crazy fighting style. No wonder they're called mountain savages. Looking at Xingyong's mangled arms, Jiang Wang frowned with concern. Friend, your arms are this injured. Do you still wish to continue? Xingyong clenched his fists, pain evident, but his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Of course, as long as he wasn't completely defeated, a man of Mount San would never easily admit defeat. Hearing this, Jiang Wang responded without hesitation. Very well, I will defeat you with all my strength, so you may be convinced. Suddenly, Jiang Wang's heart began to race. He took a deep breath, regulated his breathing, and his entire body glowed a fiery red. Without hesitation, Xingyong threw a steel fist through the red aura like a wild beast. From afar, Xiaonan was shocked. Another sudden burst of speed, even faster than before. Is he burning his life force? No, he's simply pushing his life force to the brink of combustion. Could the Azure Forest really be hiding such a powerful body-strengthening technique? The tables have turned, with Xingyong taking hit after hit, while Jiang Wang effortlessly deflects every attack. Jiang Wang roars, adopting the stance of a phoenix taking flight. Vermilion bird, defeated by me. Struck by the vermilion bird, Xingyong is sent flying like a leaf in a storm. His body riddled with wounds, he desperately claws at the arena floor, refusing to fall as Jiang Wang presses his advantage. White Tiger. The crowd in the stands roars with excitement. Jiang Wang is invincible. The judge, seeing Xingyong's critical condition, raised the flag to stop the match. But Xingyong gasped. Hold on, wait. Despite his battered body, Xingyong struggles to his feet, his legs trembling but determined to stand firm. I can still fight. For the people of my homeland, I can continue. I must. As long as I'm not dead, I refuse to give up. The audience murmurs amongst themselves. These barbarians really don't value their lives, always rushing headfirst into death. Seeing his opponent falter, Jiang Wang swiftly moved to catch him. Under the bright sun, Jiang Wang gently laid Xingyong down, his voice full of respect. You are not a barbarian. You are an honorable warrior. May I ask your name? Xingyong gasped for breath. From Three Mountain City, Yangxiangrong. The match is over, and the cities roar into the loudspeakers with excitement. With both virtue and skill, Jiang Wang is truly remarkable. The list of those entering the second round is officially revealed. Fenglin City, Jiang Wang. Three Mountain City, Zhao Tiehe. Wangjiang City, Lin Zhengli. Lin Zhengli sneers at Jiang Wang, making a sarcastic remark. Like chickens pecking at each other, a drawn-out fight with little skill. Rucheng continues, inviting the three contestants to draw lots at the judges' table to determine the order of the second round. In this round, luck is key. Drawing the blank grants you a bye. The three approach the judges' table. After the draw, Jiang Wang calmly raised his lot. I'm the one who gets a bye. Lin Zhengli scowls at his own lot, clearly displeased. Looks like you get to live another round. Kang Wang retorts with a sharp glare. Then let's hope your luck holds out so you can still have all your limbs intact when you face me. He chuckled derisively. Just you wait. I love teaching hard-headed people like you a lesson. I guarantee you'll be 10 times worse off than that chicken. Zhao Tiehe stepped forward, stopping Lin Zhengli, and said sternly, Fellow Taoist Cheng Wangjiang, please respect your opponent. Lin Zhengli brushed him off, sneering. All right. You barbarians don't need to act like you're lecturing me. It's unbearable. Taisha clenches his fist in frustration, but holds back, as the arena needs repairs after the previous battle. While they wait, Ruchung comments excitedly. Let's not interrupt such a thrilling match. The order for the next round is set. They say good character brings good fortune, and the luckiest of all is Jiang Wang, who gets to rest and recover. Lin Zhengli remained arrogant, letting them be praised to the heavens only for him to drag them down to the mud. That's what's truly interesting. Witnessing Yang Zhangyong's extraordinary efforts, Zhao Tiehe became even more determined. Don't worry, Zhangyong, for the honor of Tamsun, I will win in your place, the loudspeaker blared. Representing Tamsun, Triu Thiet Ha, and from Vongjiang, Lam Chin Lei, please enter the arena. Despite his tattered clothes, Jiang Wang descended to the spectator area, his face beaming as he waved and called out, "Big brother on." Linga asked worriedly, "Third brother, why are you down here? Shouldn't you be recovering?" Kuang Wang patted his solid bicep, reassuring him with a smile. "It's all right, big brother. My body's fine." Suddenly, Qingzhi's crisp voice rang out from afar. "Anan, Anan, I saw your brother on the field, so I knew you'd be here." Hearing the familiar voice, Anan turned around and exclaimed, "Sister Qingzhi!" The little girl jumped from Linga's shoulder and ran to Tanqi, greeting her with delight as Kuangwang noticed Tanqi's companion and bowed respectfully. Kuangwang is too honored to meet old Mr. Tong. This old man's name is Kuei, the caretaker of young Miss Tanqi. Everyone just calls him Mr. Kuei. Huang Ajan stared at the old man's head and asked with a mischievous curiosity, "Mr. Kuei, has anyone ever told you that your head looks like something?" Meanwhile, the referee's resounding command echoed, "Begin!" Linga, standing nearby, sternly reminded him, "Third brother, you must focus on the match and analyze your opponent carefully." Jiang Wang obediently replied, "Yes, big brother." As soon as the match began, Zhao Tie formed a seal and charged aggressively toward Lin Zhengli, who remained smug, saying, "What's the rush? I'll send you off the stage right now." Sheha stomped her foot and the arena floor immediately cracked. He unleashes a stone spike technique, summoning sharp pillars from the earth that hurtle toward Zhonglai. A powerful opening to the second round leaves the audience in awe. Lin Zhengli manipulated great waves to evade the attacks, his tone mocking the simple trick. Hearing this, Taijia waved his hand, and sharp pillars of rock pierced through the water, continuing to hunt his opponent. Zhengli gracefully manipulated the water to evade the attacks, mocking his opponent, claiming he saw through the moves. How boring. Seeing that ranged attacks were ineffective, Tai He suddenly lunged into close combat, prompting Zhengli to retort, "Are you deaf?" He condensed water into a giant fist, delivering a devastating blow to Tiha. Tiha's body shattered, but it was just rubble. A substitution technique. Suddenly, Iron River's true form appears behind Yung Lai, shouting, "You're surrounded!" But Yung Lai remains calm, even arrogant, convinced of his own superiority. Iron River kicks the surrounding sharp rocks, sending them flying to attack Zhong Lai from all directions. Zhong Lai unleashes a wave, gently brushing away all the rocks, and smirks. So the real body moved into the stone thorn technique for a surprise attack. You think I didn't notice? I was just pretending to cooperate with you. From the start, all your actions have been within my predictions. He looks at Tiha, suspended in midair. The time has come for you to fall into my true trap. He glanced around, horrified to realize he was surrounded by a colossal wall of water. Zhengli shouted, "Wave prison!" Immediately, waves crash in from all sides, engulfing Tai Ha below the stage. Ajan picks his nose and comments that Zhao Tiehe's third stage earth technique has pushed the stone spike art to the limit of a top-grade Ding-level Taoist art. Impressive. But Linghe sees more, warning that Lin Zhengli is skilled at psychological warfare, and Jiang Wang must be careful not to fall for his tricks. Kang Wang nodded, "Yes, brother." On the arena floor, Tai He uses stone armor to encase his body in rock, minimizing damage. Seeing his opponent's persistence, Zheng Li sneers. "Still holding on? Then taste my water whip." He lashes out with the water whip, but Taisha quickly catches it, trying to lock the attack. Little did he know, Zheng Li had a trick up his sleeve, a binding seal hidden within the whip's watery form, and he smirks. "Gotcha." Zheng Li activates the binding spell and the ropes immediately tighten around Taiha's body. Only now does he realize the binding spell within the water whip. Unable to move, Taiha falls to the arena floor. With his prey caught in his web, Zhong Lai boasted, "Smart. I hope you can last a little longer. Don't surrender before I'm satisfied." Zheng Li's expression turned vicious as he swung his whip and shouted, "Still stubborn, huh?" Coincidentally, my whip specializes in dealing with hardheads like you. A massive explosion erupts, blanketing the arena in smoke, and the audience murmurs in shock. A first-year student's match shouldn't be this intense. Is the water whip really that powerful? Something's not right. As the smoke clears, Zhi Li squints at the haze, clicking his tongue in annoyance. The hillbilly Zhao Tiehe has escaped the binding technique, but at the cost of a body riddled with wounds from self-detonating his stone armor. Yet his eyes now burn like a crazed predator as he roars, "Come here." Observing from afar, Lin Zhengren remarked that the maneuver was identical to his teammate's earlier attempt, except this time, he detonated the stone armor covering his entire body to escape, resulting in far more severe self-inflicted injuries. Seeing Taiha's grave wounds, Zhengren turned to question the representative from Three Mountain City. He's reached his limit. "Miss Two-Man, are you sure you want him to continue? This isn't the District Academy's grand exam in November. It has nothing to do with his future. There's no need to risk his life like this." Little Man's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied, "Whether he wants to live or preserve his honor, I can't decide for him." Seeing Taiha's battered body still charging forward, Zheng Li cracked his water whip, unleashing a cruel taunt. "Fool, what good is your momentary courage? Without the protection of your stone armor, you'll only lose more miserably." Lin Zhengli lashed out with his water whip, striking Zhao Tier in the face, but Tiehe seized the opportunity, grabbing the whip, wrapping it tightly around his wrist, and with all his might pulled Zhengli toward him, shouting, "Stone Skin Fist!" Seeing the situation turn against him, Zhengli had no choice but to release the whip and jump back. He exclaimed in surprise and mockery, "So, this madman is willing to risk serious injury just to land one attack before he loses? But this young master doesn't have time to play a life-for-a-life game with you." Suddenly, Taiha became eerily calm, turning his head and replying in a deep voice, "No, I'm the one who's one step ahead of you." Zheng Li landed on the floor, immediately forming a seal, opening a floating, water-based bagua circle behind him, with hundreds of sharp water arrows appearing, pointing directly at Taiha. Annoyed, he said, "I, Lin Yangli, have finally experienced the stubbornness of you barbarians from Three Mountain City." With a contemptuous look, he spoke his final words. "But being stubborn doesn't mean you're invincible. Now, your life is forfeit." A mid-grade technique, rain of 100 arrows. Just as Zheng Li prepares to unleash his attack, a dark vortex suddenly appears beneath him, the immense suction force dragging him down. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening, while in the stands, Lin Zhengren frowned, realizing that he and his brother had been tricked from the start. On the other side, Xiaoman smiled victoriously. In a stunning turn of events, Ru Chung excitedly announces that Lin Zhengli has fallen into a low-grade pit trap. It turns out Zhao Tiehe had a secret move from the start. When the match began, his hand seals weren't for stone thorns, but to secretly set up a trap. The stone spike technique, which he could cast instantly, was disguised with a feigned, simultaneous action to fool his opponent. Enraged, Zheng Li struggled in the muddy vortex, roaring. "Damn it." At that moment, Taiha approached the pit and coldly said, "You never shut up. I've been putting up with you for too long." He grabbed Zheng Li's neck, saying to remember to watch his mouth around people from Mount Sanking. With that, he delivered a devastating blow, sending teeth flying, followed by a merciless barrage of punches and kicks to Zheng Li's face. The scene was too violent for An, so Ling. He quickly covered her eyes, praising the trap as truly remarkable. Jiang Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the people of Qingsanshan may seem crude and boorish, but their combat thinking is actually extremely sophisticated. Seeing Taiha fight like a berserk demon, Lin Zhengren feared a fatality and quickly stood up, shouting his surrender. Only then did Zhao Tiehe stop. Lin Zhengli's face completely disfigured, his cheekbones unrecognizable, as the audience roared with excitement. "Zhao Tiehe, Zhao Tiehe." Ajan grinned slyly at Jiang Wang. They beat each other to a pulp like that. "So, you get to win without fighting? Lucky you, you're buying the drinks for sure. There are children present, watch what you say." On the arena floor, seeing Tai He severely injured, the referee asked, "Can the cultivator from Three Mountain City continue the next fight?" Tai He, panting, tried to answer, "I still can." But unexpectedly, Xiaoman's stern voice echoed from the stands. "No, Team Three Mountains forfeits. Come down now." Stunned, Taiha turned back, questioning, "My lady, why? I still have my life, I can risk it." Xiaoman sternly explained, her voice brooking no argument. "Before, I allowed you to risk your life because you had a chance to win, but now that chance is gone, so I forbid it. The city of Three Mountains has invested too much in you to waste your life here. There are more important places where Three Mountains needs you than this first-year championship." The referee raises his hand, and the female announcer speaks from above. All right, after the judging panel discussed with the academy team leaders, a decision has been made regarding the outcome of the match. He opened his mouth and shouted, "The Three Cities Tournament!" Zhang Wang clasped his hands. Zhang Wang, top freshman of Fenglin City. Everyone praised him, saying Zhang Wang was amazing, as Ajan happily invited him over. Welcome, welcome. Zhang Wang was confused. I just fought a battle. Ling He happily told his third brother, why do you care? To be completely worthy. Chok Jiang gestures grandly. Young Master Zhao, please, ask away, he says puzzled. Rucheng, why did you come down? Rucheng pushed the man away. It's nothing, I just need you to cover for me for a bit. He proposed that anyone who agreed could join him for a celebratory feast that night, and Ajan immediately jumped at the chance. Me, pick me. Sweating profusely, he knew the celebration would be at Tam Fan Huang. He couldn't miss seeing those big, fair-skinned beauties again. Ajan hugged the pillar tightly, lost in the clouds. He shouted into the microphone, "Hello everyone, the third-year student competition is about to begin, and I, Huang Ajan, will be your commentator." An old woman turned away, bored. The handsome host has been replaced by a sicko. How disappointing. I'm going home to cook. Ajan waves his hands, droning on and on. Don't think I can't hear you. Zhenqiu opens the battle, the first match of Student 53. Lei Jianqiu wins. Changxiang knocks out his opponent. Wang Changxiang wins. Ajan continues to announce that the winners of Stage 1 and 2 have quickly been decided. The two Fong Lam City contestants easily advance to the second round. Let's turn our attention to Platform 3. The mysterious competitor from Tamsun City has been standing motionless since entering the arena, perhaps gathering strength for a powerful move. The scarred fighter scoffs. How cautious. If you won't make a move, then I will. Water Spear. He unleashes his attack and Scarface counters with Windblade, but the mysterious fighter dodges it. Scarface gritted his teeth, realizing the mysterious fighter had directly withstood two of his Taoist techniques. His cloak must be some kind of powerful artifact, but it looks like it's reaching its limit. He summons stones and earth spikes, and the mysterious figure takes the full brunt of the attack, leaping into the air. Scarface sweats, and Xiaoyan cries out, "I can't hold it anymore." Scarface has been crushed, and Xiaoyan flees, clutching his rear. "Oh no, oh no!" Xiaoman facepalms, utterly humiliated. His clothes are torn, but as Rucheng ponders, his exposed skin is completely unharmed, despite resisting the Taoist techniques. Ling amuses that the culprit is unexpectedly a child, and Jiang Wang wonders why his defense is so strong without any petrification techniques. Elder Gui strokes his beard. This is permanent bark, a type of Taoist technique that's permanently fixed. Zhengli groggily awakens, pushing himself up. Why did he concede for us? Damn it. If I hadn't slipped up, that wild man wouldn't have stood a chance, let alone that guy from Linfeng City. Jihan coldly asks, and then what? He casually mentions that even if they beat him in points, he'll still be the top freshman. Jiren turns and adds, and what if you lose again? Remember, never give your enemy an opportunity unless you're absolutely certain, he added grimly. He hasn't defeated any of you yet, so his top ranking will forever be unconvincing, Atram declared at the 53rd student competition. The contestants advancing to the second round are Likiem Tu and Wang Chuang Tuong from Fonglam City, and Tan Tion Han from Tam San City. The referees' draw results are about to be announced. Who will be Fate's darling and draw the winning card this round? The draw is revealed, and Zhang Jiang greets his opponent. Greetings, fellow cultivator from Three Mountain City. I look forward to learning from you. Xiao Yan, holding her stomach, stepped up and said, I feel much better now. Ajan excitedly added, Fatty versus Fatty, this match is going to be good. Xiaoman is tense, so there's no more stalling. The second round, the first match, begins. Zhang Wang waited grimly as Zhang Xiang began to cast his mist magic. The crowd roars below. What's going on? More bones? Yes, I can't see anything clearly. Why are the Wang family like this? Xiaoyan carries the person and flees. This time, I'll fight seriously. If I win, I can return to the city and find my mother. He frantically searches for someone. Where is everyone? Where did they go? Xiaoyan turns and flees while the other frantically waves his hands, looking around, but there's no one there. Hey, where are you, brother? Changxiang held his hand to his mouth, thinking about the dragon scroll. The dragon hurtles towards Xiaoyan, who raises his arms to defend himself, struggling to maintain his balance. That roar is deafening. He slams his hand on the ground. Xiaoyan struggles to move forward. Jan's pillar defense is a familiar tactic. First obscuring vision with mist, then buying time to unleash the Wang family's top secret art, the Dragon's Breath Tornado. a third-year student mastering a top-tier technique. It's likely only Wang Changjiang can pull this off, but Sun Xiaoyan of Three Mountain City is not to be underestimated. Can Wang Changjiang keep it up, or can Sun Xiaoyan endure? He created a stone wall. A stone wall? Ling, he observes that using the stone wall to weaken the power of the dragon breath is a brilliant move. Zhang Wang somberly said, "Indeed, but it's different when the opponent is Wang Changxiang." Ru Cheng asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Xiaoma gritted his teeth, cursing the fool as the wall crumbled, and Zhang Xiang narrowed his eyes, attacking with force. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock as he was launched into the air, soaring high above, and the crowd murmured in confusion. Even a fat guy could be blown away like that. Luckily, there was a protective formation. The Wang family clearly had some skill. The referee raised the red flag. Xiaoyan crashed to the ground, and Ajan excitedly shouted, "Amazing! So the dragon breath art has a dragon raises its head move. The winner is Wang Zhangxiang." Jiang Wang silently assessed the situation. The Four Spirits Body Refinement's defense is clearly inferior to the Kunpeng Ancient Body. And though the purple mist comes from the East swordplay is sharp, it mostly fails to break through his defenses. He clasped his hands, saying, "With a better weapon I might have a chance, but as it stands I can't beat that fatty. And senior brother Wang is out of the question. Once he unleashes the dragon's breath fist, I'm helpless. Looks like I'm still far behind the senior students." Zhang Wang quietly praised, "They're really good. Even with all the instructors in the entire Fenglian City Taoist Academy, I doubt many can use this top-tier Taoist skill." Guilao says it's because of the added attributes of the Taoist Meridian's true spirit. Zhang Wang turned and asked, "Can the true spirit Tao Meridian affect Tao techniques?" He wondered, "What attribute does my earthworm have?" "The influence is significant," Guilao explains. "True spirit Tao veins are ranked, but their different attributes also have different affinities. I suspect his true spirit Tao vein is the wind sparrow. Being naturally attuned to the power of wind allows him to use advanced techniques." Zhang Xiang takes out a pill. Sword Autumn clasped his hands and said, "Using pills to restore Tao essence. It seems Senior Changxiang is determined to take the top spot among the year's students." He casually tossed the pill into his mouth. "It's nothing, Swordfall, you flatter me." From afar, Jiang Wang pondered. "Senior brother Li is calm and experienced. I wonder how he'll break the dragon breath." Sword Apprentice frowned slightly, but the audience was already murmuring, "Can't we avoid using such shameless Taoist techniques like the dragon's breath deterioration?" Zhang Xiang happily agreed. "Very well, I hope you'll take it easy on me, Sword Collector." Ajan raises two fingers, wondering which of the two, once celebrated rookies alongside himself, will prove superior as the second match begins. Zhang Xiang conjures a mist and the crowd grows restless. Not this trick again? Does the Wang family have no shame? The audience is having a terrible experience as Sword Autumn calls upon the wind, blowing away the mist. Zhang Xiang struggles to maintain his momentum. Wind magic? You never used to be interested in that. Sword Autumn attacks, but it's no use. I learned this just for you. He stammers, "You didn't give me time to build up power?" That's so sneaky. Zhang Xiang smirks. "Good thing I held one back too." Sword Collector was stunned. No, how could Zhang Xiang unleash the dragon's breath in such a short time? He landed on the ground, listening in disbelief as the announcer declared, "Contestant Li Jianshu is out of bounds. The victor is Wang Zhangxiang of Fenglin City." Sword Apprentice asks in disbelief, "You can cast dragon's breath so quickly now?" He realizes that in their previous fight he didn't need nearly as much preparation time. The fog is just a veil, and his opponent's blind spot is me. Zhang Xiang proclaims, "If my opponent were anyone but you, Jianshu, I'd be in trouble. Thank you for the concession." John excitedly praised, "A clever move indeed. Zhang Xiang has won 2 matches, and the top spot for Student 53 will be decided here." Jiankyu clasps his hands in congratulations, admitting defeat. "Congratulations, brother Changxiang." Changxiang waves his hand. "You're too humble, Jianqiu. I wish you luck in your next match." John announces, "Next is the final match for the 53rd class. Contestants, take your positions." Zhang Wang speculates that senior brother Li doesn't seem to be giving it his all. "Ru Cheng, what do you think?" Ru Cheng immediately responded, "Even the top spot for the third-year students isn't worth fighting for. I suspect senior brother Li is doing this for one reason, to face a certain opponent." Xiaoyan declares, "I absolutely have to win this time." He worries, knowing his sister won't forgive him if he loses again. Xiaoyan takes his stance, and as the match begins, he clenches his fist as Jiankyu rushes forward, Xiaoyan's moves igniting. He shouts, "Kun, Bi, Gu," as the flames nearly touch him, Jiankyu's face tense. Xiaoyan advances, And Xiao Man is shocked. Did he just defeat himself? Jianqiu is suddenly sent flying, landing back on the ground. Stunned by the news, Sword Autumn was once again out of bounds. The victor clear. It was Sun Xiaonian of Three Mountains City. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment as Sword Autumn closed his eyes and clasped his hands. I've lost. He scratches his head, confused. He doesn't even remember touching him. Ajan announces that the referee has confirmed there were no errors. Sun Xiaonian wins second place, and Li Zhengqiu loses, taking third. The Student 53 competition has come to an end. This second round for Class 53 was full of surprises. Xiaoyan waves happily. Visibly moved, Jianqiu looked exactly like him. Jiang Wang called out, "Senior Brother Li, Jianqiu is here to congratulate you, Senior Brother Jiang, on taking first place. I was prepared to show off, but I didn't get the chance." He voiced his doubts. "In the duel with Than Tam-san just now, why didn't you try, Senior Brother? Anyone with eyes could see it. Firstly, I wasn't sure I could break through his defensive magic. Secondly, second or third place means nothing. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Jiang Wang was confused, but with the 5-year student competition about to begin, he hurried away, saying, "I won't watch anymore. You all enjoy the show." Jiang Wang was puzzled. The long sword at his waist was never drawn. Senior Brother Li is hiding something. But what could be more important than competing for the top spot among the 5-year students? With a laugh, Ajan reveals that after 2 rounds of competition, the Ba City Dao debate is about to enter its most intense phase, and the highly anticipated, most intense 5-year student competition is about to begin. Ku Chu spoke darkly, saying the game is set, now they just await their honored guest. Lin Chuan raised a hand to his face, wondering why those two had returned. Being targeted puts on a lot of pressure. A tram loudly proclaims that the 5-year students basically represent the highest combat power of the Dao Institute. Secondly, the top student of the 5 years can directly enter the National Dao Yuan, bypassing next month's exam, bypassing the county office and heading straight to the capital of Trangquox. Who will claim this precious spot? Enough talk. Let the 5th-year contestants take the stage. Jiang Wang Lin Zhenggren silently steps up, coldly observing. Xiaoman leaps onto the stage, landing gracefully and cracks her wrist. Xiaoman from Mount Sanson. Jiang Wang is stunned. That girl is a 5th-year contestant? Rucheng lowered her glasses, wondering if she was old enough. Xiaoyan pointed to her face. "I've already broken 3 teeth, and my sister has broken 7. He stared in disbelief. "How did you get beaten up like this?" Xiaoyan tried to explain. "That girl in first place is my sister, and I actually beat her." Jiang Wang sinks into thought. 17. I'm 17 too, but they're already representing their academy in the competition. The difference is too great. Jiang Wang, you have to try your best. The crowd cheers. "Go, girl, go!" Zhengren smirks, reminiscing. "Your senior brother Chu Ping died at the hands of Xiongwen. I feel sorry for him." Xiaoman replies grimly. "Life and death are destined." The Xiaoyan crowd hang their heads as the man smirks. "He lost to me last year. I wonder if you can win in his stead." Little man rushes towards him, ready to find out. Zhengren brings out a snake whip and she leaps away to avoid the blow. Donga puts his hand on his chin. The azure serpent, a whip forged from a high-level python while it was still alive. It's the Lin family's heirloom from Wangjiang City, and Zhengren is casting the Wave Guard spell. A-station commentators noted that while both used the Wave Guard technique, Lin Zhengli's was far more powerful. As the top-ranked cultivator in Wangjiang City, he launched continuous ranged attacks, clearly giving Sun Xiaoman no chance to get close. Xiaoman dodges continuously, glancing at the snake as a ground-shattering strike erupts. The surging waves ahead, the jade serpent behind. Sun Xiaoman is now in a position with no escape. She ascends the wave. John is amazed that Sun Xiaoman is stepping on the raging waves as if walking on water, waves that contain the power of Taoist magic and can inflict damage. Even a graze would cause injury, they collectively praised. "Well done, sister. Well done." Jiang Wang wondered. Could she also have a layer of permanent hardened skin? Ruxin recalls that the surface didn't feel the same. "I suspect she's using her own body to prevent injury. If that's the case, her physical conditioning is likely the highest of anyone here." Having witnessed it firsthand, Lin is truly impressed. He waves his hand, conjuring a wall of snakes. And can little man face this deadly challenge? Even the honorable ones wouldn't dare. The snake's mouth closes in on Xiaoman, and Lin Zhengli launches another pincer attack. But this time, Sun Xiaoman is suspended in midair, unable to dodge. Her bracelet glows, and Xiaoman, with her twin blades, attacks the snake. Xiaoman creates a mountain and slams it down on the snakes, sending one flying as Jiang Wang and the others shield their faces. Ku Chu grimly inquired, "The treasure of Three Mountain City, the mountain hammer, has been passed down to this little girl?" A bit of liquid dripped onto the floor. Zhengren sneers, "Isn't it just the Three Cities tournament? Why is Miss Sun acting like a brute who only knows how to use brute force?" He turned back to mock her, "Just like your dead father." Xiaoman's hands trembled, and she threw away her weapon. Zhengren dodged the blow. A close call. Xiaoman lowers her head, gritting her teeth. "Lin Zhengren, one more word out of you, and one of us dies today." Rucheng is frustrated, always playing mind games. These two brothers are truly despicable. Donga coldly instructs that Zhongguo values Taoism, but doesn't look down on other sects. Let them compete based on their own abilities. Zhengren bows his head in obedience, acknowledging Dong Yuan's wisdom. "I take back what I said." Lightning strikes as Lin Chuan attacks his opponent. Ajan loudly announces, "The winner of Arena Number 1 has been decided." Zhang Lin Chuan easily claims victory as Xiaoman stomps her foot, retrieving her weapon. Xiaoman charges forward, using Stonethorn technique to push her weapon back and continue the attack, wielding a giant mallet nearly as big as herself, yet as light and agile as dancing with lanterns. Zhengren easily evades. Facing Sun Xiaoman's fierce attacks, he uses the threefold wave instantly to dodge. But if Sun Xiaoman lands a single blow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is Lin Zhengren hiding something? Linghe comments that the furious waves are intense, but Ba Dao remains unfazed as Lin Zhengren's Taoist techniques have no wasted movements. Jiang Wang added, but his two instant-cast Taoist techniques, Distant Azure and Triple Ripple, have already been exposed. Xiaoman attacked, but Lin Zhengren dodged with disdain, saying she was brave but reckless. The little savage's weapon bursts into flames. "Blazing Inferno, you've fallen for it," Lin Zhengren replies from atop the wheelblade, nonchalantly revealing his trap. The barrage of attacks was just a smokescreen, waiting for me to drop my guard so he could use the first-class Taoist technique etched on his weapon, accelerating it in reverse to deliver a fatal blow. A clever trick, but ultimately, just a trick. Xiaoman was bewildered. "Impossible. My hammer's momentum was reversed." "No, this heavy feeling." The righteous grinned. "Feels heavy, doesn't it? Of course, what you're holding up right now is an entire mountain." He raises one hand and Zhengren raises the other, as a light shines down from above, and Zhengren creates a door. The gate of heaven and earth. Lin Chuan was stunned, advancing from 7th to 6th rank at this moment, as light engulfed the arena. Linghe stammered in fear, pushing open the gate to a new world. Advancing from 7th to 6th rank, Jiang Wang realized why he wasn't worried about revealing his instant-cast Taoist techniques. Rucheng assessed him, realizing this guy was feigning weakness. Did he underestimate her? He slammed down on the wheel blades, pulling Xiaoman forward. She saw Zhengren still had a chance, but Xiaoman's hands gradually lost strength, and she leaned back from the impact as Zhengren conjured magic. Xiaoman took the full force of the low-grade, first-class Dao technique, Water Dragon Wave. The wheel blades bear down on Xiaoman, as Zhao Yan cries out, "Sister!" and Tai, he anxiously calls out, "Young miss." Kang Wang wondered, was the difference between 7th and 6th rank really this great? Xiaoman touched the wheel blades, then threw them away. "It's not over yet." Xiaoman struggles to her feet. "I told you, not until death." Xiaoyan cries, "Please don't hurt her anymore. Let's go back to Three Mountain City." Mother won't blame us. The righteous man reaches behind him, and if Miss Sun is so stubborn, he'll create the maggot. As Zhengren moved towards Xiaoman, Lin Mu had no choice but to accompany him to the end, while Xiaoyan screamed in terror, "No, please!" Xiaoman is squeezed by the snake, her bones cracking under the pressure of the Than Mang Jiao spell. Qin Nan raises his hand, having used all his strength, yet he still can't crush her. Truly an iron body. But the end is here. Xiaoman loses consciousness as the flowered branches pierce the snake, and she falls from above. Zhengren seizes the whip. Donga declares, "You've won." He bows his head, clasping his hands. "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Dong." Jiang Wang spoke grimly, noting that even with a great advantage, Lin Zhengren chose to attack his opponent's spirit first, and even when severely wounding them, he still didn't approach easily. This Lin Zhengren is cautious, the kind of caution that uses every means. Ling Heng hesitated, thankful that the dean intervened, otherwise Miss Sun would surely have died. Xiaoman propped herself up, confused by the sudden turn of events. This mountain seal has been claimed. This girl's future is bright. Why not let Lin Zhenggren kill her? Dong A replied, if her daughter dies so soon after her husband, that woman in Three Mountain City will go mad. He turned and asked, so what? Though that little vixen is fierce, her grudge is with Wangjiang City. What does it matter to Fong Lam City? Who among her peers could stand against her if she lives? From now on, she'll only be a hindrance to the disciples of Fong Lam City. Whether they're from Three Peaks City, Maple Forest City, or Wangjiang City, they're all disciples of Maizhuang Kingdom. I hope you truly mean that, Kuji. Magic surrounds the city walls, the armory of the northern city? Chen Guan coldly asks, why are you guarding the armory today, of the Three Cities tournament? The red-clad guard replied, I'd love to join the fun, but the dean has other plans for me. Inside a heavily guarded mansion, Chen Guan burst through the door, shouting, Vice General Chen Guan is here! Everyone change shifts. The red-clad guard requested, Vice General, please halt and present the transfer orders from both the City Lord and the Dean. Chen Guan darkly replied, Chen Guan, I've come here through layers of magic circles. Would I deceive you? The red-robed man explained, it's not that, Vice General. But these are orders from the Dean and City Lord themselves. We must see both orders simultaneously before we can leave. We wouldn't dare disobey them, so please understand. He said somberly, that's right, I'll give you the orders now. Suddenly, Chen Guan attacks, using the red shirt's hair to stab him as the demon turns its head. Nam Qi kicked off the pillar, eyeing the monster. I thought guarding the armory would be boring, he grumbled, picking his ear. I just wanted to slack off a bit. Shen Nanqi, a fifth-year student from the inner courtyard, Chen Guan, rushed forward. Go get Mingzhu, I'll handle this one. Nam Qi takes an offensive stance. What are you waiting for? Go report this. The soldier hastily obeyed. Yes, yes. Chen Guan unleashes his corpse control technique, conjuring golden magic arrows, gritting his teeth as he prepares to use high-grade Taoist magic. To be safe, this Taoist's cultivation is at least 7th rank. It seems I have no choice but to use the secret art the second elder gave me. Chen Guan's hair is cut. Nam Qi's eyes darken as he contemplates. So he's here too? So the headmaster specifically sent me to guard the armory. This is definitely more complicated than it seems. Wei Ran declared, sword in hand, the traitor Chen Guan is dead by my blade. Nam that urged, stop acting cool. Someone else went into the armory. He turned and rushed off. Don't just stand there. Follow me. Wei Ran recoils at the sight of the snake's head, swinging his sword to strike it, but the demon leaps high into the air. I've already taken the spirit bamboo. Wei Ran tightened his grip on his sword. Maybe. But none of you are leaving here alive today. He pointed his sword at the monster. He caught his sword and laughed. What if I don't survive? I can meet the sun god in the underworld and my mission will be complete. Wei Ran's eyes widened as he shouted urgently, Stop it! Nam Qi blocks the attack, saying, Why didn't you say so sooner? Wei Ran slashes at the succubus, declaring that with the city gates sealed, none shall escape. He rushes out, adding, And that half-immortal fiend, why didn't you stop it? Mingzhu is definitely inside. Nam that thought angrily, clenching his fist. How would I know anything about Mingzhu? If you city guards had a plan, why didn't you tell us? Because of your secrecy, my fellow disciples are dead. Wei Ran retorted grimly. Your academy was infiltrated by demons not long ago. It's highly likely someone has been infiltrated by the White Bone sect. If our city guard hadn't kept it a secret, they wouldn't have fallen into the trap. The city guard suffered more casualties, but we were prepared to sacrifice ourselves for Fenglin City. Nam Qi coldly retorted, In reality, it's your city guard that's been infiltrated. You always make these choices as if their lives don't matter. I don't have time to argue with you. Luckily, the city gates are closed, and we've set up an inescapable net outside. You stay here and guard, I'm going to report to the army. Demons wreaked havoc, but were dealt with in District 1. The people were bewildered, wondering what was happening with so many city guards. A demon is restrained, and 2 demons have been dealt with in District 8. A soldier bowed his head and reported, Vice General Zhao, Lord Wei Guang orders you to immediately go north and take over all of Lord Chen Guan's teams. Zhao Lung replied, Okay, I understand. He was sweating bullets. Even the vice general and the city guards had been infiltrated by the White Bone sect. Homes exploded one after another, and the old servant suggested, Miss, let's return to the manor first. Qingjai replied regretfully, but I still want to play with an Anne. And Anne wondered, Brother, why are they setting off firecrackers over there? Zhang Wang reassured her, It's okay, I'm here. As the soldiers departed, murmurs arose. What was with the explosions? Perhaps the Wang family has begun their celebrations. It seems the city guard is making moves. Should we head home to check? But the most dramatic student competition of the year has yet to begin. Kutat waves his hand, demanding they not panic and that the competition continue. Donga closed his eyes and said that the white bone sex lineage was destroyed 200 years ago. The founder purged them for 9 years, killing them all so he didn't expect any remnants to remain. He rolled his eyes and smirked. Are you really surprised or just pretending? Donga stroked his beard. What do you mean? Kuji raised his head high. Nothing. The thought of wiping out the white bone sect today fills me with glee. No one will cause trouble in my Fenglin city. As sunlight streamed into the manor, Lujo pleaded, Great Saintess, please help us, or our followers will all die. Miaoyu leisurely held a powder puff. I told you, don't be greedy. You all lost your minds when you heard about the bright pearl. What good is begging me to act now? The Ghost Gate's illusion has reached Yun country. What can I use to fight Wei Kuji? He trembled as he said, But the second elder and the white bone envoy have also agreed. Diaoyu dabbed powder on her face. Then you can go ask them to take action. Lujo knelt and begged. The second elder is in seclusion, refining the formation. And the white bone envoy, 1,000 mistakes, 1,000,000 faults, are all mine. Please, holy maiden, take action. If I reveal myself, Wei Kuji won't act rashly, especially with that child around. Conceal your identities and escape. Luju gritted his teeth. The chief elder's personal disciple. Useless Luju. Wei Kuji has been planning this for a long time, creating a magic weapon to identify the white bone Dao lineage. We can escape, but the followers below, rank 6, have nowhere to run. To obtain the bright pearl, everyone has entered Fenglin City. Now the city gates are closed. It wasn't easy for our white bone Dao to accumulate this power. Holy maiden, will you just watch them be killed? Miaoyu slowly closed her eyes. All right, stop bothering me. Go back and tell the second elder that I've already made arrangements. If my calculations are correct, the bright pearl is already in our hands. As for those believers, let them die. She slams the makeup box shut as the water carrier shouts, Make way, please, make way! The soldiers are in disarray, the compass reacts, but the needle just keeps spinning. The man smirks, utters a phrase, and leisurely strolls through the maple forest, his green robe fluttering in the wind, along a mossy path, thick with dew, smiling as he watches travelers come and go. Suddenly, Wei Ran strikes with his sword, checking the compass. He infuses it with energy to enhance its detection capabilities and continues the search. Wei Ran commands, 4 of you, come with me. The rest, secure the scene. The water carrier touched the wooden plank and hid in the alley, then hastily departed. With the Saintess's brocade pouch, even Wei Ran can't detect my aura. I'll just swagger out when the city gates open tomorrow. But before the water carrier could get far, a hand pierced through him. Xiongwen puts the organ in his mouth. What the hell is this? A tram shouts into the loudspeaker. After Zun Xiaoman's defeat, Mount San's team has been completely eliminated from the 5-year student competition for the top spot, and the second round draw will now begin as the referee brings out the box. Zhang Wang turned to Ling He, wondering if risking their lives for a spot was worth it, considering they might enter the National Academy later anyway. He calmly replied, The vice principal once said in class that while placement is important, the allocation of resources behind it is the key. Ling He imagined the mechanism and raised his finger. The resources allocated to each Taoist academy by the Zhuang Kingdom are determined by the number of cultivators that academy cultivates. For every disciple who enters the National Taoist Academy, the resources that the Taoist Academy receives that year will increase by 10%. And the added resources can be used to nurture the Academy's cultivators, allowing them to grow faster, creating a virtuous cycle. Conversely, if the elite are lost, the Academy's resources will dwindle, making cultivation more difficult for the disciples, a vicious cycle. The city lord and the head of the Daocheng Institute will also be reprimanded. Xiaoyan's group sat gloomily. Lin Chuan exclaimed excitedly, Looks like my luck isn't so bad after all. Ah Zhang gives a thumbs up. That's so lucky. Congratulations, Senior Zhang. The righteous man sulks. He came up with a plan. Just admit defeat. I'll severely injure Zhang Linchuan later, then you defeat him and take second place. Lin Chuan grumbled unhappily. Don't act like I'm not here. Zheng Ren retorted arrogantly. That's right, or you can withdraw now and save yourself some pain since the result will be the same anyway. For you, this is the best option. Baotung refused outright, while Qin Nan sneered, What's wrong with that? Or what? He firmly declares that he will not concede and that he will give his all, no matter the opponent. This is the true meaning of the Tao discussion. The righteous man frowned. Very well, try it then, Zheng Li said coldly from afar. Fu Baozhong, has your brain gone bad? Do you even know who you are? Ah Zhan raises his hand and shouts, even though Lin Zhengrun is a 6th-grade cultivator, if Fu Baosong can injure him before losing, then our senior brother Zhang Linchuan's chances of winning the championship will be greater. People of Fong Lam City, let's cheer for Fu Bao Tung. And with that, the crowd erupted in applause. The great, upright, strong, and unyielding cultivator, Fu Baosong. That's right, why should you admit defeat? You're the champion? Bao Tung encourages himself. Zheng Ren says grimly, if it weren't for the dean, I would never have allowed you on the team. The arena becomes tense. Undaunted, Bao Tung replies, that's why I can't let the dean's expectations of me down. And with that, Zheng In attacks. He starts by creating a dense thicket of vines, meticulously crafted. A similar technique, though not as powerful as Lin Zhengrun's, but very solid. It seems Fu Baosong has some skill. Kang Wang responds, after all, he relied on his strength to defeat senior brother Yao, who was 4th on our academy's rankings last time. The vine boss destroys the arena, and the righteous man retracts his hand to command, bind and constrict. The snake constricted the vines, creating a crack from which a hand emerged, seizing the snake and shattering its defenses. The hand absorbs the spiritual energy, and the snake withers in an instant. Kuang Vong is shocked. This technique is truly the bane of wood-based Taoist arts. Bao Tong leaps into the air, his face beaded with sweat, but Lin Zhenren calmly states that he knew he'd use that move, but low-level Taoist techniques won't change anything. He bitterly recalls that although Zhenren, you are more talented, your compatibility is insufficient, and you are not suitable. Your teacher has decided to pass on the secret technique to Xiao Song. Zhengren's eyes widen in protest. Why wasn't my compatibility, Lin Zhengren's, good enough? How could a nobody like that have enough compatibility? It's fine. I don't care anymore, because I've surpassed it. Bao Tung, seeing the magic approach, raised 3 fingers. 3 waves united. Bao Tung conjures a wave, but with a flick of his wrist, Lin Zhenren sends him crashing down. He was crushed by the wave, and Bao Tung fell hard to the floor as the righteous one approached. He raises his foot, and with a stomp, Zheng In grinds Bao Tung's head into the ground. What makes you think you can beat me? He grits his teeth, defiant. I don't expect to win, but I refuse to lose without a fight. The righteous one coldly says he hasn't changed at all, still stubborn and headstrong, and now he won't even let him have 2nd place. He throws Bao Tung away. Get lost, Ajahn announced, clenching his fist. The victor is decided. Next match, prepare yourselves. How could he treat his own brother so cruelly? Lin Zhenren, you're a disgrace to Wangjiang City. There's no honor in winning like that. Lin Chuan waved his hand, puzzled. Zhengren, aren't you afraid of leaving a bad impression on the people? It's fine, Zhengren confidently replies. In the end, they'll only believe in and revere the strong. He coughs violently. So can we clean this up before we start fighting? Water and sawdust, it's filthy. Dong A glared and shouted, Zhang Linchuan, say one more unnecessary word and I'll throw you in the latrine for 3 days. Lin Chuan immediately suggested, the referee can start now. Ajahn announced loudly, since Fo Baotung is severely injured and unconscious and unable to continue the match, this means that the next match is the final for the 5th-year students. The little mans watched silently while Tom Thon gritted his teeth during the main ceremony. Dong A and Kutat also awaited their match. Finally, Jiang Wang watched the arena intently as the crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Chuan curled 3 fingers. Zheng Ren watched the lightning strike, and Jiang Wang, stunned, unleashed 3 bolts of energy in an instant. Zhang Shiqiang's lightning magic is indeed powerful, and lightning can travel through water, effectively sealing off Lin Zhengrun's 3-fold wave. The elemental advantage may compensate for the difference in cultivation. Rusheng reminds us that a 7th-grade peak facing a 6th grade isn't entirely without a chance. But don't forget, Lin Zhengrun is also skilled in wood-based techniques, and parts of the arena have already been damaged. Zheng Ren enjoys a sneak attack, placing his hand behind his back as a flower emerges from the arena floor. But before Lin Chuan can strike, he crushes the flower. Zheng Ren praises with arrogance. That's interesting. What else do you have? Use it all. I'll play with you. Lin Chuan somberly declares, no need. One move will decide it. The righteous man calmly replies, good. You're confident enough, so let me destroy your Dao heart. Completely terrified, Chia Chan cowered as dark clouds suddenly covered the sky and lightning struck incessantly. Lin Chuan summons lightning, but the other dodges, pointing at him and shouting, go! He sidesteps as water shoots skyward, dispersing the dark clouds in one blow. If not for Senior Zhang's timely dodge, he would have been crushed to pieces. Lin Chuan hovered in the air, utterly astonished. The man closes in, sneering, wanting to use mid-grade lightning armor to strike me? Sadly, at your current level, you still need to borrow the power of nature to cast it. Am I right? He touches Lin Chuan. After opening the gate of heaven and earth, I can see through the flow of heaven and earth's origin energy. And naturally, I can also see the flaws in your Taoist techniques. Lin Chuan calmly replied, "There's no way around it. You've seen through everything. The dark clouds have dissipated, and the lightning can't strike," the righteous one growled. "Do you still want to waste my time with nonsense?" Lin Chuan retorted, "Wait, I said you saw through it, but who said I can't strike even if the dark clouds are gone?" Thunder envelops them both. Zheng is shocked. Xiaoman narrows her eyes, and the Leiji Mark laughs with glee. "Your disciple is bold and resourceful. I love this calculated move." The first lightning strike was diverted by Zhang Linchuan's Lei Ring to destroy the flower of reality deep underground, accumulating power, waiting for the right moment to strike Zheng. After dispelling the lightning, Lin Zhengyin thought he'd forced Zhang Linchuan to play all his cards and began to let his guard down, even closing in to provoke him. Little did he know, at that moment, Zhang Linchuan didn't hesitate to activate the Taoist technique engraved within the Tangshan Palace Thunderpole. Anyone marked by the Thunderclap seal instantly becomes the target of the Thunderclap spell. In an instant, the thunderous power buried underground erupts, striking Zhang Linchuan and the nearby Lin Zhengrong. He predicted that Lin Zhengren wouldn't see through this technique, that he didn't possess Sun Xiaoman's strength, so Lin Zhengren would close in. Every link was tightly connected, yet no matter what, this was an extremely risky, even insane move. My understanding of both Taoist techniques and the battle of wills in this fight still has a long way to go, Zhang Wang mused. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. Zhengyin and Lin Chuan roared as the thunderous explosions continued. Lin Chuan fell to the ground, as did Zhengren. Lin Chuan touched the wooden plank, coughing as he stood up. "Good thing I've been practicing lightning magic for so long, I'm used to being struck by lightning." Zhengren has lost consciousness. Lin Chuan reaches out to him saying, "Luckily, you've only just entered the 6th rank and nothing is at its peak, so I have a chance to take advantage. This is filthy. After I deal with you, I need to hurry back and take a proper bath." Lightning crackles around his hand. Lin Chuan's eyes widen in confusion. "Huh? Where's the Tao source in my Tower of Babel? He can't cast magic?" Lin Chuan looked around. "Did I miscalculate? No, summoning thunder doesn't take that much." 2 sprouts emerge from the floor, guiding the source grass. Lin Chuan looks around. Guiding source grass. You've left behind some precautions, haven't you? But the guiding origin grass distinguishes friend from foe, causing all surrounding Taoist techniques to consume more energy. By casting so many grade A Taoist techniques, you're only hurting yourself more. Zhengren abruptly stood up. But so what? Lin Chuan moved his lips to concede, and Zhengren immediately stopped. He coldly stated that even though he barely won against someone who had just broken through, they would meet again at the National Tao Institute. The referee raises the green flag. A tram announces the results, declaring Lin Zhengren of Wangjiang City the winner of the 3 cities Tao debate. The crowd buzzed as Zhengren clasped his hands, and Zheng Li excitedly called out, "Brother, though you lost the top spot, Qingfeng Forest still holds its reputation with 2 runner-up positions." The little brutes were indignant. Lin Chuan brushes off his sleeves and sighs. "That was exhausting." Zhang Wang asks, puzzled since they were both affected by the guiding grass. Why did Lin Zhengren's Tao source recover faster, even though he used more Tier A Tao techniques? Elder Gui explains that from level 6 onward, absorbing Tao origin is no longer limited to the Tao vortex within the Celestial Palace, but can also draw upon the world's natural energy. The old man stroked his beard and added, "But that kid who used lightning magic isn't entirely without a chance. If he dares to destroy a vortex, he can temporarily gain a large amount of Tao energy. But if he does that, even if he wins the battle, he'll revert to level 8 cultivation, and he'll be stuck there for life." Kang Wang understood and thanked Elder Zigui for the explanation, suspecting that Guy was no ordinary steward. Xing'an's background is likely more than just a wealthy heir. Ajan loudly announces the successful conclusion of the 3 cities Tao competition. "Viewers, please leave the arena in an orderly fashion as directed, and contestants, please proceed to the center of the stands." The City Lord of Fenglin, Wei Kujie, and the Dean of the Dao Yuan, Tong A, will present the awards and create commemorative paintings as the moonlight illuminates the night sky. Wei Kuji and Tong A entered the manor, reporting that they had eliminated 43 members of the White Bone sect, including 12 at the 8th level of the Zhou Tian realm, 4 at the 7th level of the Tong Tian realm, and one at the 6th level of the Shenglong realm. He darkly assesses a useless candle, exchanged for the loss of the white bone sect's power, a worthwhile trade. Kutat suggests that today they can consider their grudge settled. Headmaster Dong, why not gather the Academy disciples to chant the Supreme Salvation Sutra a few times to help the souls of Zhen Xiaolin pass on? Dong A lowered his head, thinking, his soul has already scattered. What good would chanting do? And don't just focus on the White Bone sect. Other dangers have arrived. Weiran and Nanqi were confused about other dangers, and Kuji turned back to ask, do you mean the heart-devouring demon? He thought irritably, we just cooperated, and he never showed any joy. No wonder he was kicked out of the painting manor. Dong A then replied, indeed, according to the news that Zhu Wei Wu sent back, the soul-devouring man-demon is likely hiding in Fenglin City. Outside the manor, a servant warned of dry conditions and fire hazards as the sky illuminated the space, and everyone gathered before the city. Ru Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, third brother, look at that massive Wangjiang City team. Are they traveling on the public dime? With a stern voice, Jiang Wang cautioned, don't concern yourself with others' affairs. Xiaoman turned back and said, this is far enough. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Linga bids farewell, saying, then I wish you a safe journey. See you tomorrow. Shang Yang replies, fellow Taoist Jiang, see you tomorrow. I concede defeat. Yang Xingyong says, I wholeheartedly concede. Jiang Wang offers praise. Fellow Taoists, your fighting spirit in Three Mountain City has taught me a great deal. Xiaoman said grimly, fighting spirit? It's because we have no choice. Three Mountain City is just too difficult. He hesitated, questioning, how difficult could it be? Sorry, forget I asked. Little man lowered his head, recalling that there was nothing he couldn't say. The city of Three Mountains has many mountains and beasts. Wild beasts are fine, as they can be eaten, and demonic beasts are few, but the ferocious beasts are a real problem. People fight against them, and in recent years the disasters caused by these beasts have been increasing. They destroy temples, raid villages, and devour people, yet they're utterly worthless. To suppress these beastly calamities, generations of Samsun City have sacrificed themselves, expending vast resources to barely maintain stability. All strong individuals need resources to cultivate, but Three Mountain City always spends more than it gains, and what's worse, the ferocious beasts seem endless, constantly appearing. Maintaining and repairing the Taoist temple is Three Mountain City's responsibility, and inviting experts from Zhuangting to clean up requires corresponding resources. But Three Mountain City simply has no surplus resources to spare, Huangdong added tearfully. Furthermore, the Three Mountain City Taoist temple has recently suffered great losses at the hands of the soul devourers, and manpower is even scarcer. Did you know that? Each victory means at least 10 more survivors for Three Mountain City. Jiang Wang turned and requested, please wait, my brothers and I need to discuss something. The crowd murmured as Jiang Wang spoke. Big brother, third brother, how much merit are you too short for the meridian opening pill? I can give you some first, I want to. Linga calmly reassured him, saying that saving a life is better than building 7 towers, and that earning merit in Three Mountain City was more meaningful. As for the spirit meridian pill, his brother wanted to earn it himself, so there was no need to worry. Turning to Rucheng, Jiang Wang asked, what about you, third brother? He immediately retorted, why are you looking at me? I don't even want the meridian opening pill. I have to admire your good nature. When I return, I'll have Uncle Dang arrange for some resources to be donated to Three Hills City. Kang Wang clapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder, speaking warmly. Winning first place in the Three Cities tournament felt like a lucky steal, so I'll transfer the 50 merit points reward to my friend Yang when I return to the academy. How could I ever allow that? Zhang Yang stammered in surprise. Xiaoman pumps her fist, her eyes shining with excitement. We've definitely made a friend here. Xiaoman gives a thumbs up, telling him to ask if he ever needs their help again. Jiang Wang happily agreed. All right, see you later. The group waved goodbye as Jiang Wang and his companions left the manor, the bell gently swaying. From above, a tram cries out. Brother Jiang, Brother Rucheng, Brother Ling He, lend a hand. I'm tied to a tree branch. Get me down so I can celebrate Jiang Wang's championship with you. Linga calmly explained that he'd been caught red-handed, trying to knock on Xiao Tifan's door blindfolded last night. Jiang Wang chuckled. Of all people, you had to mess with Xiao Tiemian. Ajahn retorted, complaining that he'd been kicked off the reception team for tarnishing their image. I'm dashing and handsome. He's obviously targeting me because I won't cultivate the fire element, he grumbles. Don't go, put me down. Let me down. Xiao Tiemian is coming back soon. As for Nu Thun, he leaves, as he has more important matters to attend to tonight. I'll head out first. Goodbye. Linghe turns to Jiang Wang, saying he's going to prepare a gift for Anan. See you tonight, he agreed. Understood. Just don't go overboard, brother. I'll go see what's for dinner tonight. The shopkeeper waved. Rest assured, sir, the cakes will be delivered to your manor on time tonight. Take care, sir, Kuang Vong thought with a faint smile. The day after the three-city Dao debate was also An's birthday. A perfect chance to celebrate together and relax for one night. He walked through the market. Everything was ready, just waiting for An to finish school. Let's go pick up An. Kuang Vong's body creaks and groans, his bones aching. Jiang Wang frowned, clutching his back. The celestial palace point ached again. Could it be from constantly practicing the Four Spirits body tempering art? He stared in surprise, having been bumped by Jiang Wen. Xiong Wen calmly apologized. I'm so sorry, I bumped into you? Jiang Wang clenched his fist and replied, It's okay. Hung Wen extends his hand, and Jiang Wang begins to stagger. He's caught by Hung Wen. What's the rush? He leaned in close to Kang Wang, asking if he was that guy's junior brother and if he could stay at his place for a few days. Xiong Wen tightens his grip, his single hand enough to seal the Dao source within my meridians. This man is at least a level 6. Zhang Yun nervously replies, But I'm an inner sect disciple, and I live in the academy dorms, so it might not be convenient. He was full of questions. Just who was this man? If he resisted, he'd be killed without a second thought. He couldn't act rashly. He had to buy time. Xiong Wen coldly assessed him. An inner court disciple indeed. Already opened your meridians, but haven't yet established a foundation. Not bad, truthfully. It's a good start. You're a smart one. Surely you can think of a way to help me, Jiang Wang suggested, raising an eyebrow. I might have an idea, but give me some time to think. He wondered, beads of sweat forming. He said that guy's junior brother was at least level 6, hiding his identity. Is he trying to escape someone? Could he be the soul-devouring demon, Xiong Wen? Xiong Wen coldly agreed. Fine, but don't take too long, because I don't have that much patience. Jiang Wang considered many options. What if he went to the academy to find the headmaster? No, that would make his intentions too obvious. This bald guy isn't stupid enough to go to the city lord's mansion to find the city lord, is he? No, even if everything goes smoothly, Wei Kuji won't care about my life or death in the end to catch the soul-devouring demon. To the execution grounds? No, that's too obvious. Leave a trail? If he finds it and I'm not there to meet An, will she be scared to go home alone? That's right, An's classmate, Qing Zi. Doesn't she have a mysterious butler named Gui? No, I can't drag An into this. Calm down, calm down. For An's sake, I have to find a way to restrain this level 6 demon. In Fenglan City, the only remaining power is... There's no time left. Time is running out. He hesitated, then said, I remember now. I have an old friend whose clan owns an abandoned estate nearby, a quiet place where we won't be disturbed. But his family is powerful, and discovery could be troublesome. Mangyun wondered, Huh? How strong are they? Jiang Wang replies, His family is the Fang clan, one of the 3 major local clans, so they may have some extraordinary power, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. He requested that I lead the way. As the moon rose higher, Jiang Wang frowned and spoke. With so many people around, we should wait for the guard shift change before sneaking in so as not to alert anyone. Xiong Wen refused. I don't need a servant to greet me. The servant said, Manager Fang, you're back. Manager Fang replied, Yes, I just went to the pharmacy to get medicine for the master. He continued to walk as Supervisor Fang sighed. Honestly, how can the master withstand drinking so much tonic every day? Hiding in the shadows, moving unseen, a powerful technique indeed. Xiong Wen tempts him. Want to learn? Just follow my orders and I can help you. Did the master notice? The hatted figure whispered. The girl replied sweetly, Of course not. Are we going to the woodshed again? Xiong Wen's shadow flits by. Jiang Wang pushed open the door, declaring, This is the place. Xiong Wen raised his hand. Thank you for your trouble. Pointing upwards, Jiang Wang says, Though well hidden, we must heed 2 things, especially the second. 1, the 3 rooms ahead are a large dining hall. You can get food there at night. Xiong Yun frowned. And the second point? Kuang Vong turned his attention elsewhere. The second thing is that the Huang family's guards will patrol and check that place every day at the hour of the dragon. Because that secret chamber holds a treasure that could shake the world, Jiang Wang reveals. Rumor has it that it was left behind by the founding emperor of Trang. He takes to the rooftops with his sword, using the purple haze sword art, first killing move. The secret lies in speed. Staggering, Jiang Wang growls, Heart-devouring demon, today you will pay with your life. Xiong Wen scowls. Damn it, you little brat, how dare you mock me? If I don't rip your heart out, I swear I'll leave my life to you, he thought. How could such a young Taoist priest have such fast swordsmanship? Zhao Wang barges in. How dare you trespass in the Fang family ancestral hall? Identify yourself. Hung Wen places his hand on his head. Old man, am I deaf? That kid just said it. I'm a heart-devouring demon. Hung Wen. Zhao Wang throws down the lantern, points at him, and unleashes the Fang family's secret technique, Heavenly Feather Arrow. He smirked. What's the meaning of this? Xiong Wen grabbed Zhao Wang's shirt, using the heart-snatching hand to rip out his heart. He collapsed to the ground, and with great effort, Zhao Wang spoke. Our Fang family... He wrote words on the ground, then slammed his hand down. It must not be bullied. A crane takes flight, its head raised high. The spirit crane formation. Zhang Wang turns and flees, hoping the Fang family's formation can trap him until the academy director and city lord arrive. Looking at the light in the sky, Zhang Wang raised an eyebrow. Did the Tao Institute sense it this quickly? As Wei Wo glided on his spear, a massive explosion erupted. Jai Ho runs in. Uncle, what happened? Xiongwen grabs the crane. Old man, you try to trick me before you die. As repayment, I'll wipe out your entire family. Ziho was stunned. The village's heart was demonic, and Zhongwen stuttered, Father, what do we do? Xiongwen's eyes widened as he jumped into the earthen cage, and Bang Su cried out, Guards! Where are the guards? Hurry, go find them, Jai Ho said urgently. What are we even looking for? Quickly, inform the Academy and the Ministry of Justice. Healing, follow me to pack your things. A beam of light descends from the sky. Is that a shooting star? A powerful source of spiritual energy descends, shining upon Jai Ho, the light gradually fading. As Bong Ku shields his eyes, a powerful force slams into the ground. Dui Na appears, declaring it's time to end this cat-and-mouse game, as he calls out to Zhang Wen with amusement. Bang Su turns his head in confusion. Since when? Hong Mun growled. You crazy dog, sticking to me like a lech. Hung Van unleashes the blood flame rhododendron in tears. Duinga tightens his spear and mocks. How awful. Such a magnificent Blood River sect secret art, and you make it sound like a chicken's crow. He unleashes the Jiang-style attack, which Xiong Yun blocks, but he begins to stick to him like a leech, determined to latch onto him. Is that right? Dui Na's spear is enveloped in magic. He sneers. You're right. I intend to latch onto you and slowly grind you down. Xiong gritted his teeth, thinking, this guy's strength is increasing too fast, almost rising a level with each fight. Does he really think of me as a whetstone? He opened his mouth to attack, but Duinga slashed it away, unimpressed. More of the same. Can't you do better? He charged at Duinga. Without that spear, would you even dare stand before me? He stomped on Hong Yun's back. If it weren't for the Blood River sect teaching you those moves, you'd be dead a dozen times over. He countered, Get lost. Stop talking about the Blood River sect. I haven't had anything to do with that hellhole for a long time. Weiwo covers his face, raises his spear high, and unleashes a devastating blow upon the earth. Jai Ho staggers, stammering, the ancestral shrine. Our ancestral shrine. As Bang Ku carries him away, he commands, Forget the shrine. Let's get out of here. Well, the ancestral shrine exploded, sending debris flying into the walls. Hung Van dug his heels into the ground. Was he trying to attract attention? Weiwo pointed his spear back. Don't worry, I promise no one else will interfere, including the city lord and the dean. Xiong Wen raised his hand. Do you think I'm stupid? Even if the academy and city guard don't interfere, the constabulary will be here soon enough. But it doesn't matter. I'll take your life in one move, then I'll be on my way. Weiwo still has one last trick up his sleeve? Come on then. Xiong Yun seizes it, then snaps the spear in half. Xiongwen slides to the side, holding onto the spear, but Zhu Weiwo throws him off, sending him flying backward. Hung Van seizes the azure spear, laughing triumphantly. Now that you're disarmed, let's see how you like this. It was Zhu Weiwo. Xiongwen's hand swelled up, and he quickly released the spear. I'm burning up. Duinga rushes forward. The spear is here. He's got the azure spear. Duinga scoffed. Fool, did you think anyone could wield the spear? A man like you isn't worthy to even touch it. Xiong Wen gritted his teeth. Now even the power of burning 30 years of his life force was no longer an advantage. He should take advantage of his burning soul state and run instead of lingering here. He cursed but didn't attack. I may not be able to kill you, but you can't stop me from leaving. When I gather all the demons, I'll return and paint Fenglin City red with blood. Weiwo kept smiling. Xiongwen glared in anger. Still underestimating me? His eyes gleam. Xiongwen realizes something's wrong. Someone helped Jiang Wang strike him. The fifth move of the Violet Chi East Sword Art, the key lies in the mind. Doinga casually remarks that the heart-devouring demon is defeated by a mere foundationless kid, as a stunned voice cries out, "It's him!" Gritting his teeth, Xiong-yun turned back. How could this be? Without a foundation, he has no Dao techniques, so I wasn't prepared at all. He growls in anger. It's you. Xiong-yun realizes, ever since he escaped my grasp, he hasn't run, but has been hiding here all along, waiting for the chance to strike back. But then, something within Jiang Wang flares, and his eyes widen, reflecting the brilliance of Xiong-yun. Jiang Wang wondered, what is that? Is there a demon beast in my mind? Jiang Wang closed his eyes, and Wei Wo asked worriedly, Hey, junior brother, are you okay? Xiong Wen collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Wang panted heavily. No, I'm fine, he thought, bewildered. Did something on Xiong Wen just enter my body? Jiang Wang turns to leave. I intervened in senior brother Ju's battle without permission. Please forgive me. Your junior brother will leave at once. Duinga calls out, telling him to wait. These are my spoils. Jiang Wang bowed his head and clasped his hands. It's all thanks to you, senior brother. I wouldn't dare take credit. It was all thanks to senior brother Ju's arrangements. Junior brother will take his leave first. Bangju grumbled in frustration. Jiang Wang had once again gotten the lion's share. Wei Wo slings his spear over his shoulder. See that their bodies are returned to the academy intact and clean this place up while you're at it. Of course. Jaiho and Bangju agreed in unison. Jiang Wang hurried away, picking up the letter pouch that Rucheng had prepared for him. Jiang Wang enters, and Rucheng teases Anan. Anan, why don't you look at brother Rucheng? Ling He was flustered. Don't cry, Anan. Jiang Wang will be back soon. The little girl cried loudly. I want my brother, I want my brother. Why hasn't he come back? Everyone stopped in their tracks as he announced his return. Kuang Vong was moved, realizing how good it was to be alive. Anan looked back, then ran towards Kang Wang, crying, Brother! He smiles, embracing Anan. It's okay. It's all right now. Her brother is back and she's overwhelmed with emotion. Anan thought her brother didn't want her anymore. But then Kang Wang pulled out the rabbit doll. How could I? I went to buy this for Anan. Today, you turn 5 years old. Happy birthday. And you're mistaken. I only rushed here to give Xiaoti Mian some face. An happily exclaims how cute the rabbit-shaped candied haw is. You've worked hard tonight, Uncle Dang. Not at all. Every generation produces its heroes. That Tan Tan Thuong is quite promising, and Xiong Wen is no threat. I just didn't expect the young master to make me risk my life just to buy that little girl a candied haw. Uncle Dong closed his eyes slightly, thinking it was all worth it. Such deep affection. So beautiful and warm, he only hoped they wouldn't be implicated. Uncle Dung, what are you implying? He replied, nothing. Uncle Dung added, once a person has a weakness, it's like handing their vulnerability to others. I hope the young master will be careful in everything he does. Nuruxiang muttered, I know, how annoying. As the lanterns fade, Jiang Wang bids farewell to Rucheng and leads An to their room. Jiang Wang tucked her in, feeling a pang in his body. He reached behind him, feeling the familiar contraction from the towering Heaven Palace, but it didn't hurt as much anymore. Time to meditate and see what's what. He ascends step by step. The Tongtian Palace. Kuang Vong was stunned by the sheer amount of Dao energy. After defeating Xiong Wen, the Earthbound True Spirit continuously spewed out Dao energy without stopping. The golden particles are swallowed. Jiang Wang stares into the distance, at the thing that crawled into him from Xiong Wen before he died. It hovers above the lotus. Jiang Wang leans in closer. A black scarab and this white lotus? Since when were they planted in my tower to heaven? Was it Master Dong? He wondered grimly, what is all this? Is this foreign object entering his body a blessing or a curse? The full moon casts its light upon the mountain as a terrified voice echoes, I am unworthy. I deserve to die. Miao Yu sneers. Wei Kuji led you by the nose the whole time. This defeat is a heavy blow to our sect, wouldn't you agree? The white bone envoy clenches his handkerchief, his eyes darting between Yang Li's hand on the armrest and Lu Ju, who is kowtowing on the floor, crying, I'm incompetent, I deserve to die. So many believers have died. Who can tell me where that underworld candle has gone? I deserve to die. I only wanted to retrieve the underworld candle for the White Bone sect, so I acted rashly. I hope the elder can see my loyalty and show respect for the second elder. Save me! Yang Li waved his hand and Lu Ju exploded. Yang Li says that the White Bone sect has had a difficult time passing down its teachings, and most of its techniques are incomplete. Ming Jin is a treasure of our sect, containing the secrets of inheritance, which can help me complete the lost techniques, yet you are so useless that you missed the opportunity. This is the fate of those who think they are clever. The White Bone envoy turns his head. I remember the Holy Maiden had already arranged a way out. Enough, Yang Li interjects. Wei Kuji using Ming Jin as bait shows he knows we're plotting behind his back, but he doesn't yet grasp what Ming Jin means to us. He's killed so many already, so he won't care too much about Ming Jin. He orders them to find out who has Ming Jin. Furthermore, I will soon be making a grand move in the Cloud Ascendant Nation. The 12 Bone Faces will assist me. Yang Li suddenly falls, and the Bone Soldiers vanish. The White Bone Envoy laughs, so the third elder of Yun Nation used his body as a medium to condense the illusion of the Ghost Gate. Is it for him to go to Yun Nation for personal revenge? Miao Yu replies, "You're telling me the Grand Elder doesn't seem to care about finding the Tao Child anymore?" The Bone Envoy wonders. With the Tao Child absent, he's temporarily taken over the Holy Master's authority. But if the Tao Child appears, he'll truly just be the Grand Elder. What do you think he'll choose? A pang shoots through Jungok as she realizes, my White Bone Seed is gone. The White Bone Envoy wondered, the White Bone Seed, who did you give it to? Do your job and mind your own business, Miao Yue said coldly. The White Bone Emissary chuckled, I'm just concerned for you. Before the Tao Child is born, everyone in the White Bone sect is unpredictable. He vanishes into the shadows, leaving only this envoy, whose goals and interests align with yours, at least for now. Could it be that Jiang Wang, she wonders, is the true Tao Child? No, I can't be sure yet. I must be careful. More careful than ever. In the Heavenly Exemption Manner teachings, the Taoist system circulating in the Taoist Academy divides Taoist techniques into 4 levels. In the 12 ranks, the Din-level Tao techniques are the foundation, with the lower-grade Din techniques primarily manifesting as enhancements. Taking the 5 elements Tao techniques as an example, there are Fu Yan, Feng Rui, Gu Ti, Qing Ming, and Huo Li. Fu Yan uses fire-based origin power to coat objects, while Feng Rui uses metal-based origin power to enhance weapons. Jiang Wang pondered. After losing the challenge yesterday, I fell from the Qing Jade platform to 25th place on the Guangqin platform and lost another 100 merit points, leaving me with only 1650 points. Adding the 190 points left over from practicing the Four Spirits body refining art, I still have a total of 1840 merit points. Tianmian continued, saying that it could be using earth-based origin power to enhance physical defense, clarity is using water-based origin power to purify the mind, and vitality is using wood-based origin power to dispel fatigue and stimulate life. The various Tao institutes differ slightly in specific techniques, but are generally the same. Jiang Wang recalls, as for that battle, I didn't even have time to draw my sword before I was shot full of holes. The power gap was so vast I couldn't even learn anything. If every opponent is like that, I'll fall out of the top 36 very quickly. He grew somber. No, he couldn't even hold on to his position as master of the 36th Blessed Land. That means the merit points I can earn in the future are limited, unless I can quickly break through and secure my position as master of this Blessed Land. A blow landed on Jiang Wang's head as Tianmian scolded him, saying some people let minor achievements go straight to their heads. He frowned, reminding him that with Mokei's current strength, daring to participate in the siege of the rank 6, Xiongwen was indeed courageous and insightful, but the path of cultivation is long, and young people should have a broader vision. Jiang Wang dejectedly replied, You're absolutely right, teacher. Tianmian instructed, Tomorrow, I'll lecture on the specific applications of stone manipulation in combat, and review beforehand tonight. After class, he replied, Thank you, teacher. Jiang Wang and the others left the classroom and Ajan waved his hands, suggesting, How about we go cause a ruckus at his place tonight? Lingqi raised an eyebrow. I think I understand why you're being targeted. You're too close to him. Like a fire at the city gate, the fish in the pond suffer. Jiang Wang understood. Xiao Tianmian has lumped Huang Ajan's debts together and put them all on my head. Ajan proposes, I've got a plan this time. But he replies, Take your time planning. We're meeting senior brother Li Jianshu for dinner. It's almost time. Ajan hugs Linga. Let me come with you. I know Jianshu too. Remember, back then, Athu was hailed as a fire attribute genius. Hey, just so you know, we're splitting the bill. Seriously, Zhao, you're telling me this? Rudong retorted that Ajan must be thick-skinned, while Ling. He wondered, Third brother, then who's taking care of An? Jiang Wang said, An is at a classmate's house tonight and asked to be picked up later. As night approached, the group gathered at a table in an inn. Raising his gourd, Ajan began to tell everyone that after Lin Zhenggren returned to Wangjiang City, he was very proud, and even boasted in public at the dust-washing banquet that he was invincible in the Tao of the 3 cities. Hearing this, Jiang Wang added that looking at Lin Zhenggren's performance at the 3 cities Tao debate, he didn't seem like the type of person to say such things. Immediately, Atram, drunk at the table, retorted, Who cares? Once this reaches Senior Brother Ju's ears, things will get interesting. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqiang grabbed his spear and sailed down the Willow River alone, heading towards Wangjiang City, along the Qing River. It seems they've already clashed. Sword Collector calmly raised his teacup and said, Senior Brother Zhu is just looking for an excuse to beat him up. Whether he said it or not, now that Master has spoken, let's just assume he did. Ru Cheng excitedly raised his hand and happily agreed, That's right. Teach that arrogant guy a lesson. A, still drunk, chimed in. Go, Senior Truk. Sword Thu gripped his teacup, turned serious, and got back to the main point. The purpose of this dinner was to invite them to form a team for a mission. Senior Brother Lei wants us to team up? What kind of mission is it? Recently, Three Mountain City has been devastated by a ferocious beast. Yesterday, the city lord offered a reward to any experts who could help eliminate the culprits, the largest operation Tam Sun has organized in years. As his voice faded, an odd silence fell over the table, broken only when Linga finally spoke. We've all heard about the bounty from Three Mountain City, but for some reason, it wasn't posted on the Dao Merit Board and was announced unilaterally by Three Mountain City. In a way, it doesn't have Trang Ting's support. Sword Collector waited for him to finish, then elaborated in agreement. That's right, the rewards aren't from the training hall, but from the Three Mountain City Lord who emptied his manor's coffers for the reward. The rewards are mainly items, not merit points, such as magical artifacts, secret techniques, and Dao Source stones. Though the rewards are items which are less convenient than merit points, their value is often much higher due to the difficulty in calculating them. In this world, magical artifacts are ranked, including high-level artifacts, Taoist cultivation methods, and Dao Source stones. He poured himself a fresh cup of tea before continuing. Everyone knows that Three Mountain City is named after the three mountains within its borders: Niru, Subi, Okeng, and Pila. These three famous mountains are known for their steepness, but they're also the source of the rampaging beasts in the Three Mountains area, especially with such a generous reward. Kim Thu simply replied, They're all dead. A tram, slurring his words, chimed in, So, I guess your team wasn't so lucky, huh, Jian Qiu? His drunken words made the atmosphere even more eerie. Leng He turned to Jian Qiu and asked, Senior Brother Li, this mission isn't on the merit board, so there's no ranking. But judging by the reward, the difficulty is definitely not lower than 7th grade. He savored the tea in his hand as he replied. To be precise, the overall difficulty of this beast lair clearing mission is probably rank 6. As if afraid they wouldn't understand, Jianqiu held up 3 fingers and explained further. Of these 3 majestic peaks, Brush Peak was completely cleared 2 years ago. 2 years later, Three Mountain City must have gathered enough strength, and this time their target is Jade Balance Peak. But I don't want everyone to come with me to Jade Traverse Peak. Instead, we'll return to Brushwood Peak. Although it was cleared, new savage beasts have appeared in the last 2 years. Though these are just unorganized rogues, they're our target, so the mission will be much easier. His face was reflected in the teacup, along with his calm words. So that's the situation. I've said all I need to say. It's up to you whether you go or not. It won't affect our friendship either way. I've never been to Three Mountain City, but I'd love to see it. If you're going, third brother, I'd like to come along. Kuang Vong pondered, knowing they weren't close enough to risk creating distance by refusing. But for me personally, the rewards are great. I could even get a high-level magic sword, which is much better than exchanging merit points. Besides, my foundation will be complete in a few days, so this mission is perfect for familiarizing myself with spells. Seeing him lost in thought, he asked, What about it, third brother? Didn't you want to help with the plight in Three Mountain City? Finally, Zhang Wang gave his answer. I agree to participate. With Brother Li's strength, it would be our good fortune to have him lead us. Junior brother is too modest, Jianshu calmly praised. Killing Zhang Wen with a single strike proves your strength. Besides, everyone witnessed his slaying of the vengeful spirit in Tulam Tran. Junior brother is still in the opening vein stage, accumulating Dao energy for the foundation building stage, so he won't be joining us. I'll stay behind to take care of Anne so third brother can rest easy. Even drunk, Ajan insisted on coming along, saying, I want to go too. Jianqiu slams his hand on the table, raising his teacup and shouting, All right, Jianqiu will offer this tea in place of wine, and will depart from the south gate in 3 days. Teacups clinked from all directions, accompanied by voices wishing good fortune. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. A familiar pair of hands opened the wooden door with a loud click, and Zhang Xiang called out to the person sitting outside. Zhanga was leisurely reading a book and looked up to ask, Why are you here? Is the academy so relaxed? He rushed over, eager to brag. Your little brother at the Three Cities tournament has taken first place for 3 years running. Praise me. Zhang Ji congratulated him blandly. Congratulations. Zhang Xiang then presented a bottle of pills, saying, Brother, look, I got another bottle of Meridian opening pills. Zhang Ji's eyes widened slightly as he replied, Your quota was used long ago, last time. He picked up a book, pretending to read, and refused the elixir. 1 spiritual flower is 1,500 points, so 2 is 3,000. Why waste them? Take it back. I won't eat it. I've told you, don't waste your efforts on a lost cause like me. Hearing this, Chang Sung pursed his lips slightly, then lunged forward to hug Changji, pleading, "Brother, he means well. Please try one more time." He smiles, coaxing, and offers the elixir with both hands, saying that taking 2 pills this time might just work. Startled by their commotion, Xiaoguo scurried away, as Changge pushed away his brother's face, saying, "You're too old for that to work." Changge lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Your brother knows his limits. No matter how many elixirs he takes, it's like falling into a bottomless abyss. Don't waste resources." Chang Xiang retorts quietly, "It won't be a waste." Growing impatient, Zhang Ge dismisses him. "My nap time is over, so goodbye." Zhang Xiu frantically asked, "Brother, why won't you try again? Have you forgotten? When we were young, we were fascinated by Taoism and even said we'd enter the National Academy together." He didn't want to continue the conversation, telling him to be quiet and leave quickly, adding, "If you dare leave the Kaimak pill, I dare feed it to Tukam." Chang Xiang sadly whispered, "Brother." He turned to leave, wistfully saying, "If the City Academy can't help you open your meridians, then I'll go to the District Academy. If the District Academy can't help, I'll go to the National Academy. I won't give up, and neither can you, brother." Frowning at the silence, Changji covered his face with a book, feigning sleep. Suddenly, silence fills the space. Next time I return, I will make sure brother changes his mind." The moon hangs high over Horse Lane, as Jiang Wang cultivates within his room. Tong Tiangong looked at the objects in his hands, murmuring curiously. He'd studied them for so long, yet still didn't understand what this lotus and black candle were for. Kuang Vong, standing in another space, began to try and understand these 2 items. "Never mind, as long as it doesn't affect my cultivation. Let's get to the main task at hand." After killing Xiongwen, he obtained a large amount of Dao energy, enough to fill the Jotian star map. The glowing lotus floats in the air with a snake-like string. The string suddenly lunges forward, wrapping around the candle as if curious, as Jiang Wang raises his hands and focuses. Then, his eyes widened as the secrets of the Kongyuan incantation began to unfold, revealing countless specks of light swirling before him. Jiang Wang waves his hand, and immediately the specks of light plunge to the ground on command. The scene gives him pause. The Void Genesis Art Master Dong gave him isn't much help. The light spots fall on the inflection points, the final one on the Taiyang star position. Seconds later, a Bagua diagram appeared, filled with strange shapes like stars flying below, resembling an active formation. It begins to spin faster, as if starting up, and the speed of the Bagua diagram accelerates dizzyingly. Breathing heavily, Jiang Wang was exhausted, but he had finally succeeded. He stood, gazing up at the activated vortex, now fully formed. Finally, the worm from before reappeared, looking intrigued. It leaps joyfully through space, the once dark void now ablaze with brilliant golden light as the vortex spins, birthing Dao essence. Sweat pours from Jiang Wang as he meditates, but when he opens his eyes, his face is serene. June 15th opened the meridians before the Wanzhen Temple. October 16th completed foundation establishment at his home in Feima Alley. 4 months. From that moment, Jiang Wang officially entered the extraordinary realm, the 9th level of the traveling meridian stage. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, empowered by his new strength, is relentlessly practicing his techniques, while Ru Cheng struggles to withstand his attacks. Outside, the sun blazed high in the sky as Ru Cheng, sword in hand, wiped sweat from his brow, panting. "Damn it, I can't land a single hit." He plopped down on the floor, grumbling, "I'm not training anymore, I can't beat you anyway." Kang Wang sat beside him, comforting his junior. "Come now, young Master Zhao has worked hard training with me. Let me treat you to a drink." Hearing this only fueled Nuthan's anger. "Once you establish your foundation, you'll be able to use Taoist techniques, sharpen your sword, so how can I possibly compete with you?" Jiang Wang offered him some training advice. "If you want to beat me, why haven't you opened your meridians yet? My brother is already preparing to establish his foundation, and the mission to eliminate demonic beasts in Three Mountain City the day after tomorrow won't be easy. Although your purple chi comes from the East Swordplay is quite skilled, I still think you should focus on opening your meridians first. How many more merit points do you need to exchange for the meridian opening pill?" Ru Cheng immediately refused. "Forget the meridian opening pill, but I've been eyeing a magic sword worth 500 merit points. I've saved up some, but I'm still a bit short. How about you contribute a little? I heard Zhu Weiwo earned over 6,000 merit points on the Demon Village mission. He must have shared a good amount with you, third brother." Jiang Wang, who was drinking water, exclaimed in surprise. "So, you were after my contribution points? Indeed, Senior Jushu was generous, giving me 500 merit points. Tell me, how many more do you need? Ruchung said expressionlessly. 490 points. At that, Jiang Wang spat out the water he had just drunk. You really were just short a little bit. He couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight. Look how worried you are. I was just kidding. Kang Wang wiped his mouth and looked at Ruchung questioningly. It's not that third brother is unwilling to give merit. I still want to use my ranking. 100 merit points can be exchanged for an enlightenment pill for an An. Just give the remaining 3 merit points to me. He quickly explained, Don't, I was just kidding with you. Actually, my elders at home have already prepared a meridian opening pill for me. I'll go back and get it tonight, if possible, and shouldn't need to use the Academy's meridian opening pill. Big brother is getting old and can't delay, so there's no choice. But Anne is still young and can wait a little longer. Not understanding his hesitation, he asked, Isn't it better to open your meridians sooner rather than later? Is there something wrong with the Academy's meridian opening pills? Ruchung didn't hesitate to answer him. It's not that they're bad, it's just that the Academy's opening meridian pills are the lowest grade. He sat there, beginning to explain his reasoning, stating that the main ingredient in the meridian opening pill is refined from the meridians extracted from the bodies of demonic beasts. The strength of the magical beast varies, so naturally there are good and bad open meridian pills with a vast difference in effectiveness. Similarly, if the initial foundation is laid more firmly, the road ahead will be much smoother. A standard meridian opening pill has less than a 60% chance of unlocking potential, while a high-grade pill has over 90%. He explains why he doesn't want to awaken his meridians yet, hoping to make things easier for Anru, whom he sees as a younger sister. Unfortunately, I only have one high-grade meridian opening pill for now. Hearing this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but ponder. In a place like Fenglin City, the vein opening pill was something people would fight to the death for. Just being able to use it was already difficult. Not to mention, the knowledge that Ruchung has about the world of cultivation is not something ordinary people could know. Although Ruchung always avoids talking about his background as brothers, we have never asked, just like when I practiced the techniques in the Taishu illusion, they never asked me either. He looked at Ruchung, surprised, thinking that the secrets he hid were greater than he imagined. Ruchung was still muttering to himself. My elder said the opening meridian pill you got from Zhuo Guangli was definitely not ordinary, so your opening meridian was perfect, unlocking 100% of your potential. He seemed very concerned about this issue, so he clarified it very seriously. Moreover, the higher the grade of the meridian opening pill, the more amazing the assistance the Tao Meridian True Spirit will provide to its host. Remember that Wang Changxiang's Tao Meridian True Spirit was wind. That's why he could manipulate wind-based Taoist techniques far better than other cultivators at his level. Ruchung's words made Jiang Wang thoughtful. Zhuo Guanglie was famous for his fire-based Taoist techniques. I bet the meridian opening pill he brought was made from a high-level fire attribute demon beast. Third brother, what do you think the Tao Meridian Spirit in your heaven-reaching palace looks like? The image of that silly earthworm flashed in Jiang Wang's mind. Would an earthworm be considered a high-level true spirit? Ruchung rarely stammered, wondering if Zhuo Guanglie had grabbed the wrong thing in his haste that day. 2 days passed, and Jiang Wang's group traveled to their agreed-upon destination. Jianqiu turned back and said happily, Congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation, junior brother. Jiang Wang waved dismissively. There's really nothing to celebrate. Senior brother Li is just teasing me. Just then, Zhan chimed in. Then I congratulate junior brother Zhao on successfully opening his meridians. Would you like me, senior brother Zhan, to teach you a few basic moves? This is a technique I've created myself, born from years of dedicated practice. I guarantee it will boost your power. Rusing wondered, stunned. A self-created technique? He didn't hesitate to explain. That's right. I created the twin flight embrace using yin and yang to enhance your cultivation. Remember to invite me to Fragrant Delights Pavilion, get some famous girls, and I'll demonstrate for you. The more he heard, the more he couldn't resist kicking him. Get lost, you crude A-tram. Caught off guard, Zhan quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Hey, I was just kidding with you. The group continued on, arriving at a silent tunnel amidst the gloomy weather, as Kayamthu guided them through the mountain passage. Ahead lies the territory of Three Mountain City. Soon they reached a cliff and surveyed the undulating landscape below. Elsewhere, a loud scream shatters the silence as Xiaoyan flees from someone. That she-devil is going to kill someone. Xiaoman chased close behind, roaring with rage. Sun Xiaoban, stop right there. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not your sister, Sun Xiaoman. Xiaoyan quickly ran to complain to the Dao City Lord. Mother, Look at how that brute wants to devour him. She's gently caressing his face, but it's all red. It breaks my heart. Du City Lord turned to her daughter and asked, "Are you bullying your brother again?" "This is Sun Xiaoman, the City Lord of Three Mountains City, Doyuani." Xiaoman firmly grasped her wrist, trying to reason with her. "Mother? No, City Lord, you're about to eliminate a ferocious beast and you still want to protect a commoner?" The City Lord immediately condemned her daughter's actions. "What? Xiaoman, how could you treat Xiaoao like that? So cruel." Xiaoman couldn't hold back any longer, roaring at the two of them. "Old woman, what are you making such a fuss about? Your son is as hard as steel. Mystic iron needles are like an itch to him. The needles bend, but he doesn't even have a scratch." Lord Dao retorted, "How dare you speak to me like that? Old woman, your mother is still plenty alluring." "Any man who wants to court me would have to line up from Tomson to Tan An," Xiaoman retorted. "Who wants to talk to you about this? In a few days I have to go to Jade Peak to exterminate beasts. Look at your son's cowardly demeanor. How can he even fight? I'm saying you should have fixed that steel skin on me in the first place." "Of course not. A daughter is like water under the bridge once she's married. That steel skin should be left for our Xiaobao, of course," Xiaoman said with her hands on her hips, her voice scornful. "You're still stuck in the past with those sexist views. I'm never getting married." She vehemently rejects the idea, saying she wants to stay and become the Lord of Three Mountains City. "What nonsense are you spouting? The position of City Lord belongs to your younger brother. Don't even dream of it. In a year, you're going out to travel and learn. The world outside is vast, and listening to me is never wrong." Xiaoman coldly gestures for her to be quiet. Enough with the biased talk disguised as righteousness. "I have no desire for the position of City Lord. I'm content to let him assist in my training." Just as the tension reached its peak, someone rushed in with news. "Miss, the delegation from Fenglam City has arrived, and Zhang Wang is among them." Upon hearing this, Xiaoman's face lit up like the morning sun. "Since Zhang Wang has arrived, we must treat him well." Immediately, she pounced on Zhang Wang. "I knew you'd come." With a sense of righteousness, she gave a thumbs up to Zhang Wang and his group, introducing them. "Mom, these are the fellow cultivators from Maplewood City that I admire. The top student of the freshman class transferred the Dao Scar to us." It was Zhang Wang. Clutching his stomach, he greets her. "City Lord Dao, greetings." Lady Du clasped her hands in greeting, thanking them for answering her call. "The journey must have been difficult. I couldn't possibly forgo the formalities." She gestured for them to enter. "Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable." With everyone in position, the City Lord Dao finally began to speak. "During this sweep, our main force has focused on Jade Balance Peak, but monster appearances have resurfaced at Treepen Peak. If we don't eliminate them first, they might exploit our weakness and slaughter the people when we attack Jade Balance Peak, causing a catastrophe. Thanks to the reinforcements, Du Yueme will forever remember this kindness." She was overjoyed to have Sword Autumn and the others join them. "I'm truly glad you could join the operation in Three Mountains City sword acquisition. Your aura is profound, and your cultivation is even more refined." Hearing this, Jianqiu humbly replied, "You flatter me, City Lord Du. It's thanks to the Guardians of Three Hills City that we've averted danger so many times. I'm just doing my best." Just then, Xiaoman glanced at Zhang Wang and asked, "Zhang Wang, it seems you've established your foundation, haven't you?" He didn't hesitate to explain. "Yes, to be honest, I also want to use this trip to familiarize myself with Taoist combat." Unexpectedly, the City Lord warned Zhang Wang. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, your strength is undeniable, having taken first place among the young men. However, I must remind you all that while the monsters at Shubi Peak are scattered, they may have spawned Lord-level monsters. These are not only stronger, but also know how to use Dao techniques. If you encounter the yin-yang twin-headed eagle, retreat immediately." Jianqiu frowned slightly, accepting her good intentions. "Rest assured, City Lord, Jianqiu will act with caution, plan thoroughly, leave no one behind, and bring everyone back safely." The City Lord didn't say much more. "I believe you'll succeed. The rewards will be plentiful. Choose whatever artifacts and techniques you desire." Ajan, who'd been pondering something, thought, "Indeed, following along has its advantages." The sky outside was getting late, and City Lord Dao quickly arranged accommodations for them. "Very well, I will quickly update the latest situation at Thubut Peak, then have Hengdung take everyone to the inn to rest." She and the others bid farewell to Zhang Wang before leaving the mountain village. Only then did Xiaoyan begin to badmouth Xiaoman. "Mom, look, she said she wouldn't get married, but she's already got her eye on Zhang Wang. I'm not leaving her side." The girl nearly lunged at him. "You little fatty, are you asking for a beating? Zhang Wang is my good brother." Xiaoyan was intimidated by this force. "Mom, help me!" Dao Chengzhu reached out to stop the fight. "Enough, they haven't gone far. Don't be rude in front of others. After a moment's thought, she felt that Xiaoyan had a point. But Jiang Wang was truly handsome and righteous, making him an excellent choice for a son-in-law. Xiao Man was speechless at this way of thinking. Her mother's eyes were drifting off again, but she thought the Zhao boy looked even better. If only I were 20 years younger. Meanwhile, in New Than, an inexplicable chill runs down his spine, prompting a question from Jiang Wang. "What's wrong, fifth brother?" he asked, but the boy just shivered and said he was suddenly feeling a little cold. At the estate, Lord Du held Xiaoyan's plump body and said, "A man who's too thin is useless. He needs some muscle, like my son with his chubby cheeks when he smiles." Xiaoman found this pampering incomprehensible. A mother's love can sometimes be a curse. The next day, the crowing of a rooster awakens everyone. A man with a cane asked, "Little Li, have you been to Three Mountain City?" He waved goodbye to Sword Autumn and his group, urging, "Come by my restaurant when you have time. I'll personally cook your favorite dishes." Jiang Qiu happily replied, "All right, Uncle Zhang, farewell." "Senior Brother Lei, you seem quite familiar with this place." Kang Wang couldn't help but ask. He immediately replied, "I used to live here for a while. Mr. Zhang asked me to help find his family." The group continued on, listening to Jiang Qiu's story of how old Zhang's son and his family were devoured by monsters on the main road, leaving not a single bone behind. Ajahn listened with wide-eyed curiosity. "What? Even the main roads in Three Mountain City aren't safe? How can the people here even survive?" Zhang Wang said seriously. "I heard Senior Zhang say that the formation on the official road really can't stop the monsters." Jian Qiu agreed, then spoke of their mission. "So, we're here to solve the problem at its source, to eliminate the monsters and restore peace to the people of Three Mountain City. Let's go." The scene shifts to a different location, a brushstroke style. Zhang Wang and his group are now traversing a precarious cliff face. Looking around, Zhang Wang couldn't help but sigh, realizing the hardships the cultivators of Three Hills City had endured to build this mountain path through the treacherous cliffs in order to eliminate the monsters. Not far off, majestic white clouds inspire awe, but also fear. A magnificent and wondrous sight, yet a daily threat to those who live here, facing the menace of monsters. The feeling must be completely different. The flesh of the dead forms the steps, and their souls protect the living. The survivors press on, finally scaling the mountain and wiping out the beasts. As Jiang Wang seems to notice something, he reached for his sword hilt. "Senior Brother Li, the sword formation signals that the path is narrow, making a coordinated attack difficult, and we must secure the route." Just then, a giant serpent lunged with its mouth wide open and fangs bared. It lunged ferociously at Sword Collection and the others, but he immediately countered with a familiar move, Twin Strike, Flame Blade, felling the beast with a single blow, sending it burning into the abyss. Jiang Wang on guard couldn't help but marvel. So powerful. This is the true strength of Senior Brother Li. If he'd gone all out at the Three-City tournament, he definitely could have taken first place. Swordfall retracted his stance and spoke to the group. "This ferocious beast is called a rock serpent. Its outer defenses are incredibly strong, but attacking from the mouth to the belly will easily kill it. Every beast has a weakness, and the more you kill, the better your observation and judgment will become in real combat." He turned and led the way, saying, "Let's move on. The beast's base is about halfway up the mountain ahead." As they walked, Jian Qiu explained the monsters here to his junior brothers. Wind butterflies, weak at the neck. Demon-faced spiders, weak at the pattern on their bellies. Crystal scorpions, whose tail joints are easily severed. And cunning fox ears, who fear loud noises. Finally, he summarized, saying that when facing difficult opponents, avoid direct confrontation and support each other. He wouldn't overteach, leaving the rest to their own initiative. Jiang Wang remained vigilant, replying, "Understood." The deeper they went, the more monsters appeared, and Jiang Wang's group worked together to eliminate them one by one. Just then, a grotesque monster appeared behind Jiang Wang, and Rucheng instantly rushed to eliminate it before it could strike. Third killing move, speed, and consistency. Jiang Wang didn't forget to thank him. "Thanks," Nu Than calmly replied. "You saved me in Tu Lam Town, so consider this my payback." "Hey, Wang Ajan, everyone's risking their lives to survive and you're just standing there holding it in?" He suddenly grins menacingly and unleashes a technique. "Little Zhao, it's okay that you don't understand. I don't blame you. Now I'll show you what a fire-type genius, like me, Ajan, is really capable of. Mutated flame blade, mutated flame blade." Ajan seems quite proud of himself. Chengzi Wang stares blankly at the tiny flame, thinking it's too short. Ignoring their words, he chugs wine like water, declaring that size isn't everything, and a small flame can have explosive power. then spews a mouthful of wine onto the flame, creating a massive pillar of fire with the aura of a drunken master. Both Jiang Wang and Rucheng stared in disbelief. This fire-type genius was the real deal. A John completely drunk could only manage a senseless giggle. "You don't think I'll need you to protect me for the next half hour while I'm drunk, do you?" After wiping out the ferocious beast, one person asked Senior Brother Liu, "Surely all the beasts around here are dead? Should we continue deeper into the mountains?" Sword Apprentice replies, "But first I want to show you all something." Another asks, "Show us? What's so special about the scenery at the top of Keen Butt Peak?" Just when things seemed to be over, Kiem Thu suddenly shouted a warning, "Be careful, and use your Tao source to protect yourselves. Hide behind me." A massive explosion suddenly rocks the surroundings, and as the dust settles, Swordfall recognizes what it is. A Lord-level ferocious beast. A bizarre beast appears, its round eyes unsettling to behold, and Jiang Wang is visibly concerned. A two-headed bird monster. Could this be the yin-yang eagle that City Lord Dao spoke of? Jianqiu quickly reassured him and the others. No, even though it's a Lord-level beast, it's not the real yin-yang double-headed eagle. Hearing this, Rucheng couldn't help but wonder. There are fakes of this two-headed yin-yang eagle beast? Sword Apprentice quickly explained, "I've seen a real yin-yang double-headed eagle before. That eerie, resentful, and chilling aura is something you never forget. This one must be in the transitional stage before advancing, but its power is definitely not to be underestimated." Zhang Wangru seizes the key point and asks, "The evolutionary stage? Aren't savage beasts supposed to lack intelligence? They don't cultivate, so how can they evolve? And where do these newly emerged beasts even come from?" The monster begins to exert incredible pressure. As Sword Thou swiftly attacks, he answers that those questions remain a mystery. Careful, it's about to use Taoist arts. From its two heads, the beast unleashes two sources of energy with different attributes. Lai Quan Cold Breath. Sword Autumn quickly rushes forward, seizing the initiative in the battle. Seeing the situation under control, Zhan Ying unleashed a series of skillful maneuvers, and Dan Qiang Wang was determined not to be outdone. "Good, my brother has taken one down. I can't be outdone." He then joins the fight against the flame beast, but his attacks have no effect. He was a bit dazed, lost in thought about what had just happened, unaware of what was behind him. My Taoist arts were absorbed? With lightning speed, Jianqiu swept in, grabbing Jiang Wang and dodging the sneak attack. "Careful!" The beast begins to shift again, yin and yang in flux, as Swordfall explains the details to Jiang Wang. This beast is difficult to deal with because of its ability to switch between yin and yang. The yang head, which governs fire, can absorb fire-based Taoist techniques, while the yin head, which governs water, can absorb water-based Taoist techniques. Furthermore, the two heads are linked, and their absorption abilities can be transferred back and forth, which not only heals the creature, but also enhances the power of its Taoist techniques. After hearing Sword Autumn's explanation, he replied, "Understood." The beast seized the moment, unleashing a devastating attack, a low-grade, top-tier ice spell, Freezing Breath. Both were forced to separate to avoid the direct hit. Using his firepower, Jianqiu counters the beast's ice attack, deflecting the blow while searching for its weakness. Kuang Vong rushes in, decisively stabbing the beast in the head, but it begins to channel the power of yin and yang. Swordmaster grips his sword, his face grim. Kuang Vong senses a new power, a strong life force. Even those carrying Ajan couldn't help but turn to look. The sword was slowly drawn, and with a single strike, Sword Collector unleashed a torrent of brilliant peach blossoms, leaving the beast to stand and suffer. He stood tall like a hero amidst the vibrant peach blossoms and the fallen beast, but Jiang Wang's mind was elsewhere. "Senior Brother Li, why didn't you dodge just now? Is your hand all right?" Sword Tomb calmly replied, "I'm fine. It's nothing." I didn't dodge because he was looking up at another large stone tablet filled with writing over time. "We must preserve the last words of our fallen comrades." He scans the stone, reading of the 12th year of Yongtai, 100 bloody battles, unmatched skill, words left for posterity. "Who is this lost friend of yours, Senior Brother Wuli?" Zhenqiu finally asked. "I told you, didn't I? My comrades all died, led to their deaths here by him." He read those last words, then said regretfully, "He fought to the bitter end, leaving these words behind, but tragically he perished in the horde of savage beasts before he could even finish carving them, his bones lost forever. Yet these words, marked by the passage of time, remain. Etched into it were the prominent words, Wu Mountain," and Jianqiu spoke again, lost in thought as if recounting a story. Come to think of it, he must have been from the same era as Senior Brother Truck, but his strength was far inferior. He only liked to show off and boast about his achievements. When entering and leaving the inner courtyard, I even looked down on him a little. The more he spoke, the more nostalgic he became, recalling how Wu led everyone to fight back the beast tide, bravely advancing. Tears welled in Jiancho's eyes, his voice trembling as he confessed, "I was the only one who ran." He lunged, unleashing decisive strikes, the stone before him erupting in dust with each blow. Fragments rained down, revealing an inscription on the massive rock. Sword Autumn stands backlit, still holding his water sword with his former senior brother. Senior brother Wu, the defeated dog, Li Jiancho, brings his junior brother to pay respects. From Kiamthu's arm, wrapped in cloth, blooms a flower like the base of a tree. For over 700 days and nights I dare not forget everyone's will. I carry it always on my shoulders. Today, Sword Autumn will ascend this mountain peak with you all, wiping out the ferocious beasts. Zhang Wang, having heard everything, finally spoke to comfort him. "Senior brother Li, please restrain your grief. Now that you've returned, they've surely forgiven you." He replied softly, "Yes, I was the youngest back then, and they all took special care of me." Tears streamed down Jiancho's face. If they were still alive, they'd probably laugh at me for holding on to something so small. He began to smile and cry, looking at his wooden arm. But no matter what, I can't forgive myself. His sorrowful cries tugged at Zhang Wang and the others' hearts, as if Sword Autumn was trying to pour everything out. After he's cried it out, he rushes ahead, declaring, "Let's go, we'll climb to the summit together." Fresh words appear on the weathered stone. Disciple Guanziqian and Ajan have come to admire the majestic peak. Disciple Zhang Wang has come to admire the majestic peak. Still drunk, a tram slurred, "Just keep coming." After a while, Zhang Wang began to wonder, why aren't there any ferocious beasts on this mountain? In the distance, a small rock stood out on the flat land, with words engraved on a stele. The one buried atop this writing brush peak is none other than Sun Heng, who established the Mai family. Though deceased, Sun Hong's remaining aura deters newly born ferocious beasts from approaching his tomb. Having thoroughly investigated the area, he explains it to everyone. From its very founding, Three Mountain City faced the problem of rampant beasts, and upon taking office, Sun Huang devoted himself to building the city and cultivating talent. 2 years before, he assembled a team and launched a purge of the savage beasts. Though the operation was deemed high risk, no one imagined that this mountain alone would house so many. There were tens of thousands of beasts and only a few hundred of us, like throwing stones into the sea. I ran, and my team was wiped out. But from afar, I could see Lord Sun fighting alone from the foot of the mountain to its peak. Right here where we stand, he personally slew the yin-yang eagle. The leader of that beast tide, the events of that time were forever etched in Jiancho's heart. When the eagle's roar, which had lasted for a month, suddenly stopped, everyone understood what had happened, and their faith surged as they began a frenzied counterattack. Finally, Pen Peak Mountain was cleansed, and Sun Hung fell, utterly exhausted. He was considered a powerhouse of the Inner Sanctum realm, yet at the moment of his death, his 5 viscera were depleted, and his entire Tower of Ascension crumbled. He stood in the snowy sky, marveling at the grandeur. Lord Sun had proven that cultivation wasn't just for oneself, but for the responsibility to one's nation, for protecting the weak. And so, the group bowed in reverence to these heroes, as Zhang Wang pondered a key question. And that's why Senior Brother Li didn't want to attack Sun Xiaoyan during the Dao discussion with the 3 cities, for the sake of City Lord Sun. Jianchu didn't answer immediately, but instead asked him, "Junior brother must have heard rumors about the Kunbi armor on Sun Xiaoyan, right?" He then began to recount what he knew. The Kunbi-gu technique is a permanent defensive art. The principle is that the caster peels off their own skin while conscious, then casts magic patterns before applying it to the target. This technique is cruel in practice. And because the conditions for casting it are so harsh, the defensive power of the Kunpi armor is so astonishing. As a city lord and as a father, Lord Sun gave everything he had. Zhang Wang and the others were stunned. Sword Autumn turned to his brothers and said, "To defeat Sun Xiaoyan, we must break the Kun pig skin with all our might, but I dare not try, nor dare I face the consequences." Only then did Jiang Wang reply, "Senior brother is noble." Jianchu also revealed his plans, telling his juniors that he was determined to go to Jade Balance Peak tomorrow, where the fighting was even fiercer than here, and that they could return to Fenglin City first. Without hesitation, Zhang Wang replied, "I came here with you, so of course I'll go with you." "Rucheng, what about you?" Rucheng gives a thumbs up. "Since third brother is going, of course I am too. No matter how dangerous, you'll protect me." Then both of their gazes turned to Ajan behind them. Pierced by their intense gazes, he couldn't refuse. Having come this far, how could he face Old Fox Stew for a drink if he didn't go? Sword Thief removes his usual scarf. In the freezing snow, with tears in his eyes, he raises his hand and shouts with great spirit. All right, let's shout an invitation for another cup of wine from afar to repay the kindness. Let's head to Jade Balance Peak. At Jade Balance Peak, a crowd had gathered. Zhang Wang spoke up. Senior Brother Li, clearing Quill Peak wasn't my effort alone, so why are you giving me the magic sword reward? Jianqiu calmly replied, a magic sword of this level is worth at least 600 merit points. When we return, just give each of us 100 points. Ajan looked around and reported, Senior Brother Shen Nanqi has arrived with his team. Zhang Wang glanced over, wondering if Senior Brother Shen Nanshan was one of the top 10 in merit points. Fang Heiling was also in his group, standing leisurely nearby. Zhang Wang surveyed his rivals, assessing their strength, and many cultivators from the state of Zhuang had answered the call to come here. Observing their beast-slaying tactics might offer some insight. His eyes fell upon a lone girl not far away. That woman with the white veil must be a sect master, invited by Lord Du from Yunshang. She's about the same age, but already a master. Meanwhile, I've only just established my foundation. Kuang Vong, you must try harder. The Lord of Du City then announced the start of the journey, saying everyone was ready and waiting for Xiaoyan to lead the way. Go on and don't embarrass your father. Xiaoyan listened and moved forward. Yes, mother. He walked a short distance, then turned back, his voice filled with trepidation. But I'm still a little nervous. Xiaoman held a threatening fist, ready to strike. Oh dear, I'm so anxious. With so many eyes on us, if my little brother Sun Jiupang won't go, then I will. Watch me crush these pesky rock wasps with my mountain hammer. A hand suddenly grabs her arm, stopping her. City, Lord Dao smiled kindly, comforting Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, don't worry, Mother will stop your sister. When you return victorious, I'll make her apologize to you. Don't worry, you won't die. With your father protecting you, little man spoke up in protest. Mother, empowered and emboldened, he presses forward. Yes, I have the protection of the Kunpeng bone. Sun Xiaoyan will absolutely not let Sanshan City be disgraced. No fear, there's nothing to fear. He charges forward, gathering momentum, and throws a powerful punch. If those rock beasts have the guts, let them try to burn me. His fists slammed into the ground, and hundreds of glowing eyes emerged from the rocky caves. Holding his sword, Zhang Wang assumed a serious stance. We've hunted these lava ghouls before, back at Shrub Pen Peak. I don't see what's so scary about them. Why do we have to be so careful here in Jade Balance Peak? Jianshu slowly explained that the number of rock hornets at Shubi Peak was sparse, not creating any real threat. The most terrifying thing about the rock hornets isn't the strength of each individual, but their swarming behavior and overwhelming attacks. Bees from every direction began their fierce assault, and Xiaoya trembled at the sight. The rock killer bees tore at his clothes. No, stop. They even inject something into the fat kid. He immediately screams like a stuck pig. The rock fiend assassins gathered in greater numbers, a massive swarm, as Xiaoyan, buried among them, cried out to Dao the city lord in anguish. Oh, it hurts so much, Mother. I'm dying. Please save me. Meanwhile, Xiaoman watched and asked, Mother, Xiaoyan has attracted the rock demons to attack him. Should we rush in to help him? Lord Du disagrees with the plan, saying it won't work. Though the rockwind assassins are dim-witted, they're extremely sensitive to Dao source. Adding another person will only drive them into a frenzy. They must wait, as Jin Ku and the others remain still. The veiled woman silently observes the situation, and soon the rock murder hornets begin to fall to the ground, one by one. Zhang Wang was confused. Senior apprentice. Those rock hornet assassins, they're dying on their own. Jianshu didn't answer, only saying, this method is effective. Those fierce wasps are known by a rather unique name, Rock Peak Assassins. Their deadliest technique comes from the venomous stinger at their tail. When faced with an unbeatable foe, they unleash this move. But once they do, death is certain, so each rock bee can only use it once. When they unleash this attack, the rock stinger bees pour all their life energy into a venomous blast inside their target, stimulating the meridians in a deadly exchange. Xiaoyan is the chosen recipient of this method. Though Sun Xiaoyan is protected by a treasure, the rock hornet's attacks won't be fatal, but the energy released when the venom explodes in his body, stimulating his meridians, causes intense pain that is in no way diminished. It's no exaggeration to say that Sun Xiaoyan is currently experiencing the excruciating pain of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Mother, please let me go back. I beg you. It hurts too much. Save me. Please, save me. The city lord Dao immediately flew into a rage, shouting for fear of ruining the plan. Get back there. If you dare retreat, then you are no longer my son, Dao Yuemi. Surrounded and stung, he cries, but the relentless rock bees offer no escape. leaving only his pained screams as they engulf him. He cried out in agony, his hope fading fast, and that's all for this video. If you enjoyed the video, please hit the like button to support Gao. Thanks for watching, and goodbye.